Death struck without warning. He flashes back to his friend, his boss, college, and that unfinished report. The orphanage kids made life worth living. Given the choice, he'd stay alive. He snaps awake and slams against a tree, clutching his chest and gasping as his heart races wildly. He remembers the truck, but this isn't the afterlife. No river Styx, no flowers. His old world is completely gone. Starving, he resorts to eating leaves, wondering if things are really this desperate. It's find food or die. The boy spots a centipede, thinks it looks tasty, and smashes it with a rock to eat. Better than starving, fry this weird thing up, and it might actually taste decent. One taste and he gagged. He rushed to the river to wash away the filth and clear his head. He's glad for the bland food, but the memory of the truck hit haunts him. Surviving that was impossible. Staring into the river, he suddenly spots something bizarre in his reflection. Staring at the water, he didn't recognize the face looking back until it finally clicked. He died and woke up as someone else, your typical manga setup. Reborn or summoned, he's praying to wake up in a hospital, hoping that truck only grazed him. He wakes up and realizes none of it was real. Everything's set, but his looks make him a target. Japan is gone forever, so he heads out to find food and civilization. He pushed forward, realizing the jungle was completely empty. Desperate for even a bug to eat, a voice suddenly calls out. He freezes, heart racing. Is it a human? Finally, his luck turned. He tries to explain he's lost, but a massive griffin claims the territory and orders him out. Its deadly glare proves it's not playing around. He screams he's inedible, and all bones after eating just one centipede, he's got zero nutrition. He'd just been reborn and wasn't about to die again. Griffin rejects the food as beneath him and demands to know who she thinks she is. He quickly apologized to the bird and bailed, wondering what that creature even was. Starving, body swapped, and forced to eat a centipede, now he's facing a griffin. What kind of world is this? The boy screams to escape while there's still time, but the griffin roars a warning. Get out of his territory now. The jungle was his by agreement. How dare this guy hunt on his turf? He apologizes, claiming he's just lost, but Griffin glare drops him, calling him a pathetic liar. That 200-year treaty is common knowledge even to babies, so the boy admits he's right. The griffins demand answers, talk, or die trapped. The boy spills the truth, praying his enemies actually believe him. He claims this isn't his real body, but the beast is clueless. He knows he's finished now that the furry creature finally caught him. He swore he knew nothing of this land or why he was there. Begging for trust, he met the griffin's gaze until the beast realized he was just a wanderer. He begged for mercy. He was clueless, but the beast says pure luck brought him this far. The creature says he must learn this world. Its rules hate your fate, but nothing changes. He asks about the wanderers and learns they are from other worlds, then questions if he was even born here. The boy spills the whole story, but the griffin plays dumb. He met the wanderer 500 years ago, but this guy was different. The beast exposes him as a reincarnated man, questioning his adult past. The boy confirms it, admitting his new child body is a major problem. The griffin offers freedom on one condition: the boy must perform a vital service. The boy asks who they are. The beast scoffs. He's blind. They're just kids, just like him. Actually, let's make it. The wanderer asks why 30 kids are here. The griffin doesn't know they were just dumped in his forest. Starving? He figured he was abandoned because food was running low. He offers to watch the kids. The forest owner agrees, calling the boy sharp and asking him to protect them until they can survive alone. As a former orphan, he understood these kids. He asked the griffin how to fix the food crisis. The creature agrees to help find food, but warns the wanderer has only 3 years to teach the kids to survive. He's stunned. The forest owner isn't evil but kind. He expected a screaming bird to feed the kids bugs, but the reality was the total opposite. He asked the griffin why he was so protective and caring toward the kid. The beast asked who'd abandon starving kids, demanding if he could just walk away. He protects his own conversation over. Seeing the fruit, he realized the gap between man and griffin. The forest master only asked him to raise the kids because he had no clue how to handle humans. He stepped up to protect the kids, earning the beast's respect and trust. The boy declares himself their new leader, beaming with pride as he vows to protect and support every child. He couldn't understand a word they said. This massive language barrier was a wall he had to break before he could start teaching. He asks about the language, and the griffin admits he forgot outworlders can speak the local tongue, He was too busy babysitting to notice, wondering how he understands the beast. It's the sacred language, a natural blessing that lets him talk to any race. Sensing their struggle, the forest master breaks the rules and gifts the wanderer his skill in a rare act of generosity. Generosity lets you share your powers. The boy questioned the speaker, but the Griffin asked why, since he was granting him the gift of speech. The tongue blessing translates speech, but it's limited. The wanderer asks the beast how many of these fantasy powers he holds, and the answer is 12. Stunned by the blessings, he credits the Griffin and warns them not to tell locals this is normal. The beast says most gifts are trash, but the tongue blessing is gold for humans. He orders the boy to speak. He finished his speech, leaving the boy stunned. He realized he could now speak a foreign language fluently, and everyone around him understood every word. A girl rushes up, asking to call him Oni-chan. The leader's heart melts, but a nearby boy asks for his real name. The leader demands a proper intro, so Ron claims he's the boss and asks for their name. Wanderer asks Griffin for a name to blend in. The beast names him Almas. The boy asks for a meaning, but the Griffin argues the sound is more important than the definition. Convinced, the boy accepts. Amos introduces himself, but when Ron asks his age, the Wanderer reveals he's 20, leaving Ron stunned that he looks even younger than him. The Griffin confirms the leader is legit, the boy agrees, and suggests everyone introduce themselves. Introductions start. 12-year-old Ron goes first, followed by his childhood friend Zion and 11-year-old Rosie Wood. Tetra, Graham, and Lulu step up next, all 10 years old. Alma saw every kid was over 9, but Ron flat out refused to accept him as leader. The Wanderer understood this bossy kid reminded him of his orphanage days. Zion apologized, calling her friend a total idiot. Ron snaps that name callers are the real idiots, but the girl retorts it applies to him too. Their tragic fates hit. Almost hard. Despite being abandoned, these kids stayed pure and hopeful. He saw their pain and stepped up as the mentor and protector they needed. Ron demands the plan. Almas calmly reveals, Step 1, start farming to secure food and survival. The boy was outraged, but Almas stood firm. They had to farm. The Griffin gave them 3 years of support. Then, the 31 kids were on their own. Ron knew farming was a brutal grind with no clear win. The leader agreed they had a long road ahead. Deep in the forest, he realizes they must uproot the trees. Clearing the roots will soften the soil and prep it for farming. The teacher doubts a team of kids can even use a hoe. Rosie warns Tetra. The task is too hard and suggests they just give up. Tetra says there's no choice. Sean asks about farming. Almas explains tools are the key, and Ron wants to find them. The mentor suggests trading their inedible loot. Griffin apologized for the delay, but the mentor thanked him for the speed, promising those items would be put to good use. Ron and Rosie spot weapons trophies from warriors who failed to kill the Forest Lord. The Griffin calls them annoying trash he's clearing out and promises to bring even more. Tetra trades her blades for farming tools. Impressed, the teacher asks for a head pat, but Tetra hands over the steel, looking totally annoyed. Ron trades weapons for food to survive. Lulu asks about farming, but Amos needs land or workers first. It's a risky deal, but Griffin vows to handle any trouble. Teacher asks where to trade swords. Every kid is clueless except Tetra. She says Weiri and Ramalia Forest rosates is east, Gilbed northwest, Domerga northeast, and Foldarm lies north. Tetra reveals Rossitz is weak smithing as Domerga and Gilbed prep to invade Foldarm. Ummos smells profit and asks how she knows, but she warns adults will just steal the teacher planned ahead. If a fight breaks out, they'll flash the Griffin's feather and claim his authority to seal the deal. The mentor asks for volunteers to keep the group small, so almost picks Tetra for her trade expertise. She didn't raise her hand, but she agrees to guide them anyway. The boys hit Domergar territory to find the merchant. Almas offers 10 steel and 6 bronze swords for trade. The man inspects the gear. Seeing the feather, he asks if they are Griffin Sam's messengers. The head blacksmith arrives and the merchant, impressed by the swords, asks for their price. Elmas demanded 10 iron hoes, 3 axes, and 8 sickles for the swords. He stayed stone-faced, dead certain of his deal. Ron's happy with the tools, but Cyan and Tetra think they got lowballed for their metal. The dealers insist on starting small, since they read just middlemen. Unsure of his farming skills, he pivots to hunting and fishing, using a griffin to harvest meat and leather for profit. Where to farm? And can they clear trees without enraging Griffinsama? The Wanderer pitches his plan to the forest owner, who reveals the land was once a village wiped out by plague. Locals blame the owner for the tragedy, shocked he was kept in the dark. The beast forgot the location ages ago, so he tells them to hop on his back to scout from above. They aren't afraid to lose the land. The Griffin warns him not to touch, but almost picks his own spot. The owner threatens to buck him off, then suddenly finds a sweet spot. High above, the group spots a silent, ruined village. Their creature glides down and lands smoothly among the ancient remains. Griffin suggests sticking to what they have, almost agrees and asks to scout the area. He spots sparkling water among the rocks, fresh, clear, and perfect to drink. Almost worried if they could actually settle in these houses. Seeing the ruins, he plans to rebuild a fortress against the forest and hunger. Hope surges as he envisions a thriving new village rising from the dust. Overgrown as expected, the fields were still perfect for grazing. Width was key. Almas thanks the Griffin for the view, but the beast denies credit. Almas asks about the famine, and the Griffin blames a failed harvest. He realized people and damage were the cause. Seeing the wanderer's shock, he asked, "Do you really not know what damage is?" Almas demands proof of corruption, but the Griffin says its existence is the evidence recalling the magic world. Almas asks its purpose. The Griffin's answer: humans are destined for mutual destruction. He wondered if other species were this violent, fearing they'd be slaughtered before the harvest. But the Griffin promised protection, noting the curse isn't instant. The wanderer calls for the kids, but the beast stops him. It's too late. With the sun setting, he orders the boy to mount up and wait until morning. The leader shows the kids their brand new home. Ron asks where to start, but yells he wanted to accept Almos as leader. Cyan tells him to stop faking and just be honest. Tetra tells him they were just lost kids before he arrived. No plans, just fighting and missing their parents, until he changed everything. Alma says he was once like her. Ron asks about the lesson, and the answer is crop rotation. Ron's drooling, but Cyan's fed up with his food obsession. The plan: a 4-year rotation of barley, clover, and wheat. Ron's confused, but the teacher explains dead soil grows nothing. Clover restores the nutrients for year-round farming. Cattle waste becomes fertilizer, creating a cycle where animals and soil sustain each other. This is crop rotation. It sounds like magic, but it's science to catch. Splitting fields into 4 tanks, your yield. Livestock is profitable, but you need the animals first. Rosie's baffled, so the teacher cuts to the chase. Crop rotation boosts farming, and that's the key. Now get to work fixing those houses. The kids dive in, working side by side. They split up to fix the roof, reinforce walls, and clear the yard. Hammers ring and laughter fills the air as the team bonds. Tetra asks about the land. Alma's plans to raise goats and tells her to start driving stakes. Goats eat anything, even tree bark. And they're so easy to manage that even kids too young for real work can handle them. Almost wanted livestock for meat and labor, but he had no idea how to raise them. He bred goats on the shelter's farm, trading his labor for animal products. Tetra admits she's clueless about crop rotation and asks if that's enough. Looks like trouble's ahead. Goat milk tastes nasty, but the mentor says it's a nutrient powerhouse for peak strength. Griffin food lacks calcium, and a bad diet will wreck her health later. He asks if she understands the stakes. Tetra realized her mentor truly cared, taking every detail of the kids' futures to heart. Cyan doubts trading food during a famine, but Tetra insists Rossitz needs weapons. Almost warns of the distance, suggesting Griffin Sama, or he'll haul the goats himself. The Griffins warn the goats, escape and you die, so stay in line. Ron realizes Griffin speaks goat and forces the animals into cages, but Rosie thinks he's being way too cruel. Trading for goats, Almas also snags some hunting bows, but his aim is still garbage. Ron mocks the leader for missing 10 shots, but when he takes the bow, he fails the exact same way and everyone laughs. Almas asks how they'll hunt, but Ron tells him to stop being childish. Almas reminds him he is a kid, so Ron tells him to act mature. The kid dares Graham to try. The teacher scoffs if Ron failed. The bow's just a cheap Chinese knockoff. She nails the target on her first shot, leaving her mentor stunned. Zion asks for another shot. Stunned by her double bullseye, the boys beg for lessons while Graham tells her to straighten her back. Teacher warns the Griffins leaving. Putting the hunt on Graham's shock, they only have one bow. The leader demands a fix. Zion's confused by the cloth until Almas explains it's a sling. Just grab the straps and hurl stones. Spin the sling fast and release to drop a bird. Stones are everywhere, so the mentor hands one to everyone. The leader warns these leaves are edible, but cause stomach pain. Wash them first to clear the toxins. The wanderer asks if the Griffin eats more than meat. The beast confirms he craves veggies too. Unsure if the Griffin is a bird or mammal, the boy offers it a mushroom. The beast warns him it's lethal to humans, and he nearly thanks the monster for saving his. The beast retreated to his territory to rest, and the wanderer headed back to the village. Heading back, he realizes oil, farming, and hunting are vital harvesting too. Now, Griffin-sama needs to teach them what's edible. Rose's voice snapped the teacher back. Sword drawn, he braced for a threat. Small pests are easy to scare, but a real monster means guarding Rosie Wood. He just hopes she's still safe. A man grips him tight as the boy screams. His parents dumped him. Rosie Wood fights back, yelling. He's worthless as food trade. The stranger knows, but eyes the steel. The mentor realizes his true goal. The weapons. Almas's foe was stronger, but just a normal human. Rosie was safe, and with the man's back turned, Almas had to strike first. The leader hurls a stone, nailing the man right in the head. He staggers back, clutching his bruise and nearly calling for Rosie Wood. The kidnapper barked a threat, ordering the guy to stay put. The mentor screams at the boy to bolt and never look back, vowing to hold the enemy off himself. The kidnapper laughs as his opponent stalls for the boy's escape, then grabs a log and tells the kid to stop crying. Almost demanded the kidnapper's motive. He wanted their steel swords, but what happens next? He's trading loot for food to avoid farming, so the wanderer offers to end his struggle. The man grins and attacks, but his club shatters instantly. Almost strikes from above, but the pinned enemy begs for a timeout. Ignoring the pleas, he drives the blade home, ending his rival for good. Almost knew there was no third option. Let him rob them today, and he'll be back tomorrow for more. If word gets out, every local will swarm for a profit. Let the criminal die here to end his crimes for good. He suddenly falls ill, and his team rushes in, panicking for their leader. One guy steadies the commander, checking if he's okay, while the other stands ready. He nearly told them he was perfectly fine. He apologized for the scare. Rosie admitted he was terrified of losing his mentor and felt responsible, but the teacher just thanked him, confessing he's not used to this kind of drama. The leader strokes the boy's head, easing his tension and showing he's got his back. The Griffin admitted things went south, but urged the wanderer to stop worrying and move on. The beast argues humans and ants both kill their own kind, claiming there is nothing special about killing for food. Almost struggled with the weight of murder, but the Griffin knew that while death is hard to face, saving the kids was their absolute duty. The owner asks if the report is finished and if that's his only business. The kid says no, pointing instead to his broken weapon. Alma snaps the shaft, shocked by his 10-year-old power. But Griffin shrugs. He's seen people split trees with their bare hands. Tree-crushing monsters aren't human, the boy claims. The beast reveals they vanished 3,000 years ago, and since the boy was born later, Griffin jokes about his hidden power, but the boy seeks its source. The forest master claims Sangu gifted it, leaving the wanderer baffled. He questioned the stranger's identity, but Griffin warned him to back off. When the beast pushed for more info, the man claimed he knew enough and demanded to be left alone. 2 weeks later, the crops are thriving. His old world radishes are a perfect match, but low manpower is killing production. A massive bug terrifies Tetra. Ron warns the place is crawling with insects, and Rosie backs him up. Parasites are swarming due to a chemical shortage, so Almost shows the kids their new weapon chamomile to kill the pests. Teacher finds a field of pyrethrum daisies and suggests turning them into pesticide. Tetra agrees, and they head out to harvest. Alma's hands Tetra flowers, making her blush. She asks why the sudden attention. Zion explains the mentor just wanted her to hold the flowers, but she hurls them away, shouting she finally understands. Zion's left stunned. Distillation begins, but the kids doubt the cure. The leader hesitates while Ron questions why this damage would even kill parasites. This poison is safe for humans, but lethal in bulk. He orders them to water the fields with it right now. The mentor orders the group to start regular field checks. They've got food and shelter. Now they need clothes and rare supplies the forest can't provide. The settlement needs a guard for their frequent moves, and Graham's dead-eye archery makes her the perfect pick. Ron and Rosie head out, but when the teacher invites Tetra to Rositz, she refuses and stays put. Arriving in Rozitz's capital, the team is stunned by the massive crowds and epic scale. Almas was blown away by the massive crowds and stunning city, while Ron was already hooked on the local food. Savoring the scent, the teacher told Rosie to stop dragging him as the boy spotted a clothing shop ahead. Leader spots a man as Ron points to a shop, but the mentor tells them to chill. They need local cash first. Without it, they can buy a thing. He asks the vendor where to trade animal teeth and herbs for cash, and she points him down the road. Almas asks for more money, so the merchant offers luxury fabric instead. Almas accepts it's a deal. She's shocked to see his caramel grass. Yuria faces the stranger and demands his name. Almas introduces himself. The girl offers big money for the plant, and since the owner was kind to her, he accepts. He offers a gold coin for the grass and asks why she needs it. Yuria plans to mix it with weed for a fantastic high. The guy questions her parents, and while it sounds like a blessing, she's just talking about the drug. The girls skip formalities since they're the same age and ask who's who. Ron and Rosie introduce themselves, noting she looks like a spoiled rich kid. Yuri learns Elmas is a local and asks where the rare herb grows. For payment, she proposes a partnership. He agreed to deliver rare plants every month for 1 gold coin, sealing their monthly trade deal. DLS done, Yuria heads home before her dad snaps. She leaves, reminding him of their deal and a useful blessing. Almost wonders what it really means. Tetra tells the teacher to say good morning without using divine blessing language. The leader used a Griffin's blessing to talk to the kids, but every favor has a price. Struggling with the language, he turned to the girl with a question. He demands a full breakdown of this world. Tetra reveals they're on the Adelia Peninsula, split between the Roselle Kingdom and Carissia, and she's a half-blood of both. He's fluent in Kirizi and Rositz is weakly ruled and shares a name with Demorgol, but it's strictly for political cooperation. The teacher asks if she can write. She says yes, but since Adelia lacks a script, she uses Carisian. Now he wants her to teach him. Wanting to repay her, he tested her math. Tetra was a natural, so he promised her a special lesson tomorrow. Leader calls an extra class, but Lula questions if it's actually useful. He demands students learn math alongside farming to avoid being cheated. Ron and Rossi agree, still bitter about the time a shopkeeper stole their change. The teacher explains math is the key to success and has Tetrud count to 10, but she skips 0 and gets totally confused. Almas finds a decimal system with no 0 and teaches Arabic numerals, but gets annoyed when Tetra easily writes numbers over 10,000. She settles on his lap, relieved she answered every question. A month into extra classes, the rules force top students to tutor the weak Kitra ranked first. So now she's stuck teaching everyone. She called free lessons unfair, so he taught her to count into the thousands. Tetra asks if everyone back home is a math whiz. Alma says even toddlers can count, but still praises her speed. Tetra suspects he's just flattering her. In his land, school is mandatory. Elders must train the youth to stay competitive and raise geniuses. Tetra asks when he'll master both languages. Alma warns that losing his blessing means no more math, so Tetra declares he's simply not allowed to lose it. Yuria asks if he has it, and he confirms the caramel grass is here as promised. She asks for Ron and Rosie, but he says they are home, he needs to talk. Yuria knows he wants to talk blessings and reveals she knows his secret power. It's haunted him for a month, and now he needs answers. She didn't know much, but a book claimed good fairies granted these gifts. Almost called it a fairy tale, but Yuria knew that's why the boy was truly blessed. Her blessing, insight, lets her spot other gifts on sight. She knew his blessing was Emperor. Yuria's power scales directly with his follower count. Almost realized the Emperor's blessing grants powers once the kids accept him as leader. The girl confirmed it and prepped her next question. She was sure they lived in the Romalian forest, deep in Griffin territory, and feared nothing of his curse. He asks where she gets that confidence. Yuria reveals her blessing, the eye of God, letting her see anything across any distance. She follows them deep into the woods, assuming they live there, and asks how they'll break the curse. Almas denies it exists, nearly revealing his secret but keeping his reincarnation hidden. She finds the orphans and vows to keep their secret. Yuri invites Alma shopping, and he agrees she's a special client. He's visibly on edge and fuming while shopping. He couldn't imagine her massive shopping list. She packed the gear and told him to stop acting like a brat. He snapped that he wasn't a porter or a whiner, but the seller was stunned by how easily he hauled the massive weight. Almost questions the herb haul, but Julia reveals they're for casting the evil eye. She was a real witch, and he recognized that same sinister magic instantly. Yuria explains evil eye magic isn't just for destruction. It can shield, heal, and craft medicine, making Almost realize she'd be a top-tier doctor in Japan. Recalling the Griffin, he asks about the hunger. The witch reveals it's a curse from a coven. He wonders how one person could cast such a massive curse, but she reveals it's actually an entire nation using that power to wipe out thousands. Yuria calms the boy, vowing the killer will pay Almost, then asks if she'll visit Romelia. She accepts, but needs her dad's permission to leave the city. Meanwhile, the guy wants to master the evil eye. He offers tuition money, but Yuria refuses, insisting friends don't need formalities. She questioned their friendship, but Almost insisted they were. Why else would he carry her heavy gear? Touched, she pulled him into a tight hug. He asked why she won. He'd teach him the evil eye. Yuria explains he's not built for it. Most users are women, and warlocks are fundamentally different. They grill him about the rare male witches, but she confirms he's no chosen one. Crushed, he pivots, asking where the sorceress lives. Blushing, the girl calls Bolton outside. A man steps from the shadows, offering help. Almost recoils from his sudden arrival and foul, smoky stench, but Yuria quickly explains he's her bodyguard. Bolton mocks her kindness as the witch thanks the boy for his help, then orders her companion to hand the goods to the bodyguard. Yuria ditched her guard because the guy smelled rank. After a quick exchange, he handed over the bag. Bolton stared in shock as the boy hauled heavy crates like feathers. After a quick goodbye, the kid headed out. The leader tells the kids harvest caramel grass for a monthly gold coin. Farming's booming, but clothes and salt are pricey. Save up and hunt for extra perks. Rosie asks for the plan, and the mentor reveals they're making pottery. They'll need a kiln, and Tetra's already asking where to start. Teacher admits he's no expert, but this is the traditional way. Grab shovels and stakes. Zion asks where to build, and Almost points to the mountain. Building on a slope traps heat as warm air rises, but the labor is brutal. Firewood alone takes all day, yet they dive right in. While shopping with Yuri, he wonders what sells best. She jokes, it's a gift, but he's just trying to trade for clothes and salt. She spots the clay dishes, but he says they resold in every shop. Croatian clay pots are elite, durable, stunning, and the nobility's top-tier obsession. Everyone's shocked by the pot's strength and color. Local pottery looks good, but shatters instantly. Tetra reveals Rosita's secret. They fire them over open flames. Back home, the Jomon and Yayoi heiress use this same primitive tech. Open flames over-oxygenated the clay, and the heat's too low. An anagama kiln is the fix. This furnace heats fast, starving oxygen, to forge ultra-strong, jet-black gear, basically Japanese ceramics. He didn't know Carisha's secrets, but he'd outclassed them. Mastering Sue tech became the top priority to give the village its own exclusive product. Almost knew his blessing made logging child's play, but Tetra sensed his power far exceeded any ordinary man. With the strength of 10 men, he used the Griffin's basic blessing to level the woods. Logging complete, the leader gave the next order. Start digging. The dough is perfect. Ron asks for the next step, and the teacher finds clay nearby to reinforce the furnace. Almost explains air tightness keeps the heat in. If air leaks during firing, the SUE is ruined. The leader's past life memories worked. The team built an oven that crushed expectations, and now they just need to master the craft. The boys are useless. Ron and Rosie throw clay, while Graham tries to stop them. Their teacher's livid. They can't even mold a plate, despite needing supplies. Tetra questions them. Almost warns the pots are fragile and orders them dried. Rosie finds a crack, but Ron snidely blames poor clay mixing. The leader starts the firing, warning that a kiln built by rookies want to produce miracles. The mentor pulls the pot from the kiln, stunned by its gray finish. It's Kurosabi, a premium ceramic far more valuable than Rosita's usual gear. The leader praised the sound of the beginner's work, but Rosie fumed when his product shattered, like Ron's Sean snapped that it's just kids playing with clay. He nearly told them they have more chances, just push harder next time. With time to spare, the boys start making charcoal, stacking logs tight and stuffing the gaps with dry leaves. The mentor preps the stove, lighting the fire and sealing it shut. Tomorrow they'll have fresh charcoal. Tetra likens the process to ceramics. Almost agrees, noting oxygen flow is the key. Intrigued, Tetra asks what oxygen actually is. The teacher explains oxygen fuels fire, but Tetra drops a curveball. Why doesn't the oxygen burn itself? The boy couldn't answer. He explains, fire is just carbon reacting with oxygen. Oxygen doesn't burn, it just triggers the reaction. She's finally starting to get it. Checking the stove, the teacher finds low-grade coal ruined by poor storage, but it'll still keep the kids warm through winter. Winter ends, a new year begins, and the Griffin hands the kids over to a wanderer after their long stay. Population grows by 10, so the teacher grills Tetra on taxes. She explains rates vary by recipient, listing the big four: land, poll, income, and military. Leader figured the parents dumped them to dodge taxes. Graham asked if they were from Rosita. Tetra says, wait, Rosita's taxes are dirt cheap because their ruler refuses to rob them. Cyan reveals the kids claim they're from Rosita, home of the noble Ash family. The abbot asks if they knew those nobles owned the land. She confirmed the Ash family head was toppled by his own vassals. The family is defecting from the Rosic state, but the king's crackdown is tearing them apart from the inside. Almas realizes war losses force tax hikes, draining the people less food right before winter. Tetra panics, asking if the news is true, and tries to bolt, but the leader cuts her off, demanding to know where she's going. She sensed something was wrong with her parents, but Almas insisted everything was fine. Even asleep, he's gripped by worry, sensing the girl's deep trauma. Cyan asks about Tetra. Lulu's shocked to see her friend cry for the first time. Cyan calms them, saying even the strongest need tears, and tells them to follow. He knew kids cry for everything: nightmares, missing parents, or no reason at all. To him, it was just part of being a child. Mentors usually comfort kids, but Tetra's state is a first Ron and Rosie worry. But the leader reassures them she's fine, finally breathing a sigh of relief. She'd been bottling her tears for too long. Kids need to let it all out. Almas tells the boys to stay quiet so Tetra isn't ashamed of her weakness, then moves them to the fields to let her sleep. Watching the sleeping Tetra and the newcomers, the leader knew his next move had to be perfect. In Rosette's, Almas asks Yuria for permission to meet her father. She says her dad loves meeting her friends and will definitely allow it, then asks if he's serious. Since the Romanist forest borders 4 warring states, he's seeking protection from her father, the only man with enough power to keep them safe. Taxes are a nightmare, and you can hide behind that Griffin forever. Yuria nods, heading to the palace. The boy gawks at the massive mansions and insane luxury. Introducing himself as her father, he thanks the boy for befriending his daughter. She laughs, revealing her dad is King Rossitz. Her friend panics. Why didn't she warn him the king was already staring him down? Almas bowed, meeting Mrs. Yuria for the first time and calling it a massive honor to be her friend. Smiling, the man told him to drop the formalities and treat him like his friend, his own father. The king reveals she's never had a friend before. She begs him to stop, and the MC realizes she was being honest. He figured the kid wasn't there for Yuri's dad, but to exploit his influence for power. The king tells him to relax and speak up. Since he's the princess's first friend, the monarch will help however he can. He hid his reincarnation. Things were already too messy, and he didn't want to spark more doubt with a crazy story. Horrified that his people are abandoning kids in the Romelian forest, the king feels the weight of his crown and hunts for a solution. He clarifies it's not about a shelter, telling the king to scrap that idea for now. He smiled kindly, brushing it off since his mind was already elsewhere. The king bows low to thank the boy, vowing to protect his people. Stunned by the royal respect, the young man freezes while Yuri's father scans his face for his true. The king welcomes them as citizens, vowing to protect their lives and property. Almas says the forest folk rely on the Griffin for food, but taxes shouldn't be a problem. The king grants a 5-year tax break, admitting the new territory is way too broke to pay. The leader's certain the new gen will stand on their own in 5 years. Almas accepts citizenship and tax duties. The king welcomes them, and the boy finally breathes a sigh of relief. Relief washes over him. The kids are safe, their future is secure, and for the first time in ages, he can finally relax. The king asked if any Ash family nobles were among the arrivals. Almost admits Ash children are among them, driven from home by crushing taxes. The king nods, accepting the grim truth. Father Yuri stared him down. He'd heard the arguments, but now the kid had to listen to 3 strict demands. The boy's stunned. He only had one request, but the king demands 3 conditions. The ruler insisted on heading to Amusa to see the truth for himself. He agreed the king had to see for himself if this newcomer was a loyal ally or a hidden threat. Second, stay friends with Uriah. Finally, he must tutor the girl in math. Elmas accepted, but suggested a more experienced teacher for someone this important. The king objects, knowing his daughter's friend is a math genius who outclasses every local merchant. The man awkwardly admits Uriah is failing basic math, but when she tries to explain, everyone shuts her down. He tested her 100 grains of rice for 25 kids. She answered 10, and the guys realized her math was a total disaster. The king figured if the boy truly valued their bond, he wouldn't refuse to support and train her. Almas is shocked to get a reward. The king promises him 1 gold coin every month. He vowed to teach her everything, but Yuri snapped, screaming for magic instead of wasting time on boring math. Almas impressed the king, but Raymond interrupts to anxiously ask his plan. The king snaps back, demanding Raymond clarify the word intentioned. Raymond voiced his doubts about letting the guy tutor his niece. The king shuts down the critics, insisting Uriah's friend is the key to her growth. Studying together makes learning faster and more fun, ensuring she masters her lessons. Raymond demanded the real reason for this decision. The king denies any schemes, claiming he is just building for the future. Since the boys' group has a massive Griffin, they're safe under his watch. Raymond suspects a Griffin reference, as the king explains that stories of kids raised by tigers and dragons are common, and his people love them. Uriah's father saw the boy's potential, deciding he's worth keeping. The brother backed the king's call. The king had no solid plans for Almas yet, but he'd use their weekly tutoring sessions to size him up. Raymond called his brother predictable. Snapping at his critics, he defended his rule. It's not perfect, but he's far from helpless. He sighed, admitting that failing Lago Esh's legacy proved he was a failure as a manager. Raymond warns losing the powerful Ash family would ruin the kingdom, but the king snaps that he's got far worse problems. Losing the Ash family cost them their loyalists, and now rival kingdoms are uniting to crush the state. Raymond's livid over Augustus's invasion, but the king admits they're just as guilty of violating those same borders. No worthy sons meant political chaos. The king told Raymond to cool it. He still had his daughter, Uriah. He loved his daughter, but his wife died right after birth. Fate struck again. Still no son. Raymond tells his brother to forget the past and focus on the now, proposing a side branch, relative marry Uriah. Suddenly, Uriah sneezes, catching a cold. The king wanted his daughter happy, but felt powerless as disasters crushed his kingdom. The king feared Rositz would fall on his watch, but he'd find a way out, betting their entire future on the boy raised by the Griffin. Rosic had to see the end, never imagining his choice would save his kingdom and the entire Eldenaya Peninsula, sparking a miracle that rewrote history forever. The teacher notices Tetra's acting weird. She's always been quiet, but now she's even worse. Something's definitely eating at her. The leader and the rest saw it too. He had to solve the mystery and find the girl. Almas notices Tetra's depressed and tells her she doesn't have to talk, but the crew always has her back. She realized he caught on. The leader called it obvious and demanded to know what was wrong. She made him promise to keep it a secret. Her name's Tetra Ash. He'd suspected this for a while. Ever since the Ash clan attack, she'd been acting visibly anxious. He was shocked. The mentor never expected a noble kid here, but it didn't matter. She was still the same Tetra. Relieved, she thanks him, but he asks what her problem is. She was certain her parents were dead. Despite a tiny hope they were prisoners, she'd never forgive Robert Firmit. Almas realizes Robert Firm is an ally, and her parents kill her. Tetris and her father were close, but a commoner rose to power and repaid him like this. The girl screamed she'd never forgive him. Asked if she wants revenge, she says she doesn't know. Tetra wanted him crushed, but she wouldn't leave. She felt nothing for the other app. She's torn between avenging her family and leaving her friends, so he promises they'll never leave her side. She sadly admits her parents said the same thing. Mentor tells her to protect everyone since she's way smarter than him. Tetra agrees to protect them. Almost warns her if she plays hero, tell him so he can back her up. He begged her not to carry the burden alone. She's too precious to him. Tetra asks about Rhodes, so Almas explains his feelings without magic. He's confused by her blushing, since they were like siblings, but she's just terrified of being a coward, and she shouted her confession, face flushing and heart pounding as her eyes lit up with joy. Cyan bursts in, cheering about gardening. She shows Tetra her harvest and asks what the big meeting was about. Cyan snaps an apology and bolts, yelling that Tetra and Almas are meeting in secret. Tetra tries to explain, but the teacher stays cool, crediting Cyan for Tetra's safety. A year later, nearly 14, Ron asks the leader to speak with Adelna. He agrees it's time to return the language blessing to the Griffin. Tetra's help nearly mastered his Kairos, but things aren't all smooth sailing. The leader pays the tax for threes. The clerk asks if he's from Romalia. He confirms, then pays for Ron and Cyan. Taxes are low for now, but once the kids grow up, they want to afford the bill. Protection ends this year, so they need cash. The boy can just stop thinking about Griffins. Demand forget taxes, just bring me wine. The boy wonders what to do, but Lulu tells him to focus on grinding wheat and orders Rosie to stop standing around. He admits he is totally clueless. Rose notes last year's harvest was brutal. Zion agrees they nearly die. He was told to grind as hard as last year, but he was totally caught off guard. The leader grills Graham on how they harvested last year. She explains they started by hand-picking every grain. Wooden blocks are back-breaking work. Almost reveals the Senba Koki and explains how it worked. Zion finds this 100 times easier. Tetra adds used bamboo or metal for the top would want to work. She notes the simple design makes work easy and slams the misogyny, while he realizes he's seen it in his past life. Ron wants the world to know, but the leader starts with cleaning. Cyan warns it's tough. Rosie hopes for a plan, and almost stone mortar won't help much. Ron takes charge. The mentor's glad their numbers mean a quick finish, but next they have to separate the grain. The boy asks about the basket, so Tetra explains her sifting method. Pour in the rice, let the lighter husks rise, and repeat until the grains are spotless. He stops her to test a winnowing fan, a bladed tool that blasts chaff off grain. Pour grain in the top and crank the handle. Graham's hype that one turn cleans so much, while Lulu enjoys the breeze. The leader explains the internal blades and the students catch on. Practice begins, but the winnowing fan handle suddenly snaps. Tetris calls for a new handle, and Almas agrees, relieved the grain is sorted. Yuria asks how she looks, and her friend says great. She tells him to drop the axe since they are alone, but he's playing it safe for eavesdroppers. She rejects his arrogance, so he asks if she'll keep studying math. She asks if he's bored of her, but he says no. Yuria clings to him, screaming for him to stay. Alma says she's got it wrong, but she's already crushing him. She apologizes, but he figured she'd already mastered the math he was supposed to teach. They have run out of money and training is ending. Yarya says it is not her call. He needs to talk to her father. The king asks if the boy is quitting on Yuria, leaving her alone. The boy wants a deadline, but the king says there isn't one teacher everything, then just visit. Who else would he play shogi with? He chuckled, admiring the board he'd built himself. Adelna lacked entertainment, so the boy created shogi for profit, but Tetra warned it was too easy to copy to be worth selling. She's right, patents don't exist here. Without exclusive materials, anyone can steal his game and seize the market. Plus, it's way too complex for most players. He pitched the game to King Rausitz to win over the nobles. The king was hooked. A guard spot was possible, but he'd wait until his kids grew up. He realized the training was all for Yuria. He was her only friend, isolated from everyone, and her father let the words sink in. He forgot why, but his daughter cut ties with her family. Olness suspects she's just using people. But the king says commoners shun her noble status. He knew she hated her noble roots, but her dad's ignorance spelled trouble. With 1 in a million magic, she's destined to be the high priestess. The boy asks if it's a secret, but the man doesn't care. Everyone in Resitzer knows her talent, and all that matters is she's his only daughter. Yuri's dad warns her about power-hungry suitors. She despises. Alma suggests hiding her identity, but her father says it's too difficult. She's too famous to leave the capital, and painfully shy meeting him was a total fluke, fueled only by her need for a healing plant. Now he's searching for someone to befriend her. Alma suggests Yuri befriend the village kids, and the king loves it. Raymond questions sending his niece to Griffin Forest, but his brother confirms the plan is already locked in. Feeling safe, the relatives sent an owl mage to scout. The king questioned the soul. Enslavement has risks and demanded the report. Raymond warned of tech, but the magician survived. The forest is safe. The boy's Griffin bond is real, so what's the problem? Raging at the lawless forest, the brother questioned Uria's need for friends. The king stood firm, befriending the Griffin was worth a shot. Raymond was too naive. The king favored Almos and ordered Raymond to remember him. The king offered him vassalage, and Raymond was stunned. Mastering math and theology at his age made him the kingdom's smartest kid. He offers him a landlord title, but the man jokes he'd need to marry into it first. They laugh, wondering who the father-in-law would be. Yuria introduces herself, crediting Almas for her safety. The guys finally grant her entry to the village. She was the village's first guest, bonding with the woods and meeting everyone, but suddenly turned nervous. Sion asked about their relationship with the leader. Yuria reveals they're a couple, and everyone's stunned he landed such a beauty. Al almost shuts down the jokes as Tetra demands the truth, but they both claim it's just a prank. Yuri asks if he'd mind if she left for real. Amos begs Tetra to stop being mad. He's in agony. As she rages, the man in the bushes jokes that popularity must be tough. Nearly spotted Bolton Pompey drinking, he expected extra guards from Mrs. Yuria. The man says the king trusts her friend, but the boy counters it's not just about his skills as a warrior. Bolton claims he's just a drunk, which suits Almas if he stays hidden and ignores his duty. The king want to find out. The man quickly backtracks, denying. The leader's hiding a secret. Tetra is King Lagoach's daughter. She's still livid, and if the king of Rossets finds out, he'll drag her back. He wants her back in Rossades, but she's dodging an arranged marriage, plus he still needs her to teach him Kirishi. Bolton had no clue Noble's debut at 12, but she was abandoned at 10. He'd never recognize her. Plus, he's drunk and obsessed with the lady. The girls say hello, and the guard drops the formalities to ask what they're playing. When Yuria is suggested as a magic teacher, Bolton snaps, this isn't a game. She prefers poison over roses, so stop the talk. The leader wanted his village to thrive. He could teach math, but magic was out of reach, even though it was vital for survival. He hoped one of the girls would become a witch. Men lack magic, but curse protection is vital. Teaching others helps Yuria bond and improve while she hunts for caramel grass. Bolton tells the boy to drop the respect. He's just a commoner guard. When Almost asked how he got the job, Bolton explains the king of Rosettes values skill over status. At 17, he'll become an official with his own land. The boy thinks it's a stretch, but with the kingdom in chaos, the king is betting everything on him. Becoming an official meant power once the kids grew up. Bolton doubted the girls' magic, but the leader was certain they had already mastered math. He's stunned they're learning math. Some kids even outpace Yuria, while another girl teaches them all to read and write Kyrosian. The guard's stunned by the literate kids, and with magic training next, they're becoming geniuses. The mentor asks if Ron's crew can become officials, but the man says it's not his call. Bolton asks why the fields aren't divided. Realizing Bolton is scouting the village, not just guarding, Yuri, the man, explains that separation ruins the yield. Almas tells the man to take credit with Ika the king, then identifies the tools as a senbukoki and a winnowing fan, leaving the guard curious about their purpose. Bolton calls the village a gold mine, asking if the kid designed it all himself, making the boy blush. Senbukoki are easy to build, but metal teeth are better. He suggests stripping the device and using a diagram to explain the mechanics. Bolton was stunned by their bug spray and charcoal. He'd learned more than expected, but he was no warrior or official. He didn't value the info, but knew it had saved the kingdom, so Almas asked him to vouch for him to the king. Yuri sends the man to the princess. She screams for him to drown in his glass, and he decides it's the perfect way to die. Almost reaches the capital and faces the emperor, who asks how Yuria and her crew are doing. He confirms she's fine, but the man unfolding the veil has one more question. The emperor questioned Balin's crop rotation report, then realized it was the perfect excuse to summon him. Crop rotation sparked England's 18th century agricultural revolution. It was a total game changer. Explaining reincarnation to the king was impossible, so the boy claimed it was just a theory. Almost feels Haven to finish a full rotation, so it is too early to tell, and he tells the man exactly that. The king demanded a full harvest report. Almas agreed, but the king had one more thing to discuss. He asks if it'll work back home, but crop rotation fails on small plots. It needs massive fields and heavy labor. They must privatize all communal land for the elites and farmers. But Rosita's politics make this nearly impossible. The king agreed, claiming he knew his own political system best. England's second enclosure boosted crop rotation, but the Rosetsas are too messy to make it work. The boy asks if soldiers are mostly independent farmers, the king confirms, warning that losing those farms cripples the guard's strength. In Rosettes, soldiers buy their own gear, so wealth dictates rank, the rich ride as cavalry, while the poor struggle in the infantry. Skill beat guns, and the rich cashed in post-war. But were these elites just common soldiers and farmers? The king says force is unnecessary even for the Roseth clans. The rich already have their land and slaves. He told them to master crop rotation, and the kid had to agree. This isn't England. Real change starts at the top. Even small reforms work, and his village is already evolving, but they need cows and horses to truly speed things up. The king snaps him back to reality, demanding senbakoki and winnowing tech for his kingdom, and he'll pay any price to get him. He immediately asked for horses, so the king offered 2 plus a year of feed. Stunned, the boy thanked him. Horses are rare and expensive. They eat a ton, so a year's supply of food is a massive deal, like gifting 2 cars and a tank of gas. The king admits he underestimated the kid's genius, leaving the boy stunned. Tutoring the princess and making games, the king hails Almas as a genius sent by the Griffin. The boy calls it an exaggeration, but the king tells him not to be modest. He wants his take. He asks if Raymond can join, and the boy agrees. The king's brother greets Almas warmly, wanting to be friends, but Almas awkwardly pulls away. Raymond invites him to play shogi, and the boy says he'll think. They sit, and the king grills him on the kingdom's politics, demanding his take. Almas calls it nonsense. The shocked emperor demands answers. So Almas explains the kingdom is built on blood and land. The first generation was loyal, but as bloodlines mix in later generations, their patriotism inevitably fades. The King of Roses didn't grant this land. It's an ancestral legacy. These self-ruling nobles are a massive problem. The king's wealth and armies are scattered, and elite families rule the land. War is hard to handle, but a noble betrayal would gut the king's forces. Take the flood project. Local interest is everything. The current system is a trap. One bad move, and the king is finished. Foreign noble marriages could flip the war. The king and his brother listen to Almas in silence, trading look. The king dismisses their fears, since citizens can marry foreigners, but the boy insists the law apply to powerful nobles too. He warns that without this, riots will sweep the nation. The royals agreed they'd totally missed it. A power marriage looks great, but there's a catch. One family rebels, and the whole country follows blood ties, spread the fire fast. The king agreed to hear his ideas for fixing the system. Almas realized noble friends love arguing politics. Back home, they just hit a fancy restaurant. The kid doesn't hesitate. He tells the king they need to centralize. In his past life, Japan used the Taika reform to crush the elites, later swapping daimyo lands for prefectures, a classic power move used throughout history. The king backs Almas, and his brother is shocked a kid shares their vision. He asks how Almas suggests using divine power to set their kingdom above the rest. The king demands details, so the boy suggests faking a myth that the Roseth clan are divine chosen. He doesn't know the local lore, but it'll work, the king asks for. Almost demands the king scrap taxes and military service for the rich do it, or he won to help. He reveals their secret plan for centralization. The shocked youth asks if it's true centralization is easier said than done. The king rejects the plan, admitting his cooking method is wrong and he won't let them. Frustrated by his kingdom and lack of talent, the king's stomach knots up. Suddenly, he clutches his chest and coughs violently, terrifying his brother. The king coughs blood, and his brother rushes to help with my handkerchief. The man apologizes, but the truth was inevitable. He asks the king when it all began 10 years ago. He suggests Uriah's help, but the king only sighs heavily. Staring at his bloody hand, he doubts she'll make it. Almas asks how much time he has left, but he stays silent. Impressed by the boy's genius, the king tasks him with centralizing the realm. Before he dies, his inevitable end is a problem for later. He returns with a massive surprise, and the crew rushes out, staring in total shock. Leading 2 horses by the reins, the boys are stoked with their new animals. Almas asks if they've seen a horse. One boy touches one for the first time, but as the chief warns him, another man spots something. On the other horse sat Rhea, Almas's new slave, leaving the guys wondering why he even needed her. The head explains that mastering horses requires deep knowledge, expert care, and constant riding practice. The king offers a horse expert slave since the village has room. Raymond leads the boy to pick one. He tried to greet the chosen girl, but her German left him baffled. A young man stepped in, offering to translate for them. The leader orders her treated as an equal. Seeing Rose's confusion, he asks if he's interested. He denies everything, but the chief tells him not to be shy. A girl runs up asking for souvenirs, so he pulls out a bag of fried meat. She's thrilled and feeds her boyfriend. Almas looked away. 14-year-olds in love were just weird, and as the big brother, he felt a total contradiction. Graham shocks everyone by hauling a boar on his neck. Only 12, he's built like a tank, claiming archery takes serious muscle. A girl leaps from the bushes, boasting she's the best disguise. Lulu uses witch magic to track the boar. She boasts about Urea praising her magic, while the guy notes Soyeon and Tetra are also powerhouses. Frustrated by his own lack of magic but proud of his friends, Alma suggests. The boys return to a cheering city. Tetra confirms the goats devoured the wasteland, and Almas leaves the horses with Rhea and Rosewood. Tetra watches the horses pull a plow and a hero gifts from the king, who almost promised the boys even more. They surged forward, Rose crying out as she struggled with the plow. The leader spat that the horse was a total disgrace. He tells her to prep the plow for next time. She recalls his new invention, but even after his explanation, she's still totally lost. This herb is dangerous, but Urine knows it's a witchcraft painkiller. It's banned globally, so addiction isn't an issue. These seeds are super nutritious, grow lightning fast, and are easy to replant. You can even turn them into clothes. Almas harvests fibers for ropes like his past life, focusing on gear since Griffin's support ends this summer and taxes are spiking. They need to craft products, and this herb is vital. He brings the girls along to find a special new ingredient. He reveals 3 ways to record knowledge on the peninsula papyrus. Sheepskin and board papyrus snaps easily, and bugs devour the sheepskin. The board's too small for long notes, but Almas has a better idea to paper. It's been ages since he's seen it. Tetra questions the papyrus used since locals can to write, but the chief plans to sell it to the king of Risitsa. Poverin explains kings need paper to preserve history, paving the way for new jobs like the papermaster. He leads the girls far from the village for water, digging a riverside pool to soak their materials, soften it to strip the black bark and extract the fiber. It's just a trial run, but more effort means higher quality paper. Mix ash and water until it turns white. That glowing liquid is actually lye. They need lye dangerous stuff. Mix it with bark and straw, then get it boiling. The girls spot stewed meat, drawing in a hungry guy, but almost warns him it'll wreck his stomach. Cool it, wash it, and soak it overnight. Almas feeds and praises the crew for their hard work, and suddenly night falls. The leader says grind it wet, so Ron takes over. He's making wheat starch now, a huge step up from just boiling flour in his past life. Mix the starch, glue, and liquid to create the base. It's not paper yet, just the raw material ready for shaping. He grabs a water-sucking paper tray, pours the mix over her, and shakes it level. Tetra's stunned by the beauty. The leader explains repeat the process, then pull the top mold to dry. She asks if it's okay, and Almas confirms they can finally make smooth, high-quality paper, even if it is thinner than he expected. The leader drops a sheet of paper, leaving the kids stunned by the incredible invention. Softer than papyrus and lighter than sheepskin, this paper is a gold mine. Mass produce it, and it'll sell. He thanks the inventors and tells his crew to start selling. Almas hands the king his invention paper. Rositz tests it and, impressed, praises the brilliant idea. The village produces samples, and the king buys the whole stock. He demands the secret method, but Almas refuses to talk. He laughs it off, signing a 3-year paper deal, but demanding better quality on the king's direct orders. The king wants local paper, but the quality's currently too low. Once it improves, they'll buy it all in bulk. Production stays in Almusa for now, but the man bans all outside sale. He expected this from the king and considered selling it off. He didn't trust the reports, but knew the outcome benefited everyone. Another year passes as Almas wanders the forest. The Griffin's protection ended. Under its rule, the village thrived on trade and farming, staying stable through every struggle. Without the Griffin, he'd never have the gift of language. Now he's finally reached his destination. The beast itself. The giant bird greets Almas, praising him for training the team and keeping everyone alive. The boy credited the villagers' hard work and claimed he did nothing, but the Griffin knew better. Backed by King Rositz and the Griffin, he protected the village and its people. The bird asks if the boy needs the gift of language. The leader says no, but he still needs it for Rhea separate from the Griffin's contract. Rhea's picking up Adelia's language, and Rosewood shocks everyone by learning German just to talk to her. Love works wonders. The Griffin reclaims his gift, pecking the boy's forehead as he feels something vanish. Let us make it more fast-paced. The bird demands regular reports and boos as a thank you. Almost smiles and nods. Returning home, the chief overlooks the village. A girl asks about the Griffin, so he relays its thanks and a request for more fruit wine. Once abandoned, it's now better than anywhere else. He flashes back to how it used to look. He recalled his new friends and their relentless hustle. Checking the facts himself, he praised their great work. He turns to the man, who tells Tetra to gather everyone for a major announcement. The chief revealed that Rose's harvest is massive this year, a fact both he and Yuri witnessed firsthand. Rose demands answers. Almas confirms the boy is from Rosette's and tells him he's finally going home to his parents. The chief frees all Rosette-born kids, but losing them alongside Rosewood means a massive labor shortage. Doesn't matter, kids belong with their parents. The Griffin's contract is up, so it's time they went home. Almost never knew his own parents, but these kids are different. He claims the kingdom's better now, so anyone who wants to return is free to leave. Rosewood steps up, asking if the leader's gone insane. He's baffled. Did losing the Griffin's blessing ruin his ability to communicate? Rose makes it clear love doesn't erase abandonment, and no matter the excuse, it's unforgivable. The crowd backs him. Food want to save them if returning means being exiled or sold into slavery. None of them planned on returning. Hearing their words, Alma finally gets it. Go back to parents who dumped you once and they'll do it again. Why didn't he see it? Orphans always idolize the parents who left them. Realizing he'd exposed his insecurities, the leader goes silent, so Rosewood tells the group to just forget him. The boys grinned at their leader, telling Almas they loved him. They beg him to stay and keep leading. No one else shares a bond this strong. Everyone adores Almas. Ron asks, who wants to go home? Silence, he raises his fist and roars, who's following the leader? Surrounded, he offers one last chance to go home, but this is just the start and no one's leaving. I don't get it. They used to scream for their parents, but now they refuse to go back. Tetra explains everyone loves the leader, bringing the young man to tears. He wiped his eyes and denied crying, telling the boys to keep following their leader, but a sudden doubt stopped him cold. He admitted the whole thing felt like a setup, so the boys teased him about the weird looks Tetra warned them about. Tetra says Ron wanted to make Alma cry, but a terrified Ron blames Rosewood, who tells him to stop shifting the blame. They even rehearse their lines in that final battle cry. Embarrassed, he looks away, claiming he's just lucky. Days later, he asks Yuria and the girls if Witcher magic is always this boring. The princess doesn't mind his company, but today they're busy practicing barrier spells. She warned him not to distract the girls. He wondered if the barrier broke curses, still doubting witchcraft despite recent events. Tetra forces a magic potion on him, but the vibe is suspicious and she's barely dressed. Suspecting a trap, he tricks some nearby goats into drinking the potion, swearing it's just a normal tonic. The goat's behavior terrified the guy, while the girl bolted. Mortified when he told the story, she immediately scolded Yuri for fidgeting. He remembered girls cursing a tree. It took hours to wither, and as the leaves finally fell, the girl asked what the complaint was. He asks if she can wither the tree. She says yes, but it's a waste of energy. He sighs, wishing for a monster detector instead. He needed answers. Being useful is fine, but masking your scent with fur and jumping across rooftops for stealth, that's just sketchy. Returning as a wild beast is a nightmare. He blames her training, but the princess shuts him down. Lulu was always a monster. The girl howls she's just merging with animals, but Yuria cuts her off, forcing her to focus on magic. He remembered Soyeon's soul-swapping animal technique, but the princess promised her magic was just getting started. Soaring as an owl felt incredible, the only thing that made magic worth it. Back in her body, she twisted her head like an owl. Ron called out, and tragedy struck. She claims Ron was just teasing her, but the princess shuts down her excuses and tells her to stay calm. The guy doubted the Witcher magic, so Yuri stepped up to prove him wrong. She demonstrates instant fire magic, but admits it's usually a slow mana drain compared to her fortress. Princess asks for his take. He calls it cool but a waste of energy. Tetra's got a plan and demands a second look. Yuria shows it, calling it useless, but the girls already mastered the magic. Dragging himself out of bed, the boy wonders what Yuri wants so late. She'd mentioned the visit earlier, and the king already gave her the green light. Adelia's moon is stunning, but with no alarms, he's stuck waking everyone up like a mom. Tetra's the hardest to wake up. It takes serious effort, and she's a nightmare if she oversleeps. The leader heads to the river for a bath before waking the crew. He arrives to find Tetra bathing in the river. Stunned and embarrassed, the guy yelps. Hearing him, the girl spots him and dives underwater. She turned away, cowering, and asked what he saw, but the terrified guy yelled he only saw her bath. She asks if Almas is lying, but he swears he saw nothing. Tetra caught him eyeing her birthmark and offered a closer look. He inspects her tattoo, but she reveals it's an elite family crest, and Yuri might have one too. Tattoos were common in Japan and stylish in the West, but in Idilia, ink defines your status and marks you as a mage. She shyly asks for her clothes. Handing them over, he realizes he no longer sees her as a sister, but as a childhood friend, finally growing up. He ignored the fact she was 13 and all the possibilities, pushing the thought away as useless while dressing. She claimed she'd done something amazing and he could count on her. By the river at night, the leader asks Yuria to reveal her Tetris invention. She nods, promising he'll be blown away. He'd already seen it when Bolton was down hugging a barrel. Right then, Tetra appears with a paper. She slams a red geometric symbol onto the table, revealing the ink as her own blood. She waved him off, saying the wound was already disinfected. Tetra told Ron to kill the lights and got to work. She touches the magic circle, the leaf glows bright, and the guys are stunned. Alma refuses since he lacks Witcher magic, but the girls pressure him into trying. He gives in. He is in, and the result is identical. He's stunned, but the princess explains magic only needs two things first: soul power. It's unique to everyone but stronger in girls, though not all can master it. Once they understood, she revealed the fix: just inject magic from the outside. It takes a sacrifice, witch blood, or a mind stone full of magic blue, plus the magician's own skill and experience. Magic is pure instinct. Gifted kids cast spells from childhood without even realizing it. It's like breathing natural, but impossible to teach. Still, you can spark magic through dance. First-class mages cast with a thought. He gets the logic, but not his own power. Yuria reveals Tetra's magic is bloodborne, triggered by that symbol. He asked if she drew the full light summoning symbol. She explains the symbol works on paper and transfers anywhere it's ready for anyone to activate. Asked how she created it, she says it was just trial and error. Arithmetic is the world's foundation, and it saved her. Tetra names her invention a magic formula. Shocked, the boy asks if she invented something new. Yuria confirms. Magic history is full of spells, but Tetra's addition is a total game changer. Will everyone become a mage? Yuria says no. Some magic defies arithmetic. Tetra proved math can't explain square roots, pi, or emotions. Even before these concepts existed, she hit a massive breakthrough. The girls celebrate combining witchcraft and formula magic, lets even the talentless use it. Yuria asks if the guys follow, but Ron admits he's clueless. He just knows it's awesome. So spells without formulas aren't even a witchcraft. The princess reveals arithmetic is the secret to magic. This breakthrough discovery leads Tetris to choose it for a shocked Almas. The boy suggests witchcraft to distinguish it from Witcher magic, and Tetra instantly declares herself a witch. Hyped to be the world's first sorceress, she's dubbed the Ancestress. She acts her age, but the situation still feels heavy. A year later, the village is thriving and business is booming. The Manhwa is now a lively hub for 70 residents. 70 people is a lot, but Tetra explains they're May refugees fleeing high taxes. Rescued from the forest while unconscious, 30 more joined them over the next year. Graham finishes the roof, and after sending him to rest, the leader asks if the new adults are clashing with Ron. Only 6 adults join, and they've already grown deeply attached to Ron. The chief calls them strong and wise, and Tetra agrees they taught her to cook. Horse tillage expanded the fields, but the adults did the heavy lifting. The village has a massive surplus, relieved, almost heads into the forest to see the Griffin. The boy grins, handing a massive wine jug to the Griffin. The bird liked the gift, but wanted more, even though the guy thought it was a high-value item for sale. Emptying the jug, the Griffin asks for an update. The chief credits the bird for their prosperity, and the Griffin notes the expensive gift proves the harvest was a hit. They're independent now, but the Griffin admits he'd have nightmares if they went broke. Suddenly, he remembers something vital. The Griffin vows to aid Almas and his heirs in their darkest hour, leaving the young man absolutely stunned. He thanked the bird, both hoping it wouldn't come to this, as the Griffin took flight. The chief returns, still hauling that massive jug on his head. Even Elmas was stunned by the reception. No time to think, his girl grabs him and drags him away. He's stunned by her sudden force and the fact that something big just went down. Ron meets them and tells him to look inside, revealing a massive crowd of all ages from babies to elders. 30 obedient villagers stayed behind after the chief left. Suddenly, one man stands and asks if he's the village representative. Hearing yes, he reveals they're all from the same Farm Kingdom village. He's Earl, the acting village chief. They fled for May's famine to get here, Earl reveals. Is defenseless against curses because they purge their mages. Taxes skyrocket every year, and soldiers purge anyone who can to pay. They tried fleeing to Rosats, but the border was blocked, so they ended up here. Rumors spoke of a Griffin, guarded paradise deep in the forest where abandoned children live in peace. The village chief denies the rumors, claiming they're just farmers. The boys figure they're famous for trading animal skins in the capital. Feeding lost travelers and refugees risks exposure. Almas asks if they want to stay, and they agree. Villagers beg to join, but the chief hesitates. Adding 30 people to a village of kids is a massive risk. Suddenly, a woman turns to Ruru. She asks if it's Ruru, and Elmas asks about family, but the girl shows zero joy. The woman reaches out, but the girl screams, "Don't touch me," her eyes welling with tears of pure rage and fear. The woman plays innocent, but Ruru snaps it's too late to be a mother after abandoning her in the forest. Wiping her tears, she refused to accept them, insisting they return to the kingdom to protect their alliance. Ron shields the girl, standing his ground and shutting the idea down. A man sides with Ruru, but Soyeon objects. They were just abandoned runaways, same as them. Graham helped her out, then spotted a kid among the locals. He asked Tetra's opinion, but she was dead against it. The Ferme kingdom might be plotting an inside takeover. To be sure, the boy accepts them, but only if they prove their loyalty. Sighing, he heads to Ferme to clear things up, ordering a close watch on the targets while Ron guarantees he's on it. Tetra grabs the chief, joining him to ensure he's honest. He orders the rest to stay and obey for food and water. He warned them no tricks. Earl thanked him for the chance. He asked them to watch the panicked Ruru, then tells Tetra they're leaving on horseback. The boys reach the horses. The men demand a mount for their journey, but Tetra's hesitant to ride. The leader isn't worried, he just invented the stirrup. This world has saddles, but no footrests, so he adds them for instant stability. Rhea rides gearless, but she's the exception. This world mirrors the boy's home. Shooting from horseback is nearly impossible without balance, but stirrups turn any rookie into a rider. To avoid trouble, the boss only tells Rhea and swears Tetra to silence. She asks if he did it alone, but he credits Yuria and tells her to climb in. He tossed her onto the horse like a sack. She begged for gentleness, and he apologized instantly. She asks if Roland's always been ambitious. He confirms, and she snaps, bitter that everyone loves him. Errol's crew clearly hates him, but the girl reveals he was once a kind man close to her father, and she doesn't share their grudge. Speechless, Almas just nodded and called for camp before sunset. After resting up, the guys push forward and soon reach a village. Thinking it's Erla's village, he approaches the locals to demand answers. Asked why the village is empty, the warriors trade glances until one finally speaks up. The villagers vanished overnight. Now they're stuck forming a rescue team. What a total drag. Almas explains the situation as a warrior rants about unaffordable taxes. Suddenly, a man stamps his foot, drawing every eye. He grips his sword, demanding answers. The man claims they're just traders heading north who stopped to investigate the soldiers. He offers the warriors dried fruit, but one soldier eyes the horse, desperate to claim it. The warrior asks if the girl's his wife. The guy confirms they're newlyweds, and she nods, blushing. Alma offers help, but the leader refuses, knowing they can barely afford their own food. Pitying the soldiers, he shared all his dried fruit and asked how they'd get back or where they could even run. The warriors figure the people fled to the Griffin's forest paradise. Did they actually believe in him? The chief asks if searching those woods is even possible. The warrior reveals their voodoo sorcerers use dogs to track the villagers, pointing to a girl petting a hound. The guard praises the magic, hoping it asks for peace, not war, while the chief realizes the dogs are a liability. The warriors are terrified, but the king doesn't fear the Griffin. He ignores the beast's threat, ordering his men to bring back the escapees at any cost. They dreaded tomorrow's search. The boy apologized for his attitude, but with zero sales, he was moving on. He tipped the warriors with Danji and moved on, but Tetra knew trouble was heading straight for their village. Info secured, they raced back to the village. Ron demands answers, but the headman declares Earl and the villagers innocent. He helps Tetra down, checks for trouble, and rallies the group to share his travel intel. They gathered to face tomorrow's invasion. They offered to surrender, but Farmer's soldiers wanted to make them a brutal example to stop anyone else from escaping. The chief warns surrender means the king of Ferme will purge the village. But the MC demands to speak first. He refuses to abandon them if the king attacks. They'll need an army to fight back. Hidden by a roadless forest, this village was once a secret. But with Earl there, it's exposed, capture. A villager, and they'll spill the location instantly. 70 men look like easy prey, but adding Earl's crew hits 100 enough to strike fear. When the leader asks for input, Ron backs him up. They'd come too far to snitch now, but the guys were still terrified of Ruru's reaction. She fears leaving her parents makes her no different. The chief calls for objections, but silence follows. To Earl, he commands. They accept the refugees for now. Earl thanks them, but the chief warns it's only temporary. He warned their behavior was everything Earl bowed in promise. But the leader hesitated should he mention the approaching soldiers. Before he can report, Ruru and Ron burst in. King Ferme's soldiers are already closing in. The boys report soldiers are closing in. Ruru senses them with magic, but Earl is totally lost. The leader warns King Ferme is closing in to slaughter everyone and set a brutal example. Panic spreads, but Earl silences the crowd with a single word. He bowed in apology, but they were already in too deep. Even surrendering to the king wouldn't save the boys now. Earl asks if the refugees can join the fight. The leader agrees it's exactly what he wanted. Earl knelt in thanks, swearing to repay the debt with his expertise in trade and negotiation. Surprised but ready, Almas grabs Earl and sends Tetra to alert the village. The headman asks where they are home. The boy replies, then immediately asks how to handle the negotiations. Earl needs to force a negotiation, so he arms the entire village to confront the king at the gates. He mocks them as pacifists, asking why they want to defend the village. Earl snaps back. Their commander is an undefeated genius. They're bluffing. A massive army can't navigate these woods, so their real numbers are tiny. Grunts aren't this fast. These are his top elites, and he can't afford to lose a single man. Almas asks for the next move. They needed a fair deal to survive, but the elder claimed the king wanted them dead. Earl denied it, though I suspected he was selling everyone out. Earl refused. Surrendering meant losing everyone. If they gave in, the king would just pick them off one by one. He's sending a message they need to be dead on paper, not in person. He just needs proof of what they did. The king can't haul rotting corpses, so he strips their clothes for proof instead. The boy thought they'd need new clothes, but Earl insists this cheap bronze ring is all they need. He ignores Rosita's customs. In his land, kids get a massive ring once it fits. They're officially adult. He called it worthless, but now it's worth more than any gem. He spots a hidden engraving. It's the clan seal. Every nearby town bears the seal. The boy's satisfied, but the king and Earl say it's not enough. He isn't leaving yet. In the forest, the warrior fumed over the fugitives. A revolution would have been easier. No chase, just a quick kill. A warrior asks if the king will really betray his former subjects, and he confirms it without hesitation. Forgiveness breeds copycats. Be ruthless once to set a warning and stay on guard. He calmed the warriors. The Rosita invasion was set soon. They'd feast on the spoils. He finally saw the king's power, but now he's acting tough. What a joke. He forgot how hyped he was for their independence. They loathed the Ash family for their slave past. Logos wasn't weak. The commander was just elite, but the king still fumed over the Ash daughter's escape. A man reassures the king she's dead. No 10-year-old survives that forest alone. She's likely wolf food. Suddenly, King Firma gets word refugees spotted just to the south. The dog catches a scent, leading them straight to an entire village. The king's stunned to find a village here. The legendary Griffin guarded town he thought was just a myth. Warriors panic at fighting a god, but the king shuts them down. Griffins ignore human wars, especially deep in the forest he knows because he got lost there as a kid. He confronts the Griffin, who claims the deep forests stay out of his territory, and he's free to do as he pleases. Inspired by their king, the soldiers trusted his word and charged toward the village, determined to reach it at any cost. Warriors charge the village. The king estimates 100 residents, but their flimsy defenses are built for wolves, not war. An armed mob charges straight for the warriors. The king halts his men, ordering them to wait and watch. Suddenly, a young man steps out from the crowd, almost strode to the warriors, demanding to know what brought King Ferme there. The young man revealed he's the village leader, Almas. Ferme demands his deserters back for punishment, but the village leader refuses to let them die on his watch. Wait, let's make it even faster. The king offers to talk and beckons him, and the boy strides forward with confidence. The warriors are stunned as the boy boldly marches toward the king, hoping to keep everyone calm. The boys froze in terror, urged them to have faith, but Graham stepped up. He had a backup plan if things went south. Tetra clasped her hands, praying for the leader's safety. He greets King Ferme and asks to approach, but King shuts him down. The king's ready to hear why his demand was rejected, and the chief is just relieved he's finally listening. His village is empty, so he'll gladly take them off their hand. The king demanded blood, but the chief saw it coming. He pulled a ring, telling them to fake the punishment and surrender their rings as proof. He eyes his people and makes the call, hand over every ring in the village. He'll spare their lives and close a solid deal. The guy realizes Earl was right about everything. Giving it all meant starvation, so he offers half and signals. He warns them, refuse, and they'll burn it all to the ground. The king warns they'll starve, so the boy begs him to trust his choice. The man doubts they're ready to torch the village. He'll retreat for 70 of their loot. The crowd waits for the leader's verdict. It's a massive hit, but it's the only way out. He bowed, offering 70 of their property in the ring, but Ferme shut him down. Negotiations over. Later, Almas was relieved they avoided a fight. Petra asks what's next. He says he must see the king of Rossets and report everything. The boys doubt the king, but their leader says any help works, they can afford more trouble. He was about to set off on his journey when Earl suddenly asked to join him. He refused the request and stayed, but someone blocked his path again. Tetra is the one going with the leader. She finally dropped her stubbornness and agreed they're going together, leaving the village on the Rona. She's worried it's too dark to leave, but he promises the sun is coming. They head out, and Tetra admits she ran to protect her life with the group, still terrified of King Ferme. The king causes nothing but suffering, and as the last Ash survivor, she must bear the burden. He tells her life is hers alone. Forget the Earl or family duty, none of that matters. He told her not to force it, but she insisted her powerful family was part of her life. She was done running from King Ferme. To find freedom, she had to settle the score, leaving the young man speechless. The boys finally reached dawn. After taking down King Ferme, she finally popped the question. Fidgeting with eyes shut, the blushing girl screams for him to marry her. Once she calmed down, he admitted he hadn't expected this. He wanted her, but not like this. He suggests they dismount, chill, and talk. She proposes again, but he's stunned. He only sees her as a sister. It wasn't just her, he felt the same about every kid in the village. He never saw them as lovers, and if he had to change that, he warns her if they marry, she's stuck with him forever, no backing out. He shyly mentions kids, and Tetra's down for that too. She demands a simple yes or no. She asks if he loves her, and he says yeah. She kept prying and proposed again, but he shut her down. She was already upset, but his pride wouldn't let him stay silent. He had to say it himself. Almas drops to his knees and proposes to his companion. She agrees, happily slamming him to the ground. He urged them toward the kingdom to escape starvation, but a dark premonition told him something was wrong. At the palace, Almas reports their lost supplies, and the king pledges a year of food. He agreed to house the refugees, earning the boy's thanks. The king noted similar border raids, but was just glad the village survived. He still needed his taxes. Ross asks about the girl next to Almas, but Tetra says it's a long story. The king still doesn't remember her, so she reminds him of his visit to the Ash Mansion 10 years ago with her father. He orders silence and waves the guards out. Lie or stay silent, and your head rolls. Now, what's your father's name? She reveals her father is Laogos Ash, head of the family, and her mother is Helen. The man asks for her name. She apologizes for the late intro. Hand on heart, she introduced herself as Tetra Ash. The king is stunned. God hasn't abandoned him after all. The king demands proof, so she mentions the crest on her hip. He apologizes for the rudeness, but still insists on seeing it. Tetra impulsively lifted the fabric, exposing the tattoo. She asks if he's seen enough. The king apologizes and lets her dress. He asks for the ring, and she carefully pulls it out. Almas is stunned by the ring, But the girl admits she buried it, ashamed to own gold while everyone else was broke. She admits she'd sell it if they were desperate. But he's not even mad. The king stops the bickering and demands to see the ring. She also reveals her family's inherited seal. Almas figured it was just a document seal, as Tetra handed it to the king. He calls a coat of arms specialist to verify the items. If they're real, the girl gets them back. He asks if she's okay, she nods, and a coat of arms expert arrives. The girl leads Tetra to a private room, promising to see him later. Silence fills the hall. The king demands her origin, but Alma claims she's lived in his distant village for years. The king asks when he learned her secret. He admits it was years ago, but she begged him to stay silent. He bows in apology, but the king leans back, claiming he's not mad since the boy sheltered the last Ash survivor. He asks about their bond, and Almas reveals their engagement. The king doubts his resolve, but Almas stands firm. He demands nobility, unfazed by the king's warnings about rank. The king sighs, wondering what to tell Yuri. Almas asks again, but gets silence, proving she's real will take time, so he pivots to his current problem. The boy's answer was shaky, but the king wanted it after a quick pause. He calls Raymond, who's hyped to see Almas again. Greetings over. They hit the table. The kid immediately pushed for centralization. He chose the people's power, and the king demanded an explanation. He explains centralization power belongs at the top, but right now it's split between smaller regions. Uniting these regions is the only way, but the powerful families want to just hand over their soldiers and taxes. Step 1, bleed the elite families dry. Raymond lays out the plan. He claims that as the people rise, the elite families fall, infuriating the king and his brother. They expected the king to lose power, but by securing the people less rights, he becomes the ultimate guardian of the herd. To protect its people, the kingdom defies the powerful families. Instead of rulers versus subjects, this protection vow pits the elite families against the royals and the people. If nobles grab power, it's oppression. Raymond's happy, but the king asks one to this only work if the people demand it. Exactly, class war is imminent, driven by the kingless Kuriishi Federation. Republics vary by nation, but for the monarchist Adelians, this system is a massive upgrade. Raymond confirms it. Take the Ferme Rebellion. The king's brother found the lower class fueled it to build their own centralized government. The king liked the plan, but worried how to handle the nobles once their power was stripped. Almond suggests turning the families into noble bureaucrats to prevent a revolt. Now he just needs a way to lure them to the capital. Give them a court and political influence, but keep it central to maintain absolute control. Centralizing power slows everything to a crawl, so giving them autonomy is the only way to keep things moving in. They'll handle the rest after centralization. Raymond's so stunned by the plan, he asks Almas to be his son. He shouts his adoption offer again, stunning the king and the boy. The king's brother claimed Almas as his son. The king kicked the boy out and he bolted. The king yells to distract him, but the boy waits for Tetra while the king blasts his brother. He kept insisting he'd make this guy the next king. It's the next best play, but the king doesn't get it. Genius or not, he's just a 16-year-old commoner. Raymond agrees but asks who is next. He is first in line but childless, so the crown goes to Uriah, his husband. He couldn't hold back, asking if it was really Rignar de Bell. Raymond's livid. He thinks a random peasant would be a better heir. But with the Ash family gone, the Diables are now the kingdom at top power. True or not, his family calls him a cruel, reckless loser, obsessed with booze, girls, and cash. The brother refuses to serve, but the king warns that replacing him will destroy the kingdom. He thinks winning justifies erasing the family. No way he's handing his daughter over to a man like that. He'd already taken out both his wives. The king hated Rhaegar and refused to hand his daughter over to him. Marriage unites the families and centralizes power. But Raymond interrupts, questioning if the man will even cooperate. King freezes, admitting he's unfit, but asks, why bring this up? His brother snaps, this guy is the one. As a Griffin's son, his spiritual influence alone silences all dissent. He's a nice guy with zero status, giving you total political control. Third, he's a creative genius with elite knowledge. He's young, but with help, he'll be a great king. Raymond asks for doubts, but the king's only concern is the Bible family unification. He says joining them is impossible, so they're sticking to the Ash family plan. Tetra and Almas are in love, so they've got to get married. The Ashes lost their influence, but joining them makes you the king's adopted heir. As a Griffin's son Everyone accepts him as the next successor. Next, Almas marries Yuria. To complete the Ash and Roset's union, the king officially names the young man his successor. He hadn't picked an heir yet, so he warned them to keep quiet until he made his choice. Raymond thanks the king and asks for the boy's take. A servant fetches him instantly. The boy apologizes and the king's brother offers a seat. They locked eyes in silence before Raymond pushed to keep talking. He offered almost the succession again, and once the terms were clear, they demanded his answer. He asked why the man called him a good person, then revealed the truth: he's the son of a Griffin. Sheltering Tetra Ash is a massive deal he's overlooking. He proposes marriage, promising to eventually restore her family's power. Raymond says people love legends, like the princess who lost her land to rebels, was saved by a Griffin's son, and married him. He demands an answer, but the kid asks for time to think. Tetra approaches. The king confirms she's the Ash Patriarch's daughter and returns her gear. Almost decides it's time to head out. He told Tetrak they were heading back to warn the others, and the group set off. The guys returned to a warm welcome after their long trip, and Ruru immediately asked if they brought food. Almost promised a year of food in exchange for refugee care and immediate work. He had one more thing to say, so he told Ron to gather the crew at the cottage. Tetra's revealed as an Ash family princess. She apologizes for the secret, but the boys stay loyal. They all have pasts, and they're still friends. The leader drops a bombshell: the king of Rosette's brother wants to adopt him. The crew is stunned. Their boss is joining royalty, but the shock quickly turns into pure inspiration. Ruru planned to master voodoo magic as a royal servant, but then the truth hit. If Almas is royalty, Tetra's a princess. They're cheering, but he hates it. He remembers the loneliness of friends leaving the shelter and begs them to stop him. But they don't realize he's serious. He's happy, but joining the royals means leaving home. The guys just laugh, distance, want to stop them from meeting again. Everyone's backing him, pushing him to leave this place and find his future. He thanked them, staying the night before moving out. He left the village in their hands. Contact Earl if trouble hits, but talk to the group first. Ron nodded. After hanging at Almost, the boys head out, praising their leader and dreaming of meeting the king. The boys realize etiquette is vital. Ruru's fuming about being left behind, but Ron shuts her down. He told them to keep up to prove they're worthy servants and protectors. Next day, Tetra and Alma meet the king, and the boy accepts. Raymond happily suggests dad, but the kid finds it awkward, so they settle on father just as the king interrupts. Tetra joins the powerful Boros Ash Pyramidono to learn the family's ways, but the king's brother drags him away before they can even say goodbye. He lays out scrolls for etiquette training. Since most nobles are illiterate, the rules are loose. He just needs to speak correctly, and he's already a pro. 1 month later, the big day arrives, a massive nationwide celebration at the palace to introduce Tetra and Almas and welcome Tetra Ash home. Raymond tells him to reveal his face and remember his Griffin blood. Drained by the noise, the boy retreats to rest. Yuria approaches, noting it's been a long time. They haven't spoken since he arrived. The princess is stunned to have a new cousin, especially since Tetra is an Ash. Raymond's son skips the backstory to ask how the Rosettas see him. Yuria reassures him. Everyone's thrilled he's joined. The Diebol family is furious. They hate that a commoner like Almes joined the Rosettes and think the Tetra story is a total lie. The princess knows they hate this. With the Griffin's power and Tetra Ash back, the Rosettes are surging, forcing the leader to remember her engagement to Diebol. She glares at her cousin, demanding his point. He awkwardly asks for her thoughts, but she snaps that she hates him, then whispers she wishes she were in his place. He asks her to repeat that, but she just looks away, blushing hard. Tetra closes in. Almas meets the Ash family head, Boros Ash Perm, and shakes his hand in thanks. Weeping, the giant thanks the hero for saving the princess, redeeming his failure to protect Logos from Ferme. He vows his vassals total loyalty. Handing over the cloth, he realizes the Debels hate him, but the Ashes respect him. Now a Rossets, he declares their master servant, Bondev. He asks if Amos is marrying Tetra, but the guys shut him down instantly. That's a total taboo. She confirms the wedding is on, but he demands she keep it a secret. Yuri promised silence and congratulated the guys. Shogi fans swarm him instantly. He finally breaks free, but the princess has already vanished. Back at the village, the boys realize the peace means they can finally visit more often. A drunk guy complains about the kid joining his class, but the boy skips it to join the royal family. He raged while the boys whispered, debating if they should bring him and worrying about the village. He crushed Tetra's hope, saying the crowd was too massive, but sudden shouts sent them sprinting. The boys find Ruru struggling against strangers, screaming they aren't her parents. She spots Tetra and Almas, her eyes begging for rescue. The duo slinks away as Ron faces Almos. Demanding answers, Almos hears how they cornered Ruru after the leader left, turning a talk into a brutal, non-stop punishment. The woman begs Almos to reconsider, but he snaps, can they see they were just hurting the girl? There is no excuse for this. They abandon Ruruko in the forest, and that want to change. Forgiveness is her choice, not theirs, so he orders them to stop. Suddenly, someone bursts in. Earl seized Ruru's father, demanding answers, then forced him into a bow, begging for mercy and promising to punish them himself. Almas warned one more mistake meant expulsion. They agreed, later regrouping outside to talk it over. Earl saved Almas, but he's on his own now. More people mean rules and punishments, but if Almas enforces them, the refugees will revolt. Outsourcing minimizes the fallout. He thanks them for guarding the village, but Earl did all the heavy lifting. The boy asks Bartolo's take. He suggests a ditch around the palisade, forcing Ferme's troops to bleed on the forest roads before they reach the village. He can win if numbers are even, but he only has 40 men out of 100 villagers. If this village falls, the path to Rosita is open. The man warns the capital will rally its full army. The boy listens, then asks, how high is Bartolo's rank? He's leading an army against the farm this year. The couple is stunned. Tetra thought he was just hauling booze, but he jokes he's mostly just drinking it. He claimed command, but lacked border authority. To prove his fame, he challenged them to a sword fight. They'll face the king eventually, so this is perfect practice. Bartolo is the ultimate benchmark, and all miss is going all out. The strike shatters both swords, sending Bartolo flying. Yuan Xiao's annoyed, but he knew the wood couldn't handle his strength. His legs are just as powerful, reminding the man of Uria's blessing. Without it, he's finished. Suddenly, a group rushes up, asking if soldiers are ahead. They bowed, begging to join the army and fight beside their leader. He promised training starts, soon passes test, and the leader will approve. Yuria asks Almas about the army, high morale conscripts. No mercs, Almas is impressed, but he's looking for Ron and the crew. Where are they? The princess explains the group split. He looks out, confirms she's right, and scans the archers for Graham. Recruits line up for archery practice, but their aim is pathetic, including a guy named Graham. They hated his form but told him to fire. He nails the bullseye, and the shocked warriors dismiss it as beginner's luck. He nails 4 more shots, earning instant praise. The Boston isn't he surprised? He expected nothing less. The princess points him toward the elite training grounds, where Ron and Rose are among the warriors. They've sparred hard, but only against each other. The princess spots the boy's unique movements. The leader agrees, recalling the kendo. His past life orphanage director taught him skills. He's now drilled into his squad. Bartolo greets Almas, boasting his men are elite fighters. Now it's time to prove it in a spar. Ron Budis introduces himself, but his bored opponent promises to go easy. When Ron strikes, the man tries to teach him a lesson, only to get wrecked. The princess cheers Ron's victory, while the warriors freeze in shock. A man stands up for his friend, snapping at the newcomer for going too hard during a warm-up. He vows to teach him a lesson, but he's forced to wait his turn, and the fight starts, but it's over in a flash. Another man crushed. The stunned crowd watches as a new warrior leaps out, mocking Ron's weird style, but still stepping up to challenge him. These two were unbeatable, shocking Bartolo, his men, and even Almas. The young man warned him that normal foes were too weak, yet his team crushed those elites with ease. Beside him, Yuria just giggled. Amused by his shock, Yuri apologizes and tells him to follow for an explanation. The girl explains the king's blessing evolved over the year. He's shocked, but the princess reveals it. Now, powers up everyone sworn to him. It's true. This secret is why the guys are so strong and never get sick. He asks why she waited, but Yuria admits she wanted him to figure it out himself. Too baddy. Yuria breaks the awkward silence, asking if he knows she must marry Rhaegar to make him king. But the boy just stares back, completely clueless. She needs to produce an heir, so she's spilling the truth now. It's her last chance. Staying any longer would break her resolve. This is the end. Confession over, she kisses the clueless guy, tears still glistening. Yuria pulls away, confessing she loves Almas. Her love is hopeless, so she'll only stay for Tetra. Before leaving, she reminds him of one thing: he was her first kiss. The royals saw everything, but Raymond was told to stay quiet. He agreed, reminding the king that Almas is the perfect match for his daughter. Yuria is in total despair. Who wouldn't be forced to marry a wife killer? If the king wants her happy, he'll let her marry Almas. The king claims Almas taking the throne guarantees success and Uriah's happiness. He's already outclassed the king's younger self, but reality isn't that simple. Crown him king and who follows? The Dables will revolt, Rengar won to stay idle, and civil war means the kingdom gets snatched. Disinfect the rot first, Raymond agrees, but it's too soon to judge. It's Almas or Rengar, the only options left. The king backs his brother later. Tetra finds Almas crafting alone and asks what he's making. He explains black powder, the world's oldest explosive, first invented in China. Past life horrors made him avoid military tech. But the farm threat forces his hand. It's time to build the Tetsuhao. Almas prepped the coal, scraping for quality. The golden crystal is sulfur, but nitrate comes from the dirt. Just dilute the soil, boil with coal, filter, and dry. Tetra asks to see the weapon, but he refuses. It's still a prototype. He tells her to stay back for a demo, and she covers her ears. A blast goes off. He explains it's lethal when packed, and fire triggers the boom. Add pebbles and scrap for shrapnel. Arson was the final play. The boy asked Tetra for fire circles. She said sparks were easy, so he told her to make several. 1 month later, he visits Bartolo, who's already planning King Farm's defeat. He asks about the failings, and Bartolo confirms he knows everything. He explains the spear and shield rush left hands guard the line, leaving the right side exposed for the elites to hold. He confirms the plan, noting success needs luck and morale. He suggests a cavalry flank, but they lack the numbers to pull it off. Stirrups are great, but not everyone can be cavalry. Alma's plan bait the enemy left and crush their weak right flank. Impressed, the man calls it typical for a Griffin's son. He spots the bottle and asks what it is, reminding almost why he's here to join him. In the forest, the boy jams a bottle into a tree and ignites it. He covers his ears and bolts just as a massive explosion erupts. Stunned, he asks how it's done. Alma produces another can of Bartolo, a genius invention. He asks for more, and Alma agrees. Victory was guaranteed, but failure meant ruin. 2 years flew by as Almos and his crew prepped for war. Another family defects to Asha, and loyalists want them back in power. 2 years since Tetra's arrival, rebellions are surging. She should have been killed long ago. Suspicious, true or not, she was pure trouble. Suddenly, a servant handed the king a scroll. A spy reports the king of Rosés collapsed from exhaustion. He can lead his army. It's the perfect time to strike. Short on food, the king says war's the fix, they owe pillage to survive. The men fear the Griffin, but I'm not sweating it. Refugees leaked a forest route through Alma's village. Was this place blessed by the Griffin? The king snapped Grian wouldn't let them starve. He seized the village as a base and ordered mages to watch the capital and town. Voodoo casters gather in the shadows, biting leaves to trigger soul transmigration surveillance. They scouted the territory, noticing beefed-up anti-human defenses, but 0 soldiers. As a mage turned to leave, disaster struck. Their predator strikes. They have to fly, or the real body dies with this one, but the hunter brought backup. These weren't just eagles, they were enemy mages. No tiny village has 3 casters this strong. They're from the kingdom. She's close and needs to report. An arrow strikes, the mages fall as Graham grabs the bird, admitting he shot himself while the mage fumes over the bitter leaf she's forced to chew. Ruru strikes first with her eagle, earning a high five from Graham. The girls worry about the consequences of killing the mages, but he quickly calms their nerves. Alma sent Earl to the king of Rossets for reinforcements on the fastest horse, and right on cue, he arrives. He sprints to report the king's seizure, skipping rest to demand backup. Earl reveals reinforcements are 3 days away because Furman is currently invading Rossets. He relayed Raymond's plan to split Rosette's army and wreck the capital, asking to stall Fermi's forces for 3 days. Almost only plea don't become like, he needs 500 capital reserves, but the city can be left defenseless. Ron arrives just in time, confirming the black powder is ready. Armed and supplied, the boys were ready for war. The young man ordered Ron and Rose to rally the village for defense. The king's mages vanished. Whether a beast or magic took them out is a mystery, but they know his nephew Rosets was at the scene. He sent scouts to investigate the guarded site. The city roared, vowing their next victory toast would be in King Rossett's palace. He told King Firma his 200 warriors were ready and asked how many to deploy. Fermi deploys 3,200 troops, ordering him to lead 200 warriors and seize the nearest village. He maps the strategy. 200 soldiers hit the village to distract and flank the capital, while he leads 3,000 warriors straight to Rosset. He asks if they're worried and admits he is too. They've only got 3,200 men against 15,000 enemies. The king cut a secret deal with Rhaegar. Dibble gets the crown and stays out of the fights. Thanks to the treaty, the Dibbles, the kingdom's second strongest family, are sitting this war out. The warriors stared in shock, sensing a massive shift was coming. His advisor warns Rhaegar will betray them and force the Roses into his debt. Ferme told them not to worry. Striking a deal with this guy would be easy. The Dibbles allied with neighboring kingdoms and moved to the border, forcing the Roses to split their army. Without the DB family, he's capped at 10,000 troops. The king's illness slashes that to 7,000. The king estimated 3,000 enemies, maybe 4,000 top. The soldiers cheered, certain this edge guaranteed victory while praising their king's foresight. The crowd hypes up, toasting the Roset's palace victory. Behind the barriers, they scouted the enemy fortress through the wooden screens. Zion confirms 200 of King Ferme's warriors have arrived, matching the report exactly. Camp erupted in chaos over the eagles and soul transmigration risks until Alma stepped up to restore order. The king's missing scouts confirm the front commander is leading the army. Ferme orders the gates open, a massive flex to crush the enemy's spirit and force submission. Surrender the food and open the gates and he'll spare your lives. Hearing his men refuse to surrender, he turned in shock, witnessing their absolute resolve. He signaled the strike, his men hit their marks, and the army roared back, ready for war. Almas is sure the final battle hits the main gate, so he's stacking his army there to force a head-on clash. A soldier wonders why the enemy charged head-on instead of flanking for a tactical edge. He scanned the high walls and deep ditches. Attacking now would be a bloodbath. Almas reveals the enemy is charging Rossett's capital, using their elite corps to end the war fast and minimize casualties. The siege ram rolls toward the walls, and the warriors roar. The final assault starts now. He asks about the crude structure and learns it's a battering ram, a siege weapon built to smash through heavy gates. Their shields tank the rocks. Direct shelling is useless, almost needs a new way to break through. A woman screams the siege engine is at the walls. Tension spikes as everyone waits for the next move. Shield bearers form a dense wall, screening the massive ram as it rolls forward. The soldier tensed at the gun's hum and creaking wood, cringing as he braced for the impact. The shield wall charges with a roar, but warriors suddenly vanish into a hidden pit. They plunged into a hidden spike pit, and their heavy shields were useless against the spears. Tower watchers smirked as the trap backfired on the attackers, leaving the soldiers below defenseless. The prince revealed a spiked pit floor. No one survived the collapse. He'd hidden more traps around the camp, hoping another enemy squad would walk right into them. Sappers waste no time, bridging the pit with shields and boards for the next wave. The tower signals the order, and soldiers rush to bridge the ditches with dense beams. Ordered into action, Sion and Ron pelt the boards with stones, resuming the shelling to stall the enemy advance. Stoneballs grabbed a boulder, hurled it into the enemy ranks, and roared for them to counterattack. Through a gap, he spots a heavy ram and a line of shield. Yuri yells to Almas Grams, shouting from the watchtower. Incoming arrows, the camp dives for cover. Hundreds of arrows rain over the wall, whistling past heads and forcing the defenders to dive behind their shields. Clutching Urea under the shields, he prays the wood survives the arrow rain. Everyone instantly dove under awnings and shields. An arrow punches through the shield, hitting the warrior's shoulder as alarms scream across the platform. Alma surveys the wounded men limp, clutching bloody gashes as camp tension boils. Graham stood to handle the archers, drawing his bow to knock down their arrows before they could fire again. He draws his bow, scanning for targets, until his squad points to the watchtower and demands he drop the sniper. Before the archer can fire, a boulder smashes the tower roof, leaving him screaming in pain. Pinned behind the tower wall, he screams he's a target, but non-stop shelling keeps him from aiming back. Ron screams more arrows. The walls whistle shrieks, forcing the fighters behind their shields to brace for the hit. Arrows rain down. The men shout and dive behind shields, hunkering down as the platforms are pelted. Mist grabs Yuri and orders Ron to keep throwing rocks while Ruru and the nuns lead the wounded deeper inside. A new attack is ordered. Shield bearers push forward behind sliding boards, stumbling for balance with every step. Graham fumes in the watchtower as another counterattack fails, pinned by relentless fire with zero room to breathe. Miss watched shield bearers slam rams into the gates. The fighters' hearts sank. They were already at the doors. The gates buckling. Almas takes charge, demanding order and promising he's got it under control. Tetra whispers his name. Hearing her tremble, almost locks eyes and vows he knows the truth. He won to back down when it counts. Soldiers hoist the massive ram with a roar, charging the gates as creaking wheels signal the next devastating blow. The ram screeches down the tracks and slams the support, shaking the tower as splinters explode everywhere. The gates shuddered with every strike, raining dust as the fighters held their breath, while the wood groaned under the pressure. Yuria screams as the gate crumbles. He shields her from the falling wreckage, but terror still fills her eye. Gripping the railing, sweat pouring, he strained to shout, "Don T, quit. We just need to stall until the machines kick in." "Stick to the plan," donned to panic. "And trust the traps," the reminder echoed in his head. Yuria squeezes his hand, whispering that everything will be fine. Her confidence stills Almas's heart, even as the terrifying storm of siege weapons rains down. Peering through the wall, Almas saw enemy shields swarming the gate. Their ranks tightened. The final clash was seconds away. A fighter leaps to the edge, nearly triggering Ron's signal, the one gesture that decides the fate of every defender. Waving his cloak, the warrior shouts that they're ready, instantly firing up his squad. Rosewood spots the signal, leaps onto the tower, and waves the cloth. The operation is a go. A soldier signals the start, torches the kerosene film, and ignites the underground network. The trap explodes. The ground quakes as smoke and debris erupt, shredding the barriers. Black smoke erupts from the crater as defenders reel. The blast just cleared the path to the main gate. The crew roared in triumph, but Raymond just nodded. His trap worked perfectly. Tetra grabs Almas's hand and whispers, "It worked." He clenches his fist. The plan was a success. Bartolo blessed the plan, but with zero practice, they're winging it for the first time mid-fight. The plans surround the village with a ditch and dig a massive pit at the gate to annihilate the invaders. Raymond eyes the hole, asking if it's really by the gate. Almas nods. It's all according to plan. A camouflage bridge covers the pit, hiding the trap while letting villagers pass freely. They'll build a dirt-filled wooden frame to disguise the secret as a normal road. They dig a tunnel from the bridge's secret chamber to the village for a fast escape. They rig the underground with oil and gunpowder. One spark to the fuse, and the gate assault is history. Raymond doubted the plan to lure the enemy to the gate and erase them without a trace. Tension peaks as Almas's gaze darkens. Prep is over. The plan begins. Acrid smoke choked the crater, forcing soldiers to shield their faces from the unbearable stench. Almas orders a rescue in the ruins, rushing the wounded to safety. The trio reaches the ruined gate and gasps. The blast ripped a hole in the earth, leaving a dead void like a portal to hell. Naked in the ash, Almas faces the brutal cost of his plan and the lives he saved. Behind him, a warrior rises from the ruins. He lunges at the MC's back with a pained roar, arms spread wide. Almas snapped his shield up, blocking the wounded warrior's surprise strike. He counters instantly, blasting the enemy aside with a massive kick. Ron pulls the fighter from the rubble, worried for the leader, but Almas orders him to confirm the enemy attack has stopped. Another survivor gasps, fading from the non-stop shelling. Almas spots him. He stares at the hero, blood streaming down his face and eyes full of despair. Recognizing the voice from the smoke, he demands to know if this wounded man led the army he just crushed. He threatened the wounded man answer the questions or die. The wounded man catches his breath, ready to reveal his final hand. Far from the battle, Raymond notes his brother's been bedridden for 2 days. Raymond stalks the palace halls, scanning the report. After endless bad news, this scroll finally offers a glimmer of hope. He shreds the paper, cursing Rigor and blasting Debel as a coward for hoarding his army to protect his own loot. He claims Deb will summon one to destroy the kingdom. She's just using this chaos to seize more power. Cooley knows if the Ash clan wins alone, the Diables lose their power. He demands Almaskun now. Fermi lost 180 men, but Al Musa had 0 casualties, shocking everyone, including the commander who captured the general. Stunned, the officer reports he only meant to buy time, but this massive victory shattered all expectations. Hyped by the win, Raymond demands an immediate face-to-face victory report. Elmas approaches the throne, reporting the prisoner's intel to the king. The advisor confirmed the surprise strike landed before the enemy could even mobilize. He asks about reforms and troops, but Raymond admits they were out of time 3 more days and he'd have 7,000 men. Sending 4,000 of their 30,000 troops to the Allies leaves only 3,000 left, exactly as King Ferme predicted. I sized up the enemy army, stunned by their massive numbers and elite strength. Raymond warns the armies are matched, but Ferme's a genius who only fights when victory is certain. Ferme only fights for profit. If he doubts the win, he stays out. Backed by the de Morguar Empire, Ferme's army wields high-grade metal gear. Raymond knew the odds were grim, but he only gathered the troops. Tactics and strategy were Almas Kun's problem. He names Almas commander-in-chief, ordering him to Ferme to crush the enemy offensive. 2 years post-adoption, Raymond insists Alma master military basics before taking command. He reassures the young chief, naming Bartolo and Boros deputies to lead while he's away. Almost admitted his rank was just clan status, letting Bartolo lead the main army while Boros took the Ash clan. The advisor warns Almas needs bodyguards. Every ally is worth gold for the road ahead. Raymond stays to command from the palace, ordering Almas to move out immediately. Almas bows and obeys. His father gives one final command, then sends him on. Jane's father warned him not to die, burdening him with a heavy responsibility. Almas nodded confidently, fully prepared and ready to move. He met his loyal squad. Warriors, mages, and messengers stood ready for orders. He offers them a way out before the battle, but Tetris just turns and nods. Ron grinned, swearing his place was always by the leader's side. Yuria didn't want to kill or lose her friends, so they all stepped toward the final test. Mention rose, and he just smiles. The group already made the call. He leaps into the saddle, declaring he's done just setting bombs. He's joining the cavalry charge on the front lines. Amos asks if Reed's ready to fight, and she's all in. Rhea lacks voodoo, but she's a master rider and second only to Rose with a spear. Grateful for her freedom, she joins Rose on the front lines, ignoring her fears for her horse. The squad agreed instantly, swearing to follow Almas to the end. Almost thanked everyone, praising their dedication during this critical moment. Ron joins the fight and asks Earl why he's staying behind. Yuria orders the adults to guard the prisoners while Earl keeps the peace. Earl felt the crushing weight of their trust and nearly revealed why he was counting on him. Earl pledges his life, then reminds the leader to return and take command of the village survivors. He begged them to survive, praying to the heavens as anxiety shattered his heart. His army marched in silence, pushing toward the enemy walls under the scorching sun. He asks their destination, and an officer reveals they're hitting a zone where the general's intel predicts enemy movement. A soldier calls the commander a coward. He admits he's nervous, but his squad vows to have his back. A shield bearer tells the commander to relax in his saddle while the army advances, letting his deputies take charge. Another warrior tells Almos, nerves are normal right now. Don't to blame yourselves. The knights size up our hero. They march to the final battlefield where 2 kingdoms collide. Elmas admits he can to lead, begging Bartolo to send him to the front lines to fight. Bartolo reminds them of Raymond Sama's orders, keep the young leader safe and scout for danger first. The knight shrugs, claiming his super strength can repel the army with one spear swing. The commander thanks him. He warns Alma to stay safe and he promises to be careful. A knight interrupts their peace to report a village voodoo caster is closing in. He nearly asked, then confirmed her identity as Soyan. The sorceress spots enemies 1 and 3 hours away, admitting she's no pro scout. Boris reports their voodoo casters are silent. She beat them to it. Knight admitted she was a master voodoo caster, reluctantly agreeing that few could appreciate such a lucky boost. The knight warns Almos to drop his doubts. Now it's his last shot. Boros scans the horizon, certain the battle starts today. It's for the best. The knight warns Alma to ditch his doubts now, before the chaos swallows him whole. Almas nodded, fully aware of the stakes and ready to finish the mission. Yux echoed through the hills, reigniting the army's fighting spirit. He asks where they're headed. A guard reveals the captured general's intel is leading them straight to the enemy's first strike zone. A knight teases the commander for being scared, and despite his squad's support, the leader admits he's still a nervous wreck. The guard told the commander to let the knights lead and retreat to safety before the battle starts. Boros says nerves are natural and reminds them that allies are always there to help. He knows his role and he's sticking to the plan. 0 doubts. The column advanced. ukes echoing through the ranks as their fighting spirits surged. Fermi's army arrived spearmen and shields lock into his signature formation, looking perfectly coordinated and ready for war. Fermi starves his men on purpose, forcing them to pillage the enemy and turning them into lethal, hunger-crazed monsters in battle. Silence falls as Rosik's shield-bearers wall up, shields high and spears ready to resist. Rhea clutched her ears, demanding the plan, but he barely understood it himself. He just played commander and barked the order. With the line set, a knight suggests it's finally time to brief Rhea on the strategy. Almost recognized Rhea's custom tactic from 2 years ago. Hope she still remembers the details. Almost drops the tactic, the guards brace their shields, and Rhea nods. This is the turning point. The general declared this force the result of 2 years' prep, ordering his men to show the enemy their true strength. A servant hands King Firma the troop map, confirmed by heavenly reconnaissance. King Firma takes the map, silently scanning the enemy's battle order and formations. He spotted a massive infantry force packed on the enemy's left, breaking their usual formation. Firma spotted the trap. The Rosik army flipped their strategy, reinforcing the shieldless right flank instead of leaving it weak. A shield bearer claims the enemy fears another right flank defeat, and Firma nods, already factoring it in. Firma reads the formation. They'll crush the left wing first, then pivot the full assault to his right. He shut it down. Deception Wandahima, crack a defense forged by years of training. Fermi knew a left flank blitz would shatter the enemy's weak right and shred their formation. Smirking, the king declares the battle over his perfect tactics already won the fight. He gave the order to attack, and the cavalry charged forward amidst thundering hooves and clashing steel. A whirlwind of spears and screaming knights smash headlong into the enemy line, tearing through the infantry. He orders the charge, but his men ask, how is this different from the village fight? A warrior shouts to Ryan, forget defense. This battle is about raw infantry power and heavy armor pressure, and May confirms it. Ryan's unit hits the front left flank under Boros and Bartolo, right where the shield wall is thickest. Both sides launch cavalry to the flanks. Rielon knew the fast cavalry would clash first, hitting before the heavy ranks could even secure the center. Stage 1 determines the stronger cavalry, paving the way for his infantry to land the finishing blow. Rhea and Rosewood lead the left flank charge, ready to smash the enemy line. Rihon warns Rosewood the mission's success is on him, as Rahia calls an attack. Spears clash and horses scream as both sides charge for the final blow. Both cavalries collide, igniting a fierce battle. Warriors clash, riders fly, and chaos erupts as a massive roar shakes the dust-filled air. The collision sent both armies flying. No one stayed mounted. Rhea tore through the carnage, charging her steed deep into enemy lines. Stunned to see a girl on the front lines, the enemy rider demands to know what she's doing there. Rhea's spear blasts her foe from the saddle, leaving the other knights horrified as horses crash down. The enemy froze as a powerhouse woman led the charge, snatching shields and flattening soldiers. An enraged knight shouts that no woman belongs on the battlefield and charges to stop her. Boros spots the threat, yells a warning, and lunges forward with a crushing spear stroke. Mid-clash, Ryan points to Rhea, checks if she's okay, and yells for Rosewood's help. Rio stayed calm, nodded she was fine, and braced for the next attack. Rihon orders a retreat and charges the enemy center solo to buy his men time. He readies his spear, roars, and charges the formation. Eyes locked on the target. The knights panicked at his resolve, realizing too late they'd underestimated his insane strength. Silence falls after the bloodbath. Ron shouts they're winning and about to crush the cavalry's left flank. The twins cheer behind him as Rosewood and Rhea show everyone how elite riders get it done. Ron knew Rhea and Rosewood's divine buffs would let them steamroll the left flank. Enemy heavy infantry close in on Almos. A soldier screams the final battle starts now. Ron yells it's time, ordering them to break out the explosive spears. Explosive spears detonate on impact, but after the village defense, they're down to their last 10 charges. Ron's first trump card will stun the enemy and crush their fighting spirit. He yells, throw, and his men launch the first explosive spears into the enemy line. Hundreds of projectiles scream across the field, straight for the enemy. Explosions rip through Ferme's heavy infantry, shattering their lines and sparking total chaos. The hero orders a direct, all-out frontal assault. Cavalry slams the enemy, rolling men and horses over shattered shields. The twins charge with shield and spear, shattering the enemy line before they can form up. Cavalry slams the infantry, metal clangs erupting into a roar of clashing armor. Formations shatter into chaos as warriors fall and armor shards fly. The commander spots strange flashes before the impact. What are they? His men scatter as an elite enemy vanguard tears through the lines. To stop the chaos, he reinforces the flanks and keeps the troops rotating. Soldiers lock shields, bracing for the heavy infantry's impact. The enemy advanced in tight ranks, proving their terrifying strength and discipline. Witchcraft or not, that weak attack won to break the phalanx. This victory is his. The commander ordered the line held at any cost. He orders his elites to the right, readying the final blow. The front retreats to bait the trap, letting the Rosian and Ferme armies pincer the enemy from both sides. Losing the left wing doesn't matter. As long as one side can strike, he'll still win. Ron warned it was too dangerous. They had to move now. He vows no one gets past, ready to crush the flank. The phalanx is deadly head-on, but its sides and left edge are wide open. If the enemy hits the left flank, it's game over. They have to act now. Ron vowed no enemy would pass, telling his men they'd hold the line to the death. The commander recognizes him as the leader of the Griffin village kid. Almas introduces himself, Rauset's commander, son of Griffin, Raymond's adopted heir, and Tetra's protector. He knew he was an easy target. Every enemy would be gunning for him. Almost declared himself Rosita Army as supreme commander, demanding recognition as their leader. The commander spots the Griffin's son, kill him, and victory is theirs. He orders the boy's death, promising a massive reward for the enemy commander's head. Shocked to find the commander-in-chief, a soldier demands his promised reward. The soldiers took the order, vowing to kill the boy. Almas snaps back, proving their attacks are futile and he want to go down easy. Armed with divine powers, he warns his enemies he want to go down easy. An enemy soldier blindsides Almas from behind. Run spots the threat and warns Almas to watch out. Rosita's soldiers fight by his side, demanding their next move. Vowing to save Raymond's adopted son, a warrior joins Bartolo's squad. A soldier steps forward, declaring their mission protect Commander-in-Chief Almas. Seeing Almas charge, the private and the villagers scramble to follow. Almas orders a stand against the left flank assault, invoking the Griffin's divine blessing to stop them cold. He roared for more power, rallying his men. Almas boasted he was unmatched, wondering if a worthy opponent even existed. Confused, the enemy admits he underestimated Almas. He's way stronger than he looked. Commander forces a regroup, shouting that Almas is outnumbered, and orders a total pushback. Rosewood and Rhea take the left wing, leading a massive reinforced cavalry squad. The commander bet the enemy. His tiny force couldn't hold their left flank. Almas orders his men to hold the line. No one gets through. These were elite troops led by a genius, capable of tanking the leader's superhuman power. Almas spotted the horses closing in. It was his own cavalry. The soldiers recognized the right-wing cavalry. Their rescue had finally arrived. Ron reports the enemy's right wing is wiped out, leaving the commander stunned by the loss. King orders his strongest to hold the line and rushes elites to the left flank. Ferme's rear infantry are sitting ducks. He orders the flank reinforced immediately. Cavalry wings close in, sealing Ferme's troops in a total encirclement. Only 30 enemy riders. His heavy infantry would crush them easily. He grinned. His army finally matched King Ferme's. He's sure his left wing will crush the enemy's weak right. Cavalry's pushing hard, but he orders the right wing to hold the line until backup arrives. He's shocked the enemy ring hasn't closed yet. They're falling behind their own plan. Almost blamed the failure on the right wings colliding, leaving the flank trap wide open. Scanning the field, he spots his army's tilted ranks, a classic echelon formation. This tilt shifts his attack to the flank, creating ledges to blast the enemy. Almost saw the enemy weakening, but their ranks held firm against the spear onslaught. Watching the cavalry split to the flanks, he knew the enemy's momentum was dead. The echelon formation shocks the king, exposing a lethal new tactical threat. Almas sloped his lines to stall with the weak right wing, letting the left flank encircle the enemy. His cavalry is already flanking the rear. He doubts the enemy survives until the main lines clash. The ruler admitted stalling the parallel strike to hide his weakness with a stronger left wing. Almas thanked Bartolo for the deployment and appealed to King Farm again. He saw the enemy's defeat coming and ordered everyone to prepare. Soldiers shout, snapping the king back to reality as he orders a new formation. Spirit unbroken, he respects the genius plan and vows to take Almas's head himself. Almas accepts the king's challenge, vowing to avenge Legos and restore justice to Tetris. The soldiers roared in support, ready to execute King Fermat's command. The king lunges with superhuman force, his massive strike pushing everyone to their absolute limit. The soldiers saw Almas reel, stunned by the blow's sheer force. Almas tanked a superhuman blow. The king admitted it was brutal but survivable with that defense. The monarch admits the strike was massive, but insists Almas can tank it with the right defense. The king thrusts again, his overwhelming power unleashing a flashing whirlwind of attacks. Almost said full power would snap the weapon, so he's holding back. Swap the spear for a shield. He needs more swinging power. The king dodges and the spear flies right past him. The king lunges into melee, slams Almas down and makes him cough up blood. Almas rose, bracing his spear and shield for the next attack. Almas braces his shield. Direct attacks are useless. The king parries everything, forcing him to wait for a single opening. The king strikes again. Almas hits the dirt, shield raised to block the spear, deadly thrust. Another strike lands. Almas buckles, but his shield barely tanks the hit. Annoyed he has to try, the king scoffs, sizes up Almas' grit, and readies his next strike. The monarch steps back, leaning on his shield. He's been watching Almas, admitting he's strong, but way too slow. The king booms that Almas has no chance and will break any second. Almas gasping, realizing his mistake. This pace is suicide. He needs a new strategy to survive. The king hoists his flashing spear, mocking the blinded Almas. How much longer can you stand? The king counters, forcing him back. Almas retreats, pinning the king's spear with his shield, but he's shocked the king is already dictating the fight. Almas is stunned as his spear swings with unintentional power, barely holding back an even deadlier strike. He hits the dirt, disarmed by a swift counter. The stone-faced king orders a weapon swap, grab Almas or Rosiza. Embarrassed, Almas asks if the king will regret it, knowing this blade could flip the entire duel. A shout rings out, "Leader, take this." The thrown sword lands at Amos's feet, answering his doubt. The king demands a fair 1v1. He refuses to use a new weapon for a cheap win. He wants a real challenge. The king demands a fair win to boost morale, accepting the challenge for honor. He grabs the sword, stands tall, and checks the blade. He'll use it to honor his opponent. Finally a chance. The king doesn't know his sword style, giving him the perfect opening to turn the tide. He charges, trusting his new skills and sharper blade to shatter the king's veteran defense. Almas strategizes spears, outrange swords, and he knows the king will keep his distance. He lunges forward, clashing his blade against the spear. Almas' movement stuns the king, leaving him no time to use his reach. Alamos strikes with blinding speed, and the king barely has time to flinch. Alma grins, claiming his skill and endurance make closing the gap effortless. The king hisses, stunned. "How'd you get so close?" He's barely holding back the onslaught. Almas uses kendo footwork for mobility. Even with super strength, moving is tough, but this technique keeps him flexible. The king tracks Almas' agile steps, realizing he want to get a second to breathe. The king pushes Alma back with his shield, but his arm packs the power of an entire army. The king snarls, "Shut up, I'm not dying here." He grips his spear, ready to fire again. Almas roars and charges for the final clash. He blurs forward, hurling his sword straight at the king. Blade slams shield, wood shatters, and splinters fly everywhere. Behind the king and Almas, warriors recoil as spear and sword clash in the center. Using his final strength, the king charges through the shattered shield to reclaim his ground. The strike drew blood, and he struggled to steady his spear. An arrow slams into the king's back. He grunts, clutching his weapon tighter. Realizing he'd die on this field, his heart sank with doom. She realized death was inevitable, and there was no way to escape it. A soldier shouts that Almas Rosig killed King Robert, but the dying king ordered him to take responsibility. He tasked Almas to unite half of Adelna, praying he become a legendary king while his own name, the fool Almas killed, is forgotten forever. His dying wish make this girl happy. The king remembered sparing Tetra Ash just once at the very start. He replayed the king's final words, but he could no longer answer. If he made history, he'd record the king as the genius he once feared like a griffin. Soldiers roared their commander killed King Fermat. Warriors cheered as Griffin Sama's son crushed the king. He warns it's too early to celebrate, the fight isn't over yet. The announcement rings out. Almost Rosettes crushed the enemy general. He raises his sword, signaling a brutal victory. The battle is finally won. The soldier turned to Bartolo Sama, reporting the battle as progress. Rossitz crushes General Robert Ferme, obliterating the enemy's right flank. After the right wing hit, the enemy is already retreating fast. Morale skyrocketed as the troops confirmed Elmas lived up to the hype with legendary combat skills. The defense is shattered. Victory is within reach. The fighters crushed the remaining enemies to finally start the celebration. The troops roared and raised their spears, certain the enemy was already crushed. With the command center destroyed, King Ferme's troops are broken and defenseless. After their victory, the unit marched into the capital and seized the palace without shedding a drop of blood. The troops marveled at Almos's flawless precision and immediately began planning a massive victory celebration. The soldiers remember this was Lego-sama's palace and hope to reclaim it one day. A warrior says they can finally apologize, and Lego-sama nods in silent understanding. Tetra's hometown came into view just as a soldier barked his name. Tetra and her crew strutted through the palace pillars, closing in on Almos with total confidence. The troops spotted her and shouted Tetra's team had finally arrived. Officers reported 0 village deaths. Everyone felt insanely lucky. Crowds swarmed the palace gates, roaring for their victors. The crowd roared Alma-sama and Tetra-sama's names, hailing their saviors in a deafening cheer. A soldier thinks the parade is for their return and tells Alma to wave back. Amos raised a hand and nodded, accepting their welcome. Warriors galloped through the garrison to thunderous cheers as the crowd marveled at their victory march. From the balcony, an officer notes Alma's Kuhn crushed expectations, securing the village and slaying the enemy general. A general suggests seizing the fallen king's land for May, ensuring the brother can't interfere even if he recovers. The strategist claims the people hate King Ferme and will celebrate being liberated from his tyranny. The strategist feared the next ruler would spark a rebellion, and he knew the threat was real. The council is transferring King Ferme to Traish's lands, claiming her father Lega Sam was the palace's original owner. Since Legos own the land, officials say it's only natural his daughter takes over. On Adelmi upon Insola, women can inherit, but Kuhn's here to level the playing field. A strategist suggests almost marry Tetra to become the legal heir. It's unusual without adoption, but technically legal. Tetra doubted the people would ever accept a woman as their ruler. He told Tetra not to worry. Everyone knew Legos Ash's reign was a massive success. He reveals the tragedy 6 years ago only happened because King Ferme's sweet lies tricked everyone. He tells Tetra to believe in herself, certain the people will welcome her with joy. He says the Ash family welcomes Almas for avenging his kin and wants him to lead the clan. Tetra weighed his words, staring him down. The wedding was set for later, but Almas Kuhn's war heroics let them skip the formalities and marry immediately. He declares Tetra will marry Almas Kuhn to reclaim her hometown. To be a worthy heir, she must rule the Ash territory and surpass her father's legacy. Tetra finally consents, ready to shoulder every obligation. Within a month, Rosit seized total control over King Ferme's former territory. King Rosid recovered perfectly with 0 complications. Everything went smoothly, and soon the big day arrived. He nearly admitted his nerves were shot before the ceremony. All eyes are on him. Today he's told to hang tough. King Firma's old palace is now their wedding venue. The crew's ready, and they invite Almas to join. An escort apologizes for dragging him in, but he brushes it off and tells her to hurry. Almas stared at veiled Tetra, stunned by her beauty. Tetra calls Almos, and he whips around instantly. He whispered she looked beautiful. The capital roared, welcoming the newlyweds with thunderous cheers. The host sees everyone's ready and calls them to the altar. Amos and Tetra head to the podium, hand in hand, supporting each other through the guests. The couple reaches the altar, looking solemn yet excited. The priestess congratulated the duo on their big moment. Confused, Almas mutters Yuri's name to the presenter. Tetra smiled and thanked him for the praise. The host kicks off the ceremony. He froze, stunned by the chaos. The host asks for their vows. The couple whispers their consent, and they swap rings. The attendant presents the box, revealing 2 wedding rings prepped and ready for the ceremony. At the altar, Almas and Tetra ditch their gloves and swap shining rings. The priest calls on the gods of heaven, earth, and sea to guard the couple, invoking the ancient powers that have protected them since the age of chaos. The priest calls for his blessings on Almas and Tetra's union, then signals the final kiss. Tetra and Almas kiss. The crowd roars and the hall explodes with joy. The crowd erupted, filling the room as Almos's friends, Ron and Bartolo, beamed with delight. Night falls and the city erupts. Music and cheers echo from the palace to every street. Almas smirked from the balcony. Tonight would be a feast just like his past life, and he was ready for the fun. Tetra drags him into the crowd to party with Ron and Bartolo, leaving Alma to handle the VIPs. Alma stayed behind to personally thank the guests, officially ending the formal ceremony. Flustered, Alma snaps at Tetra and Lago, demanding they stop whispering about tonight's plans. A servant hands Almas a gift from the family who ditched his wedding. Almos opens the box to find a plaque from the Bible family, the same people who skipped the party entirely. Tetra doubts the Diables. Do they truly support this wedding in the takeover of Fermi's lands? Under the stars, Mist smiles. Nothing stops them from just sitting together and enjoying the moment. He watched the cheering crowd, knowing their support made this celebration possible. Watching his friends celebrate, Almas flashes back to their first days in Ramalia Forest. He knew this gala only happened because everyone's hard work crushed every obstacle. Leaning together, past hurts forgotten, they knew being side by side was all that mattered. Under the stars almost pulls Tetra close, realizing nothing beats this moment. Tetra spins around, her blood freezing as she spots a stranger sneaking up on Almas. Outside the palace, sunlight glides over grand columns, highlighting the massive scale as a light breeze sweeps through. The king blasts his brother for ignoring the fallout, demanding he face the grim reality. Raymond's worried about Almas Kun after missing so much, but he's reminded he can seize all royal power if needed. The king accepted the changes but still complained about the kingdom too rapid fire shifts. Raymond's certain Almas's hero status will fix things with the Kunash family, so he tells them to report to Uriah and start wedding prep immediately. Asked about war with Rigardi Bella, he swore he wouldn't have started, but insisted there's no turning back and everyone knew it. Shadows loomed over the city walls. Who was truly to blame? No one had an answer. Clarice watches as Almas finishes his wedding ceremony. A stranger hits the palace gates, wipes his brow, and cheers. He's been waiting for LY to finally reach Clarice, the world's greatest trading city. He looked up, taking in the massive walls and the chaos buzzing within. The guard whipped around, searching for the source of the traveler's shock. The watchman warns him, don't stall at the gate, just get inside. The traveler apologized and asked for the passage fee. Entry is free, but stay over a month and you'll be taxed. Asked about his origins, he reveals he's from the Scarlet Empire, the land of silk. Usam of Silk introduces himself, bowing politely to the guard. The watchman reveals Clarice has two classes taxpayers in the tax-free. He warns the traveler that second-class inhabitants are disloyal. The traveler thanks him. Orders in hand, he hits Linero Street, pushing deep into the urban maze. A sudden cry rings out. He spins to see an exhausted man stumbling around the corner, clutching a bag. A girl rushes past, shouting her bag was stolen and begging for help. He yanks the runner's bag strap, stopping him dead in his track. The sharp swerve sends the thief stumbling, crashing boxes and tin cans across the cobblestones. He set himself on fire, proving the guard right, second-class people are unreliable. She catches up and thanks them for stopping the thief and returning her bag, saving her from a major crisis. She thanked him for the save, claiming she was doomed without that bag, and winning the crowd's pity. He watched guards threaten the crippled thief with slavery as the man begged, swearing he'd never do it again. She opens her bag, showing off sketches from Kairisha to Persia and her own original designs. He noted her rare dream of being an architect, smiling at her passion. He explained Clarice's divide. First-class citizens are literate, but the second class can't read or count. She agreed it's expected for the world's biggest trade hub and demanded a tour of Clarice's thanks. He agreed and introduced them. His partner's Ismi, and he's Yue Sime. Yue is the surname. Saime's the first. Discussing Carisha, she explains how alliances and non-aggression pacts keep the city-states restricted. He'd always wondered, and she says the city-states only united to crush Persia. Now he saw how Kairishia's warriors crushed the Persians twice, and he was officially hooked. She catches him scribbling notes mid-meal and tells him to stop. UAC happily takes on both jobs, but her height might make her sleep through lunch. She laughs and apologizes. Leaning on his elbow, he asks why she's traveling the world. Blushing, she admits her goal isn't set yet and asks for more time to think. He shoves the food aside and sets the notebook down, ready to get Syria. Kirishia's dream is simple. Reach the ocean at the world's edge. She asks about his dream, and he reveals he was born in the East, setting sail with his parents at just 5 years old. His parents died before reaching the sea, leaving him their final wish to fulfill their dream. She saw his parents' dream wasn't his, and he confirmed it that goal belonged to them, not him. She demands his dream, and he beams, revealing a massive notebook overflowing with sketches and notes. He's recording every sight and sound from his journey to educate the world. She clapped in delight, loving his big dreams. She promises his parents' dream is close. Time's running out, and though he shudders at her touch, he nods. The map reveals the plan in 2 days. A ship sails from Claris to Lycido on the Adelna Peninsula, bound for the ocean's edge. He laughs, his long journey finally ending, as she readies her response. She asks to tag along, but he shuts her down and asks what she's really after. Qureshi is flooded with architects, leaving her jobless, and he doesn't argue. She points out that the underdeveloped Adelna Peninsula is actually desperate for skilled architects. He nodded, acknowledging her points and promising to consider them. They all agreed to hit the Adelna Peninsula, but first they celebrate Shem. He remembers silencing the advisors to talk strategy before King Roseth recovers. He offered the newly conquered land of Ash to his adopted son Almos, and everyone approved. The advisors agreed, and he knew everything went perfectly. Everyone backed the plan, totally satisfied with the result. The advisor slams Raymond for nepotism, questioning why he's handing vital lands to a boy with a mystery past. The king expected this, but Dibul's bound to fight the decision. He can ignore the nepotism claims Almas is his beloved adopted son. He declared Almas crushed King Fermi, proving his valor on the battlefield. The king wasn't talking about a coward who'd just run home to hide. The advisor reveals this was before he was the king's son, back when he was just a defenseless orphan. The king knew the truth. Almas was the Griffin's son. The mentor smells a trap. The advisor's sharp words prove this isn't just about being an orphan. The assembly rep asked if any other generals deserved these lands. They just wanted to ensure Almos could handle his new gear. An advisor publicly claimed a weak kid with no noble blood could never rule these lands. Another advisor agreed they needed the owner as support, promising Almas already has 2 allies backing his claim. The king names Bartola military advisor, while Pampas and Boros handle internal affairs. With these mentors, he's sure he'll rule his lands better than anyone else in the room. The advisor argues that flawed rule is better than trusting land to a warrior who hasn't proven himself in battle. The heroes earned this land, so the crowd handed it back. It was only fair. What else could they do? A participant warns these lands are a vital shield against Demorgar, essential for the kingdom of safety. The advisor trusts the warriors who face King Firma, choosing battle-hardened experience over cowardice. The king asks for agreement, but Raymond calls for dissent. The king just clears his throat, dodging the question. The moderator calls for a vote should they hand the land over to Almas. Hands go up in approval. Case closed. Next item. An advisor tells Regard to chill the king's dead in 2 years. Another slams Raymond for acting arrogant just because he's the king's favorite. Balmet calls out his carelessness, and Raymond agrees, reminding him he's already destined for Uria. Asked where he stood, he pledged his life to House Dibble. Regard is the strongest noble, and his claim to the throne is absolute. Neither the weak king nor his brother can stop him. Raymond's adopted son is gaining too much power with noble backing, but a council member shuts that down instantly. Raymond calls the win a fluke, claiming he could do the same. Others warn the pretender lacks noble support, but he'll still crush anyone who dares rebel. Rigor calls extreme measures a last resort, but an advisor blasts him for being reckless. The elder warns the future king to stay sharp, but Raymond scoffs. He's chosen by the spirit. Spears outrange swords, so he knew the enemy would keep his distance. He blitzes forward, closing the gap and catching the shield soldier off guard. He spins around, stunned by the kid's insane speed. The boy unleashes rapid chops, forcing the soldier to desperately block every angle. Range didn't matter. His speed and skill would close the gap instantly. The soldier curses the enemy won't budge, and he's got no way out. Kendo footwork was the key. With superhuman strength, lifting his legs was effortless. The soldier grunts under the massive blow, struggling to hold back the onslaught. Strategy needs work, but his strength matches theirs. He reminds the king a shield strike creates distance. Leaning over his shield, the soldier swore he wouldn't stay down. Raymond decided to let the boy become king. The king warns rulers need ambition, but a power-hungry successor will ignite a civil war. Raymond agreed instantly, got the point, and offered almost the full scoop. He asked to tell Uriasoma everything, but the king says he's just following her wishes. Raymond signals Uria to leave, but she sits on the bed and invites him in. Raymond creeps in, asking if she's still crying to support her after the engagement. Yuria-sama admits she hates Bella and refuses to marry him. She only wants Omni-san. Raymond smirks and offers to grant her wish, leaving a stunned Yuria-sama demanding answers. She lights up, eyes glowing. Relieved, Yuria-sama hugs the king, confessing her love for both him and her father. Raymond tells the princess to make Alma fall in love, and she's ready for the challenge. Alma asks if Earl is sure about leaving, giving him one last chance to change his mind. Grinning, he orders the warriors to tell Barroso and Bartolo that Phase 1 is complete. They talk horse care, and Ria's stay in the village, noting Earl is the only refugee to reach the Ash territory. Earl departs with a final thank you, leaving the group to vow they will repay him forever. It's a tearful, heartfelt goodbye. Almas is thrilled Earl's staying, finally handing him the village leadership. He reassures them they're safe to stay, warmly welcoming Era into the village with open arms. Surprising twist. Most refugees are staying in Almusa instead of going home. It's way more comfortable here, leaving everyone baffled by the choice. Almas vows to turn the lands of Ash into a thriving nation, a bold promise of a bright and hopeful future. Alma claims his job and his crew. Now that everyone's here, it's time for business. Dono's just the advisor. He tells Tolo to drop the titles and use his first name. Bartolo's duty as landowner is simple: keep order and defend the territory from outside threats. He'll collect tribute for the Rosauts king and hike taxes to fund security, order, and voodoo defense. Alma's panicked at the massive task list, especially the nightmare of redistributing income. Barros promises Borosama will judge by the old rules, so Almas isn't alone. Elmas takes charge of order, handing the judging to Borosama to optimize his forces. Tetru-san tasks his voodoo mages to block curses, purge spirits, and banish soul law violators. Almastana remembers King Furman's voodoo master and suggests he guard the country. He asks to command or hire the magician to use his experience. The advisor approves. Next up, rebuilding the lands Almas rightfully claimed from King Ferme. Olmastono's first priority: restore the lands. Borson worries this massive job is too much for Almas, who's never handled this much responsibility. Almastono killed Ferme as king, so he is taking charge of rebuilding the land himself. He needed massive funding to rebuild, but overtaxing the people would kill the recovery. Boros warned, fail the king's tribute and security collapses, but tax too much and the people will revolt. Alma orders a full census to track every citizen's wealth before setting new tax rates. Post-war, tax collector wealth didn't add up, making the real tax base a total mystery. Collectors were pocketing the cash, making the census vital to stop the corruption. Advisors saw the census's value, but without official data, they couldn't approve tax evasion or stop the shadow money. They launched a census to crush tax evasion and fund the reconstruction. Ron asks in horror, what do they do now? He tells them not to use words they don't understand, warning that he hates it when they copy others. Advisors warn the leader he's in a powerful family now, so Rigor Dibot's status matters. One warned that the gap between them and the new subjects was too vital to ignore. Almastano knew he had to assert dominance, or the people would never respect his authority. Shocked by his silence, the advisors asked why he didn't reveal his plan sooner. Almastano's hyped to use his village's tech for the census. The advisors backed off, letting him do his thing while they stuck to a language they understood. He's tracking everyone's age, gender, and wealth by logging it all on paper. An advisor warns they lack Kairish speakers, making the census a massive hurdle. The advisors finally see why there's no census. Only the leader and Tetra are scribes. Almas explains the shortage. He creates number-only forms, making them easy for anyone to use even if they can to read or write. Almas presents a blank template to standardize the books and end the confusion. He ditches the manual paperwork, carving a wooden template to blast through the forms. He explains the wooden stamp: carve the block, add paint, and press it to paper. The advisors agreed to the forms and moved straight to the next problem, setting the tax rate. The old regime bled Ash dry with taxes, so he slashed rates to rebuild. He sets a 10 crop tax, keeps labor and military service, and axes the individual tax. The pull tax is stable but crushing. To revive the land, he'll tax big landowners to cover the cost, while labor and military duties stay the same. Advisors panicked over the costs, but Ono promised exports would pay for it. Alestino distributes his new tooth threshers to skyrocket productivity, knowing the old tools are now history. The advisors agreed machines will let soldiers take over the thresholds, but they still need to find new jobs for the displaced workers. Almas explains tech will slash paper costs, while expanding production creates jobs and secures letterhead profits. He skips crop rotation to start distilling wine, aiming to spike profits and diversify their products. Years ago, Bartolo tested a sample of moonshine, assured the recipe was perfected and ready for mass production. Bartolo tastes the drink, calls it divine, and knows it'll be a massive hit. Almost breaks down distillation heat wine. The alcohol evaporates first, and you collect it separately. The secret: water and alcohol boil at different temps. Control the heat and condensation to extract pure alcohol, leaving the water behind. Cooling alcohol vapors creates pervac, a high-proof liquid concentrate. He realized this method distills pure alcohol, guaranteeing steady sales and a massive payday for the treasury. Almas explains barrel distillation strips water for pure alcohol, but his sister warns high quality needs better gear. He pointed to a modern distiller, warning they only had one the smiths need to craft more parts to ramp up production. Bartolo warns that ironsmiths are scarce, so they must recruit the few available to forge their gear. Almas crushed the tax reforms, so the advisor halts the meeting to celebrate with a drink. Almost hits the final agenda: military affairs. Without an army, their security is worthless. Bartolo led King Firm's troops but admits he's no military expert. He finishes his wine, gets Almas's approval, and gets to work. The garrison chief reminds Almas as ruler he must protect the land and its people. The mission: wipe out bandits and crush enemy invasions. They needed an army, or the mission was impossible. They lacked an official army. With only the council and a few dozen youths ready to fight, he began drafting a list of officers and soldiers for the mission. El Mistono y Diz Domogar as the enemy bordering Russia. The Russian king wants protection, and Bartolo asks how big is their army. He clocked Domomergar's army at 50,000 strong. Bartolo claims Demorgar is spread thin. With enemies everywhere and too much ground to cover, he'll only send 10 to 20,000 troops. Almas recalls fighting King Firme with only 3,000 troops. But Bartolo warns the Russian king was sick, then expect their army to grow fast. Almas promised a full army by the time war hit, training the battle-hardened locals himself. He needs a standing army. Even Firme has 300 men, but Bartolo warns that wouldn't be enough when war hit. Bartolo suggests hiring the old king's jobless veterans. Almas agrees ignoring them creates enemies, but recruiting them builds his army. Almas accepts the plan, drafting veteran warriors for his new army. Weapons can wait for funding, but they're already hoarding black powder for emergencies. He told everyone to ready their magic circles. Any objections? No moving on. Everyone fell in line and accepted the final question. Almas declares everyone free, sharing a warm, knowing smile with Tetra. Ash territory was home now, but their new life was just beginning. Moving into the palace with Tetra, it finally felt like a real home. That night, they held hands on the palace roof, gazing up at the moon and stars. Almas remembered sitting shoulder to shoulder under the stars, sharing a moment of quiet peace. Tetra asks if they're married, and he confirms it, vowing to take responsibility. Still in disbelief, she smiles at him, unable to process her own happiness. He almost spoke, but she already felt his pure joy. Tetra calls his name and they embrace, silently vowing to stay together forever. The ruler's main task is done, but loose ends remain. They're determined to finish what they started and fulfill their duty to the end. Domarad, Ash, and Agrobia Almas, a list of lands where a heavy duty must be fulfilled. Fast forward a few days. The heroes reach the trade hub of Khazris. It's packed with people, way more than back home in Rositz, just as expected. One shoves Tetra, claiming he's the next Almas. The crowd's already tight and now he's being crushed. They are here as bodyguards. Flirting is called out as unprofessional, and the team agrees this mission is serious. 4 targets, low risk, but the boss says don't make it personal. Why they switch to you? Ron and Rosewood ask why Almas came to the city instead of selling at home. Almas has 2 reasons. Almas needs buyers and funds to rebuild the Ash area, so he's taking out a loan to fast-track his goals. They're fighting over a loan. One bets big on debt, the other fears the bill, but they've got a plan now. They just have to start. They suggest taking money from King Rositz or Nrayman, but the kingdom is still broke with 0 rich buyers. Doesn't matter if the leader says go, they're all in. The heroes are tense meeting a powerful merchant. They joke about being eaten, but the real fight is the negotiation. He's the same man King Rositz recommended. At the cliff, the heroes freeze in disbelief. They finally lay eyes on the ocean for the first time. The salt tastes exactly like his old world, while the stinging wind bites his skin. These massive ships dwarf anything from their old world, proving this new tech is way beyond expectations. The group's stunned by the advanced ships but moves on fast. They've got bigger priorities than local tech. They reach the ENS Sama Trading Guild, and the hero apologizes for the intrusion, ready for their meeting. They present King Rosita's letter, finish formalities, and wait as protocol demands. Waiting for their host, they scan the room. It's small but way sturdier than their bedroom, and they're impressed. The host welcomes the travelers, but one person instantly catches his eye. Ines is an Aldanian, but he speaks the language. He introduces himself, eager to save face and impress his VIP guests. Almas answers in a foreign language, leaving Ines stunned. Almas introduces his wife Tetra and servants Ron and Rosewood, quickly establishing his crew. He nailed the Karushian greeting, the plague ritual worked, and the guests are cleared to move on. Almas learned the language from his wife, Karushian's daughter, revealing a hidden family connection. Tetra reveals her roots. Her mother Helena fell for her father in Ash territory, explaining their mixed heritage. Helena's name drops, and someone echoes it, lost in a nostalgic memory. The host offers a seat and gets down to business. The mood shifts instantly. They get down to business. The guests show their samples and the deal begins. Guests present paper samples in PUS, earning a quick yes that confirms the quality. The owner asks the price, hyping paper over papyrus and sheepskin as the perfect record-keeping tool. The owner asks to tear and test the paper, checking the quality before closing the deal. Silence falls as the tension peaks. Paper's a gold mine. The owner's mass producing it at double the price of papyrus, aiming to crush the market and rake in massive profits. Negotiations hit the home stretch. He's ready for a massive payday. Signatures are down. The deal is official now. Guests taste the wine. The sharp scent hits first, and the high alcohol content leaves the crowd divided. One sip in and he's stunned. This wine is so elite it'll sell for 20 times the normal price. The owner sips the wine and sees pure profit, instantly locking in a deal with his partner. A seller demands top dollar for rare wine, but the buyer is skeptical. The taster admits he's a rookie, sparking an awkward silence and a heated haggle. A guest demands 30 times the price, then instantly worries it's too low. This item must be insane to spark this much greed. They settle the price instantly, catching everyone off guard with the lightning-fast deal. A strange smile breaks the mood. You caught me, they tease, easing the high-stakes trade. Loan talk starts and he folds, admitting the merchant's business skills are simply unbeatable. Tetra confirms King Rositz sent word. Ninus gets straight to business. How much do you need? The guests demand triple, matching their annual land income. They've clearly done the math. The trader checks the papers, but the terms and amount leave him visibly stunned. The merchant agrees, but with a catch a paper discount until he's repaid. But don't be fooled, his words hint at a hidden trap. Finally, they agree, the deal is sealed, and both sides are satisfied after those long negotiations. Deal is done, and the money is settled. Both sides win, but the fine print guarantees profit even if the debt isn't repaid. Weeks after becoming ruler of Ash, he's already tackling the grind of management. Ron heads out to tax the villagers. The tax bags look way too small for this plot. Suspicious, they double-check the volume. 10 sacks were expected, but the delivery fell short. The headman swore he paid, but no one believed him. The elder swore the grain was gone, but they accused him of hiding it. Tensions flared as the conflict hit its climax. They ordered a search of the headman's house, certain they'd find proof of his lies. Guards pinned the deceiver to his knees, ignoring his excuses. Ron shows the tax report as the house search hits pay dirt. Searching the floor reveals hidden wheat. Records prove the tax was a lie. The elder was stashing the harvest. Elder caught stealing. That's 50 lashes. Soyeon proves no one is above the law. The chief claims tax collecting is dangerous work, deserving a reward. But Ron Sama calls his methods total overkill. Desperate, the chief offers Ransama's wheat as a bribe to keep the ruler in the dark. But his plan backfires. Bribing adds 70 blows. The elder begs for mercy, but it's hopeless. The law is absolute. These violations are common, but now they'll beg the ruler for mercy. Execution begins. The bags are tossed into a cart, ending this tax fraud saga. Inside the Palace of Ash, they race to find the leader and run right into him. Perfect timing now. They can report the incident face to face. They check on Arrow and realize he's the perfect guy to solve their new crisis. Viral hears about the bribe. The team brags about exposing the fraud, proud to have secured the Ashlands. Village tax evasion is a mess. Stop hiding cash and life gets better. But this is the 12th time it's happened. How deep does this scam go? Prepped and proud, he idolizes Ron Kuhn, eager to learn from his senior's experience. This is for the best. He's certain the mayor's harsh rule will finally fix everything. Almasama's team is vital. His fame in Ash is all thanks to his loyal assistants and companions. The report confirms a trip north. They say goodbye, hoping to reunite and finally rest after their mission. A simple thanks seals their teamwork and mutual respect. The tax audit is in, and the numbers are way off, especially in a more time to dig deeper. The census nailed the tax rates, all thanks to Almasama's genius and fair policies. Farming is booming. New tools are rolling out, threshold production has started, and iron gear bought on credit is supercharging efficiency. Things are looking up. Booming crops and taxes prove Veshi's management strategy is a win. King Ferme left the land in ruins, but the team plans to farm these wastes and skyrocket their future harvests. Land is secured, but AAAE's horse shortage is about to wreck their farming. Almas is weaponizing his horses. They're for war now, not just trade, and elite battle steeds are already on the way. Rauset's massive harvest festival is coming, and Belle is expected to join the noble elite. They're avoiding a fight at the party to keep Rosewood and the team safe. A call for warriors rattles the village. Summer wonders if war is starting while tending the fields. Recruitment's open, men 15 to 30 can volunteer and the pay is wheat. The Ash family funds the warriors' weapons, a vital deal for those who can afford gear. The new warriors hunt bandits and guard land, but the team still aches for the missing Ron and Rose. The military is prepping, but they're strictly here to maintain order, not start a war, keeping the locals calm. The terms are insane lifelong jobs, pensions, palace housing, and daily training. Only 300 spots available. If overfilled, selection begins. Apply through the elders within 2 weeks. News spreads, landlords profit while farmers lose their land, but recruitment is strictly voluntary. A recruit asked to serve, despite his past in King Ephraim's elite guard. Skill and drive beat birthright. This army accepts everyone, regardless of rank. Recruitment is open to everyone. Your background doesn't matter. Skeptics say it's too good to be true, but the numbers don't lie. Organizers are stunned. Double the expected turnout proves the rural crisis is real. The Dark Truth farms were seized, leaving owners with nothing. Ferme's army is mostly peasants, and a local woman reveals the brutal reality of their service. For landless peasants, the army was a godsend, divine salvation from their desperate lives. A recruit shouts, "He's here to be a warrior, not a farmer." Rejects might turn to banditry, but most seek a home. As the economy heals, recruitment is ramping up. Funding's a mess. Can they afford 300 soldiers after the tax cuts? Organizers are panicking. The mayor's finally fixing the economy, but the city's future is still on thin ice. King Firm's reign was an economic disaster, but things are better now that we aren't just relying on farming. The new plan hits 3 streams: paper, booze, and taxes, diversifying the treasury to slash risk. They rake in massive profits, flipping rare Karashi goods and paper to delinear merchants. Flooding Ash with Karashi goods will lure in a massive wave of traders and buyers. A new economic plan lures rare traders and sets fair taxes, bringing prosperity to the East Territory. Paper and alcohol are the new keys to Isha's economy, driving trade and income, just like the nobles in Adelna. Talk ends, action begins. Ron preps the army, Rose handles the rest, and the real work starts now. A worried voice cuts in, instantly putting everyone on guard. Ions arrive with 100 horses and 50 German slaves, sparking plans to beef up the army. They propose a cavalry unit, knowing mounted troops are vital for future battles and scouting. Rosetz's cavalry is just untrained rich guys on horses, but this new unit changes everything. Ron steps up to lead the cavalry, using his riding skills and bond with the slave recruits. Ron's stunned. He thinks Borisama's a better fit, doubting he has the experience to lead cavalry. They win him over. He's their top rider and equal and tight with Rhea the German. Boris lacks cavalry experience but has other strengths. Still, Ron is the more balanced choice. Rosewood leads the cavalry despite his doubts. He's the perfect pick because he can actually speak the slaves' language. Graham leads the archers. Ron takes the infantry, no merging these squads. Rosewood accepts his new role, vowing to give it everything he's got. Days later, the cavalry arrives. Even Almas is stunned by the massive herd he ordered himself. Ines proudly presents the horses as an honor. Tetra and Almas personally verify the count, ordering the rows to double-check for accuracy. Ines barely scraped the horses together, 30 from stockpiles, 50 from Kurishi traders, and 20 from Adelnian nomads, detailing the massive struggle to slaves arrive. Ines wants cheaper horses from Adelnian nomads, but picks the best available. Slaves march past the heroes, echoing with nothing but heavy stomps and clanking chains. Almas introduces himself as the slave's new master, ordering Rhea to translate so everyone gets the message. Rhea introduces Alamus as the new master, delivering his official greeting as the Landes ruler to make things crystal clear. A slave begs for food. Rhea translates. Almas takes charge, promising food, a swim, and new clothes. Almas tests Rose's command over the slaves, using Rhea to translate as he systematically builds his new unit. Rose tests his German on Rhea. He's trying his best, but the sentence is a total wreck. Still in German, he tells those dressed to listen up. He tells the slaves he represents this land. The terms are simple, good pay, and freedom for loyal service as mounted warriors. These slaves see promises as empty talk. After years of chains, they don't trust any new master. Enraged by the slave's words, Rose charged him. The slave introduces himself to Rose as Vergar. Vergar mocks Rose, but he tries to reason with the slave and win his trust. Rhea steps in to inspire the slaves, revealing she's a former slave who won her freedom. Rose wonders if the slave will obey, but he scoffs, refusing to follow anyone weaker than him. They duel. If Rose wins, Mercy obeys. Kill Vass to win his freedom. Rose accepts, and they split. Rhea reports to Almas, who orders her back to Rose. I nearly asked Enz about the Germans. They hunt, farm, and ride like masters thanks to the local nomad. He realized the Germans weren't natural riders. Verger asks about the stirrups, so Rose explains they prevent falls but refuses to use them to keep things fair. The slave thanked him but asked to remove them. Almas agreed better to fight without unfamiliar gear. Both warriors armor up for battle. They re-handed cloth-wrapped sticks instead of spears. Rules first, don't overdo it. Even these sticks are lethal. Identical gear, identical horses. It's a fair fight. He orders both warriors to back off. I've got to signal the start of the battle. Both riders charge head-on. Verker claims his physique lets him strike first, even in a fair fight. Alma notes spear fighting changes from ground to saddle, but every move has its nuances. Rose parries the slave from horseback and counters straight to the chest. Verger topples off his horse. Almas stops the fight. Rose wins, but the crowd is completely baffled. Rose parries and counters. In spots human-like precision in his moves. Almost saw the skill behind the move, but only joked Rose could spear a bear. Rose then helped Verger up. The slave submits and calls Rose master, but Rose humbly rejects the title. Rhea rushes to hug Rose, who thanks her for teaching him those pro-riding skills. Soyeon meets Almas at Ash's palace. Army issues were solved. Almas waits for the harvest festival until a mysterious duo arrives to see him. Almas fears undocumented strangers are a threat. As Ash's new ruler, he must keep his land safe. They target a Scarlet Empire architect and researcher to fix their desperate talent shortage. A girl claims she's the lead architect while a boy vows to explore the whole continent and reach the sea, leaving the crowd divided. He hesitates but gives them a shot, sending them to the archives. Curiosity beats caution. Alma admits he's still a novice, but he knows these specialists are the secret weapon his land need. Ismi and Syme introduce themselves, their bizarre titles instantly marking them as total outsiders. Almost invites the guests to sit, his suspicions shifting into professional interest. They agree and take their seat. Almost knows they want the job and asks for their story. The girl kicks things off. She's an architect who can design any building, showing him her old drawings to prove it. Maya builds everything from cities to trebuchets and ballistas. She's way beyond any normal architect. Almas checks her drawings and sees they're elite. He's no architect, but he's stunned. A pro chose him over a major kingdom. Ismia tries flattery, calling Almas the son of the Griffin, but Samaya demands the truth. She has a real reason for wanting this job. Rejected by every kingdom, she realizes the truth. Architecture is a man's world where only men reach the top. To make matters worse, Ismay's Kirishan causes a language barrier, and Samaya reveals Adelna's prejudice against female architects. Progressive King Rositz is dying. Fearing his successor will fire her, Isma bets on the rising star. Almas gets her plan to find respect away from gender bias, but he's still on guard. Ash tests her skills before hiring a smart balance of talent and caution. Sexism and red tape crush talent, but Ismaea is a new breed of specialist shattering every stereotype. May proves his worth while the Ashlands score an undervalued elite. Alma's tasks Ismaea with rebuilding the border wall. Success earns her a house and a job, the ultimate test of her skills. Ismaea accepts the challenge, vowing not to fail. Her native shout sounds like a pledge, proving she's determined to show her worth. Almost demands the researcher's story. He hails from the Crimson Empire, the city of silk far to the west. Last month, May reached the world's edge and saw the ocean. Now he's writing a travel book, but he needs high-quality ash paper to pull it off. Ash paper crushes papyrus and leather perfect for his project. It's too expensive to buy, so he trades his skills for a supply. May aims to rival the Three Kingdoms, striving to preserve modern history for the future rather than just chasing glory. Almost values the project as cultural worth, shielding the book from rumors to respect the craft. Ash becomes a global talent magnet. Its revolutionary paper draws traders and scholars like May, who demands nothing but the paper itself. Ismi and Sime lead infrastructure and culture. Teaming with Almas will take Ash to the next level. Almas balances wealth and wisdom, proving he's the ultimate enlightened ruler. Almas orders the book to record the author's every adventure. He gives the kid a bed, food, and endless ink and paper. His only price, reading this book first. The heroes reach Rosette's kingdom. The heroes arrive, stunned by the massive harvest festival crowd. Alma's father meets them, and he and Tetra bow to the king's brother. Almas brings gift wine, but rumors reached his dad first. Ron's forgiven if he hauls the barrels. Almas warns his dad the wine is potent, so Raymond sends the couple to meet the elites. They join the retinue and spot familiar faces at the wedding. He greets everyone cautiously to avoid triggering Regard Diabella's territory borders, Ashes, making every move critical. Tetra scans the area, spots a mother and child, and gets lost in thought. Harvest Festival gets wild when Tetra blindsides Almas, asking boy or girl first. The talk turns casual, flustered. Almas admits he's fine with a daughter, but a son would end succession wars faster. You suggested a boy, then a girl, and he gave a real smile. Tetra wanted more kids, but Asmus questioned if she really wanted a whole crowd. The topic shifts. Guests demand the story of King Fairmay's defeat, but Almas laughs it off, serving drinks and snacks instead. Pushed to the limit, he remembers. At the farm, he recalls the king's dying wish make her happy. That burden weighs heavy on him. A girl breaks his focus, asking for a handshake. The guests demand a story. A mother begs Almos to share his legends. The crowd joins the chant, and even Almos wants to hear it. Tetra watched in shock as women swarmed Almas. His era of popularity had finally arrived. Smirking, a woman reminds him he only has one wife and suggests starting a second family. Almas knew they were replacing his second wife to seize the Ash family power. They urged him to stay and study the paper, but he knew the truth. They were never letting him escape. Almas tried to bolt after spotting the Debelly girls, but Tetra grabbed him and dragged him away. She suggested trying rare local food, and he instantly agreed. Ignoring the group's glares, she lets him stay. He thanks her, timidly asking her to be nicer. She offers marriage to save her weak family, but he brushes off the excuses. He just wants Tetris to smile. She tells the hero up front she's actually fine with him taking a concubine. She begged him not to ruin the family, and he knew she was right. Marrying a concubine without love felt wrong, so he just laughed awkwardly and looked away. A man and his goons closed in, mocking the massive crowd as a circus. The hero learns from Almas that the man leading them is Regard Diable, the same Regard Dibel. They squared off. The subordinate identified the targets, and the man smirked. Who else would it be but Almas and Tetradono? Stunned, the guys watched the man reach out to greet them and offer another wedding congrats. Regard wasn't the monster rumors claimed. The hero thanks him. Rigor apologizes for missing the wedding, but the hero tells him not to feel guilty about being sick. Rigor admits he's rarely ill, but felt off that day, then squeeze. They lock hands in a tense duel. Masking his rage with a smile, the hero offers a fake apology and warns him to watch his back. He crushed the man's hands, forcing a hit. Regard yanks his hand back, calling the hero a beast. He snaps, calling the hero a pathetic mongrel. The hero hates him instantly. A total mismatch, But with everyone watching, he keeps his grip. Rigger storms off, yelling at the crowd to stop staring and clear the way. Tetra tells Almas Rigger's gone. Someone rushes up to check on the hero, and Almas is shocked to see Ron. Adma plays it cool, but the other guy screams, he's picking a fight. Now, the brat's massive entourage is closing in with hostile glares. Ron roared he wouldn't let it slide, itching to throw hands until Almas shut him down. A man behind them noted that while Ron was oblivious, everyone else felt the crowd's murderous glares. Hero tells them to stay cool and keep moving to avoid a scene. They agree, but hearing footsteps behind him, he asks what's going on. Yuria walks the street, the crowd calling her name. Tetra admires her beauty, but she's the star of the Harvest Festival. Their eyes lock as she prepares to lead the prayer. She greets Almas and Tetra. The boys bow back. She asks why they want to just call her Yuri, but he refuses. Everyone's watching. And there's a catch. Yuri's fiancé Regar is right there laughing with another woman. Urias smiled. After the Griffin orphans, Urias was the hero's longest companion in this world. He wants to stay close and watch her love happily like the other orphans. But he's married and Yuri's engaged. Furious, he mistook Riger for her fiancé. The hero realizes he's judging people too harshly, just like he did with Ron. Is he actually jealous? He feels guilty, especially since Yuri grabs his hand. She bows, trusting him as she takes her leave. Rigger stops Yuri, calling her beautiful. They're engaged, and they've got business to discuss. She apologized, busy with prayer prep, and postponed the talk. Before leaving, she reminded him she's counting on him. Regar glares at the hero, ready to clash. Tetra yanks his hair, telling him to chill and look around. Every eye was locked on them. She warns him to stop, and he thanks her for the heads up. Full moon after the harvest. In Rositz, the hero lowers his hood, noting it's been ages since his last visit. Yuri slips him a note meet at their first spot on the next full moon. Opening a door, the hero hopes he's in the right shop and apologizes as he enters. Yuri was already inside waiting. Hero smiles seeing her. She thanks him for coming after so long, but he reminds her she invited him, asking if it's safe to meet here. She smiles, saying the owner gave her permission. The hero remembers the man with nostalgia, but then she asks if he remembers their first meeting. Of course he remembers. He hands her the caramel grass before she can even ask. She's stunned. He brought caramel grass as a gift, feeling so nostalgic at their first meeting spot that he grabbed some from the forest. Tearfully, she thanked him, crying out how much she truly cared. Yuria confesses her love. Blushing, he admits he already knew. She asks if he loves her, and he says it's obvious. He turns to Yuri. Her eyes snap open. Yuria credits Tetra for his improved kissing, but the hero is totally clueless. They're barely newlyweds, yet she asks if it's too soon for Almas to find a concubine. The hero snaps back. She's the one who invited him. The girl asks him to marry her. Stunned into silence, he leaves her wondering if he hates her. He denies it, confessing he loves Yuria as much as Tetra. She asks, is he just feeling guilty toward Tetra? He says it's a reason, but not the main one. She presses for the real answer. She screams that if they marry, he can do whatever he wants. She wants to lose to Tetra. She says marrying her makes him King Rositz's heir, but he claims that is the whole problem. Think Regard Diablo will just sit back. He'll never accept this. It's a one-way ticket to civil war. Ferme forced their hand last time, but now he can stop a civil war by ditching the wedding if he only had the gut. The hero rejected King Rositz's throne, knowing the massive responsibility was unlike anything he'd ever faced. He still wants the throne and Yuri, and he's not losing her to Bel now. He just needs the resolve to act. He knew what it took. He asks Yuri for time, and she gives him a strict 2-day deadline to decide. Accept her now, or she's forced to marry Rieger de Bella. Late night, the hero rides back. Tetra meets him on the street, welcoming him and asking where he's been. He told his wife he saw Yuri. She's shocked he isn't hiding it, but he admits he could never fool a girl as smart as Tetra. He bowed low, apologizing for cheating. She questioned him, demanding to know exactly what he did. She sits beside him and asks who's the better kisser, her or Yuri. He says it's her, obviously. She asks who he loves more, her or Yuri, and he picks her again. She smiles, saying it's fine. He asks if Tetra should be mad, but she asks if that's what he wants. She offers to get mad if it helps, but he apologizes and says he's fine. She lets it slide as long as he understands. Tetra says the damage is done, but they can ignore it. He promises to stop, but he's completely missing her point. She sat right across from him. She reminded him she's his wife, he's the head of the house, and she can't defy his final decision. He asked for Tetra's honest feelings, refusing to force her along. Tetris loves his decisiveness. He always finds a way, no matter the odds, and never hesitates. She says hesitating is fine, but forcing his choices on others isn't her problem. She loves him and she's set on marriage, Yuri drama aside. Now it's his move, accept or reject. She tells him not to worry, even if he loves Yuri more. She'll never stop loving her hero. She grabbed his hand, vowing to love him through his hate and whatever destruction his path might bring. She wants to walk with him. He gets it, but asks if it'll be dangerous. She nods. Deep in Romalaya Forest, the hero spots a familiar face and thanks God it's been way too long. The Griffin awakens and recognizes the hero. Result: hero spills everything. The Griffin realizes he just wants to get close to lavender-haired Yuria, but the hero hates the phrasing. Check length original 3. Yuria is the leader's daughter. Claiming her makes Griffin the new boss, but as an outsider, his promotion could trigger a brutal war. Griffin mocks the hero's hesitation. He admits it's true, but demands respect. This is a marriage, not a joke. The Griffin asks if the hero will listen, but he refuses. He's here for advice, not orders. The Griffin gets the message and asks, what's the plan for Yuri? Hero confirms it's true. Griffin demands action, but Hero warns it'll spark a war. Ron and the hero's friends are in danger. They might all die. The Griffin leaves the choice to them, baffled by the hero's fear of pack drama. Help or not, it doesn't matter. You either win or you lose. The hero's certain he'll win. Doubts plagued him. Griffin's words echoed kill without guilt, and you're no longer human. Humans are pack animals. Remorseless killers threaten the group and Dante belong, but the hero is built different. The Griffin named him ruler. A hero doesn't follow the pack. He directs it. By standing outside their rules, he becomes the ultimate protector. The Griffin warns the hero as ruler, he must accept small sacrifices for the pack's survival. Griffin claims the hero ignores victims because to him, they're just pathetic strangers. Griffin reminds him of his body count. Did he forget he slaughtered them all just for those kids and his own gain? Hero won't risk lives for his dreams. The Griffin laughs, knowing he'll have to kill in the end. He must understand in this world, if it's impossible, he won't do it. He'll do it. New Lion Kings kill the old leader, cubs, and even fish devour their own newborns. They have total freedom. Fight back or submit this world as a tool, save it or burn it down. It's all up to the hero. Only a hero decides his fate. Doubt anything, and you will regret everything. Indecision is the ultimate regret. He needs to make a choice, accept or reject. He knew he'd regret either choice. Both paths were a disaster. Almost thanking the Griffin for the right call, the hero confirms his choice and says he's got to move. The Griffin loved the hero's resolve, urging him to fulfill his destiny. The hero faces the king, who demands his final decision. The hero thanks him for the time, then makes a shameless demand, hand over the kingdom and Yuri. I need to ask Aria if she'll marry him. She rushes to him, happily agreeing. The king snaps, wanting to stall, but his advisor reveals the hero already decided, shattering their 1-week prediction. He'd convinced the hero that waiting was better, but the hero's shocked Yuria only gave him 3 days. The king gives him a full month instead of 3 days, certain he'll survive the wait. Yuria justified the tight deadline, claiming it would force him to decide faster. The king brushes off his daughter's stupidity, thanking the crowd for swaying the hero, who realizes the Griffin's advice was common sense. The king asks the hero's royal plans. His mission: unite the Adelna Peninsula. Everyone's stunned. He laughed, calling it a joke. Most mocked King Fermay's dream, but now he's demanding datas for the engagement, wedding, and coronation, asking the hero for his input. The hero demands a 2-day deadline, and the king realizes this stops regard from raising an army. Post-ceremony, the hero rallies an army to wipe out every noble present. Hero corrects the king he's building an army before the ceremony. The king begs him to hurry so he can pass the crown and finally die in peace. Crow asks if the hero is sure he is, wanting to strike while the king is alive, but his lack of achievements makes it a massive hurdle. The king's worried the hero just took over Ash territory and has 0 achievements. He'll need them to claim the throne. Domo Argar is invading soon, so the king hands him the entire army to stop the attack. Hero asks for a date, but the king's clueless. Meanwhile, Domargar and Gilbert just allied to expand south. The king expects a move within 3 years, but the hero doubts he'll live to see it. The king's not worried he's got a master voodoo magician keeping him alive. Details later, the hero must brief his wife, Bartolo, Boros, and his vassals. 10 trusted allies need in on the secret, but more people means a higher risk of leaks. The hero obeys the king and moves to leave, but the girl stops him. She wants to tell Tetra the truth herself, so they head out together. The two wives face off. Hero tells Tetra why he's marrying Yuria. The girl's relieved, but Yuria is absolutely livid. Yuria bows in apology, asking Tetra for the reason. Yuria apologizes for trying to marry Almas and steal the main wife's spot. Marrying Yuria makes him king, turning her into the main wife and Tetra into a concubine. Tetra isn't mad about the situation, she's just annoyed. Yuria didn't consult her. She would have pushed Almas harder, and if Yuria felt guilty, she should have spoken up sooner. Yuria admits she's wrong and apologizes. Tetra forgives her, and the heroes relieve they're still friends. Yuria asks if she's ready to be the main wife. Tetra doesn't hesitate. She was almost his first bride, and that history will never change. She claims love beats status, but she's clearly obsessed with rank. Yuria snaps, screaming at Tetra for implying she's just chasing the main wife title. Panicking, the hero begged the girls to chill for his sake, but Tetra instantly whacked him with a stick. The hero stops, sensing the sound and pain. Don a match, an iron rod, he asks. Wrong. Tetra reveals it's a hidden blade. Hero thinks it's cool, but begs her to stop hitting him before he dies. Yuri wants one too. He figured it was finally over. Glad they were still getting along. Ron reports everyone's present, so the hero orders them inside and locks the doors. Tetra notes, it's been a while since they gathered, but duty kept them busy. Someone asks about. He didn't expect the whole crew, Barton included. Big news is dropping today, and the hero tells them to sit. The girl asks why Yuri's here. Ron begs her to hide the marriage hunt, but Barton knows it's a lie. The hero flat out declared he's marrying Yuri. Ron asks if Almas inherits the throne. The hero confirms it, and everyone breathes a sigh of relief. She'd been worried sick since Yuria's engagement to Rhaegar, but now she's thrilled Almas is the groom. He calls his brother, declaring war on Rhaegar and the hero. He's doubling the trouble, all for his love for Yuria. He felt guilty for dragging them in, but he couldn't do this alone. No regrets, the boys are all in, and they hate Debel. The man praises Almas, but has one question. Boros questions Tetra's fate. Hero vows. Tetra stays his wife, not the main one, but he'll never leave her. Even as king, he'll lead the Ash family. Boros apologizes, admitting. Boros thought Yuria would finally marry her prince. After years by her side, he was set to join the king's guard. He warns that the Dibbles in every noble house are targeting the hero. Hero agrees with Earl, but has his own plan. Morgars is invading soon, and the king wants Hero to lead, take the credit, and crush any families resisting Rhaegar. Backed by allies, the hero watches for a loophole to strike politically. Now the secret's out. The hero bowed, asking for their help from now on. At the Ash-Dibble border, Gilbert reports the villagers are rounded up and the grain tax is secure. He eyes the bag and demands to know how he dared to lie. The man denies it, but Gilbert demands the full tax. The man claims they're broke and begs for another year. The man offers to pay, but Gilbert shoves him, mocking his poverty. They hit the barn and started digging. They find 4 seed barrels, but the man screams that taking them leaves them with nothing to plant. He nudged the old man, offering seeds for interest, and ordered his servants to load up. Once the crowd is gathered, he demands to know how they dare disgrace him after everything he's done for them. Gilbert read their faces instantly. Spotting the girl, he demanded her name. She clearly wasn't a local. She's from a neighboring village, but her reaction proves she never reported her entry. He demands to know why she moved. Was it for marriage? She begs for mercy, and he agrees, but now she'll pay the price starting on their wedding night. Her husband begs for mercy, promising to pay next month, but the official demands the cash, now offering a deal to wipe the debt. One night for total safety, no taxes, no reports, and no harassment. Gilbert explains the Lord's right to the first night. She'll lose her honor, but her husband's crimes are forgiven and they'll pay 0 taxes. She takes the deal and heads out, telling her husband to wait. He lost all hope. Elsewhere, she asks if it's the same fort. He confirms Ismia's intel and asks how it compares to Kishiria. Ismay points out the fort uses 200-year-old construction techniques. The design is old, but the expert stonework proves a pro built this look over the edge, and the blind spots are everywhere. This fort's crawling with blind spots. easy to storm, and the inside's a maze of intersections. Hero asks about the paths. She confirms they're high-risk collision zones. Maya says the fort needs a total overhaul, but Ash's territory is out of stone. Tetra points the hero to Dibble's territory for the kingdom's best supply. Hero refuses to owe Bill. Tetra snaps that they have other options, like buying from Rosita's territory instead. Alma's bought them from the king and put Ismaya in charge of the fort's design. Stoked to be the fort's designer after just one day, she'll finish instantly by tweaking a recent design. He asks for a timeline. Maya says 1 week, supplies included, and the hero puts his trust in her. Ash Palace, Ron greets the leader, asking if everything stayed smooth while he was away. Ron says something is up, but it's too public to talk, so he sends the hero inside to get the full story from Boros. Devil refugees arrive. The hero asks for a head count, and if House Devil has demanded their return, 200 people are gathered, but Dable House has gone completely silent. Stunned by the 200 missing, the hero asks who knows about the refugees. Boros says only Ron and his warriors are in on it. Ismaya explains they kept it secret since Ron found them by chance. Almas plays it safe to avoid disaster and calls the refugee rep. Turns out, she's already waiting to talk. The girl begged Almas for shelter. The hero asks why they're hiding. The woman blames insane taxes. They can't pay 30 of their harvest, plus fees for clothes, labor, military service, and even marriage. Ron says the gift goes to the ruler, not the in-laws. Then a death text appears. She detailed the funeral tax and first night rites. The Bible family relatives run wild, robbing and killing whoever they want on a whim. Hero understood, sent the rep home, and ordered Roy and Soyan to protect the people. Hero tasks Earl to investigate the Bible family and verify the woman's story. Earl confirms the taxes are real, the people are being bled dry, even forced to sell their own children. Boros confirms the Dibbles are bad news. Refugees have been fleeing their territory since the days of Legos and King Ferme. Elma says King Firm's lands are a wreck, but they still chose this over staying. Tetra returns, and the hero asks for the update. The murder rumors might be fake, but the Debels are still corrupt, and their subjects absolutely despise them. Tetra asks for the plan, and the hero vows protection. Debel want to forgive escapees who weaken his power, so he tells Boros to play dumb. Boros agrees, but crossing borders requires both rulers' permission, and doing so breaks the law. He'll protect them. Even if they're caught, King Rosic runs the court and has his back, so Dibble isn't a threat, but they'd still. Hero hides them in the hidden Ramalia forest. Maya calls it the perfect cover. Since Rhea needs workers, they'll provide food while Boros leads the secret night mission. Days later at Ash's palace, the girl tells the hero Debel has arrived. The hero asks about his group. Shocked he's early, unsure of his stance on refugees, he plays it safe, ordering Soyan to welcome him with a meal. Food would calm Dibble, but now they had to lower his guard. Almas served the man some simple food and told him to dig in. Debo thanked him, then silence. Noticing his eerie calm, the hero waited for the meal to end. Plates cleared, he finally asked why he'd come. Rhaegar claims fugitives fled his land to hide here and asked the hero for info. The hero kept Rhaegar in the dark. Alma apologized for knowing nothing and promised to investigate immediately. The hero hid the refugees and scrubbed the trail, erasing every scent to keep the tracking dogs off their back. Rhaegar warns that crossing borders requires both rulers' permission. The hero knows, and he doesn't care. A pissed Rugger warns him not to underestimate humans later, but the hero cuts him off. The hero's clueless, but out of respect, he promises to report any refugees they find immediately. Tetra asks how it went, and the hero reveals Rhaegar suspected him from the start. Hero suspected a trap, but he was wrong. Now everyone's waiting for his next move. Rhaegar trashes the room, screaming that the kid is just playing innocent. He barks at the girls to stop staring and summon Bernard and Gilbert, demanding their opinion. Gilbert knew the refugees fled to Ash's territory. It was their only move. Damargar was too far and they'd be spotted in a heartbeat. Zero evidence means no trial. Almas covered his tracks, and now Gilbert wonders if he's forced to surrender. Bernard shot back, at least they warned them. Next clash, they'll use this excuse to strip their freedom and stay ready. Rhaegar told Almas to wait, and a week later the fuse was lit. A massive wave of refugees fled Deepal for Ash territory. The man called almost late to apologize, and the boy asked what happened. Voodoo mages spot 1,000 refugees fleeing Debel territory, and enemy warriors are already closing in. Boros reveals Debel sent 1,000 warriors to block their path. Almas can't ignore 1,000 warriors at their border. Hero orders Bartolo to rush 1,000 troops to the border. Bartolo's unfazed. He's always got 1,000 warriors ready to move. Tetra asks if he's invading Debel, but he claims it's just a precaution. His advisor sees an opening. If they cross the border, they can finally kill Rhaegar. Almas doubts Rhaegar will show. The hero avoids a fight to keep the Rhaegars from getting suspicious. He can to risk his marriage or the throne. He'll play it by ear. The hero stares out, declaring the land ahead belongs to Rhaegar. Rhaegar's warriors stood across the river. Let's make it punchier. The guy tells Alma that Bernard, a legendary assistant, has arrived to see them. Hate, the original says, judging. Bernard asks for a messenger, but the hero demands a face-to-face and lets him in. Once inside, Bernard asks why he brought an entire army. The hero retorts, you brought soldiers first, but almost won to fight unless you cross the border or attack. The man turns to leave, but the hero stops him, asking if he's the army commander. Bernard names Rhaegar's relative Gilbert as commander. When asked why, the hero claims it's nothing, saying he just wants to introduce himself later. Almas hears the refugees hit the barricade, and they already breaking through. Everyone called it impossible. Dibel's warriors blocked the road, cavalry poised behind. 1,000 strong, but half were women and elders, not enough to cross the river. The hero expected this. Now he just hoped trouble stayed away. Soldiers round up the refugees as they beg for mercy. Panic flared and a scuffle erupted. Barricade is down. Refugees breach the barricade now. They'll be crushed by 4. Seeing the chaos, the hero calls it a one-way slaughter. Ron begs to save the kids. The hero agrees, but they can interfere no matter what. Deaths pile up, but the hero orders his men to hold back. A refugee reaches the river, screaming for help. Days ago, a border village. Gilbert snatched his wife, and the man apologized to the village. A grandmother comforted him, if she doesn't resist, she'll survive. Days later, Gilbert's cart returns, and his wife finally steps out. He sobbed, clutching her. Next day, he brought his wife food and asked how she felt. His wife was dead. He'd later learned she fought back until the very end. Enraged, Gilbert let his warriors attack her, but her death shattered his heart. Days later, talk of escaping Debel territory spread. He didn't force them, but suggested Ash's territory. The whole village was ready to move. He didn't care anymore. They reached out, telling him to join them. He felt guilty for causing his wife's death, but begged him not to die for Gilbert as the public turned on the Dibbles. He remembered the rumor this man fled the King for May battle, but he was warned to shut up if he wanted to live. They leave tomorrow, and time is running out. His wife's memories have turned to tragedy, and he can't bear to stay. He says his final goodbye. Ash's warriors wade across the river, cross it, and they're safe. But the Dibbles brought archers, and they're ready to fire. Gilbert joined the archer ranks, furious and blaming Gilbert for his wife's death. The man seethes as refugees smash the barricade. Aimless, he followed the crowd and started running. Unlike him, the man the soldiers killed begged for mercy, while a woman clutched her child. He's given up on life but survives while those fighting to live die. Everyone's losing their families, and this body count isn't normal. He finally calls for help. Nobody reacted. It wasn't their problem, so they wouldn't lift a finger. He needed a hook. Remembering the man's advice, he'll spread rumors about the Dibbles. He screamed, calling Rhaegar a cowardly bastard. The man screamed that Rhaegar pissed himself mid-battle. Gilbert knew if he let the witness escape, he'd be executed too. Archers aim. He's lured them in, dragging the Ash family into the chaos. 2 arrows pierce his back. Steals rocket at the hero. He grinned as his arrow struck Ash. Revenge was finally hid. He sees his dead wife and dies smiling. Hero snatches the arrow. He asks Balthoro if the arrow was luck. Balthoro calls it an attack. Hero calls Boros snack. He asks if it looks like an attack, but firing into their land is no peace offering. The hero doesn't know his name, but he respects his intent. Finally, he can rest in. The hero rallies his warriors to warn them of the attack. They had to eliminate the threat now. Bartolo's planned a flank attack from here for the perfect strike. The hero orders the attack. Dibble's men begged him to stop, but the hero ignored them, pressing forward to find Gilbert. Bernard slams Gilbert for the arrow and orders a retreat, pushing through the army to find him. Gilbert screams, he'll kill Almas and fix everything. This is his chance. The hero asks Ron if he heard, and he nods. Almas warns his words prove he tried to kill the hero. Gilbert snaps, telling him to shut up and attack. He's taken out instantly. The hero's hand shakes. He asks if they should wish to chase the soldiers, but the hero says it's too much. He secures the refugees and escape. King Rossitz fumes at Almos's antics as his advisor admits he expected a much calmer hero. Abandoned by the ruler, they join the hero. Look at it as a win. The elder warns that ramen and emotions ruin heroes. The king threatens to scrap the engagement if this happens again. The hero saved everyone, so he has no regrets. Only guilt toward the king. Hero asks about the trial. The king names the witnesses. Ash warriors and grateful Debel refugees all confirm Debel's men struck first. Debel's officers want to confess. The evidence is solid, but not enough. The hero knows they want to snitch on their own. Raymond warns that one high official's word outweighs 100 commoners. Court guarantees a hero win, but ruins their names. He wants to avoid the damage, but the king has one last move. Regal demands a whole duel to settle the score, but our hero has no idea what that even is. Raymond says duels settle what the court can tee, but only if both sides agree to fight. Both warriors swear to God and duel before High Priestess Yuria. If he's right, God will side with him. Raymond hated the tradition, and the hero's evidence made the duel pointless. The king let Almas refuse, but warned it would ruin his reputation. They'll brand him a coward and a liar, but the king trusts his plan, sending Bernard to redeem himself after the failure. The hero's sure he'll win, but Raymond warns Regar is the kingdom's strongest. The king boasted he was the strongest, so Bernard expected a win, but the hero remembered winning their festival duel. Ryger was his equal. Hero asks about Regal's blessing, so Yuria steps up to explain. Almost win reached the girl, but it brought trouble. Now he's asking about Divel's power. She saw it. Rhaegar has the hero's exact blessing. Hero's shocked Rhaegar has the same blessing. Two kings' blessings. That's unheard of, and it's definitely a bad sign. The king accepts the duel if the hero believes he can win. Almas's victory will be absolute, crushing Dabble's influence and securing the hero's throne. The king orders Yuri to explain the rule. She's judging this 1v1 deathmatch win by killing your opponent or knocking them out cold. Surrender is worse than death. He can pick any weapon, but tradition bans poison and long-range gear as cowardly. A cheap win only earns scorn. Realizing murder is legal, the hero accepts the king as duel. The old man sets the battle for next week at Ramalia Forest. Telling the Griffin he's hunting for the sword, Griffin needed blades for battle, not gold. The hero asked for all the war steel, and since it was useless to Griffin, he told him to take everything. The Griffin leads him inside. He finds the swords of fallen warriors, and just as he suspected, they're all top-tier gear. Nearly forgetting the other sword, the Griffin flies off and tells him to wait. The sword reeked, so he buried it far from the cave. But it's the only blade that can wound him. Gunpowder barely tickled the Griffin, but this dragon Damascus steel blade actually carves through it. Enzo reveals Damascus Dragon Steel is the East's ultimate metal, forged from Damascus and dragon cores. The Griffin hands it over on one condition: get rid of that stinking sword. Hero thanks the Griffin, hits the smith for a handle and sheath, and now the blade is duel ready. Bernard doubts the hero will accept the duel, but Rhaegar's certain he'll win regardless. He asks if Bernard doubts him. Bernard says of course not. Rhaegar was the strongest, but they stayed alert. He laughed it off while Gilbert's big mouth picked another fight. Gilbert's pathetic capture gave the hero total leverage, draining Bernard's gold and ruining their refugee plans. But Rhaegar was thrilled this mess was the perfect excuse to finally kill the hero. Rhaegar declares the Ashe family finished. Once king, he'll seize their lands, enslave the hero's wives, and claim Uriah as his princess. Sacred Duel Day. Yuria announces Rhaegar versus Almas. The loser must confess his sin and surrender all his lands and property to the winner. Yuria demands one final test: swear to fight fair and honor the result to prove your innocence. The boys swore an oath, and she ordered them into position. This was the hero's first duel against another blessed user, and they shared the exact same power. Normal blades shatter under the king's blessing, but this one holds firm. The weapon gap is massive as Yuria signals the start. Rhaegar cuts him off and strikes instantly. Smelling a scam, the hero knew the duel was premature, but his blade just proved it can handle a clash between king-blessed warriors. Rhaegar's blade was just as good. Their swords were a perfect match. Mid-fight, the hero realizes Dibble's just swinging blindly, carried by his blessing. He's got skill, but wastes movement. Still, he crushes average fighters, so he lets them call him the strongest. If that's all he's got, Rhaegar stands no chance against King Ferme. Dibble could host cursing. He asked if the hero was mocking him. Rhaegar blasts the mist back, proving the rumors Ashe can to handle him. Rhaegar looked like he was in control, but he was actually running on empty. Time for a breakthrough. The hero tells Uriah to watch closely. He dodges the hit. The hero finally swings. Rhaegar screams, surrender. The girl declares Almas Ash the winner. Killing Duel solves everything, but our hero just realized he's wet his pants. Almas wins. The king orders the Double family to surrender their lands to the Ash family, and Rhaegar must apologize. Rhaegar apologizes, but the king isn't done. Sick of the tyrant's rule, he demanded the guy fix his ways the moment he returned. The hero never expected the king to blast him over house business, leaving Duel's supporters humiliated. Next day, the king praises the hero, but he's fuming. Rhaegar survived. The king welcomes the hero's blade. Even if people hold a grudge, the Bible family lives on. Surrendering brands him a coward. His allies will desert him, and even his inner circle will find excuses to cut ties. Uriah warns that for noble warriors, it's victory or death. Rhaegar challenged the hero himself, so surrender is off the table. Raymond says rulers must lead and fight. Rhaegar's a trash king, but his strength is top tier. He lost the duel and his claim to the throne, so the nobles bailed, seizing the moment. The king used the defeat to scrap Uriah and Rhaegar's engagement. He hasn't accepted Almas yet, but the throne can't stay empty. They want to announce the wedding ASAP, but timing is the issue. Raven suggests waiting for the hero's big win, while Almas wants to wait for King Domargar's attack. The king rejects the achievement. To prep for war with Domargar, he must purge the Duel faction, and marrying the hero to Uriah is the perfect move. Raymond warns force Bernard out or lose the heroes. Stunned by his skills, he's the real deal. Unlike Rhaegar's squad of incompetent relatives, Bernard is actually dangerous. Bernard handpicks every elite Duelish soldier. With the nobles' total trust, he's the sole pillar holding the entire house together. Killing him is the easy way out, but the king has a bigger goal: strip his rank and destroy his status. The hero needs a new move. The king won a care and the public craves war, but Enzo's story about that small kingdom is his secret ticket to glory. One kingdom catches the hero's eye, so he moves to secure an alliance. He wants an alliance with these powerhouses. The king asks, which kingdom? Hero mentions Alva, east of Rosita. The king knows them, the people living past the Alva mountain belt. The Ash family recently raised a German cavalry, just as the hero learns about the nomads of Ains. Dumbargar is stronger and war is coming. They can't win head-on, forcing them into a defensive war. Cavalry is the game changer. Adelna ignores them, so if they don't train a horse army, we'll take the lead. Stirrups give them the edge, but they need war horses. That's why trade with Alva is vital. The hero demands an alliance to secure Alva's war horses and elite mercenaries. But the king warns that language and cultural barriers have killed trade. The king summons Enz, the hero he's already cut deals with. Enzo reveals Alva's ancestors were ruling horsemen who lost power and fled, those who stayed assimilated, while the exiles became known as Alva's people. The king's stunned they adapted so fast, Enzo explains. Alva's dryland made them livestock experts, making the transition easy. Surrounding mountains cut them off, leaving only 1,000 survivors. Their mixed blood now makes them look just like the people of Adelna. They weighed down children's noses with stone blocks to make them look terrifying to enemies. Enzo says they've stopped. The hero asks if they speak Adelnian. Enzo confirms, but notes their unique dialect and culture. The king agreed and asked Raymond, who dodged and deferred to Boros and Bartolo. They trade sometimes, and their isolation keeps them out of wars. He's sure they'll be friendly if they reach out. The second guy suggested Alva's horsemen, and he loved the idea. Confused, the hero learns Alva is split into 3 massive tribes. 3 tribes exist: Ares and Lupus. Lupus rules the weak Ares, so the real wars exist versus Lupus. Enzo suggests Exis as the hero as ally. The Lupus tribe shuns outsiders, but Exis is friendly and even started farming. With a river, Jaya can farm dry land. Farming beats wandering, so they're switching, but changing their entire lifestyle. One to be easy. The hero eyes an alliance with the progressive X's and asks the king for permission to negotiate. The king agrees, so the hero recruits Enz to handle the negotiations. Enzo joins the fray, so they dispatch an envoy to Alva. The hero, sidelined as Rosewood of the Ash family, kicks off the first trade: wheat, rock salt, and wine. The tribe swaps wool and horses for rare resources. It's a small scale, win-win, everyone accepted instantly. The hero was right, the tribe wanted trade, profits exploded, and their momentum is now unstoppable. Raymond's spy confirms Domorigar's army is moving. The invasion hits in 6 months, paired with a food blockade. The hero vows to be ready in 5 months. To secure the Axis alliance, the hero heads there in person. Alva Mountain's goal in sight, the hero rides on, praising his horde. Yuria tags along. They drag her to meet the voodoo master Yuria, but she senses someone approaching. Meet the people of X's. Yuria and the people of X bonded instantly. Mucho, the chief's second son, appears and instantly recognizes the Miss Nuri. The guys introduce themselves the same way. They drop the formalities fast. Muxio was just too chill. Impressed by their riding, Muxio asks about the instruments on their horses. Intrigued by the stirrup, the hero asks to learn the secret to making it. The hero promised more supplies to win their friendship. While Yuri discussed the wool with the chief, he loved their wheat and demanded the secret. Yuria pivots to almas. Hero breaks down the 3 essentials for better farming. He breaks down the essentials. Water, sun, and soil miss one and the harvest fails. Weather rules everything, but the river is their backup. They control soil nutrients, the key to a massive harvest. Soil starts rich, but drains over time. Mutsuyo finally realized why their harvests were shrinking. The hero's first move let the soil rest for a year. To keep the fields from going idle, the hero suggests mixing ash with nutrient-rich forest soil. Alliance first, then he'll reveal the other method. Muzio kept pressing his father. The hero saw Muzio back the progressives in the alliance, while Yuri asked if the leader opposed the deal. Mutsuyo's conservative father hates farming and rejects trade, fearing it'll destroy their culture. Dying for foreign wars was stupid. The hero as key target opposed the alliance, but he wasn't stubborn. He hates farming, but he'll take the deal. It's all about the money, and our hero knows profit talks. They stop and set up camp. Hero and Mucho analyze the RT. A soldier rushes in. A dragon's coming. The hero is stunned. He's only seen griffins before, making this his first real monster encounter. Mutsuyo warned if it goes berserk, it's a nightmare to stop. He apologizes and clears the room while Mutisio begs the hero for help. Hero reveals his dragon steel sword, so Muzio winks and invites him to hunt. Hero snaps at the casual attitude. Muzio knows he has a VIP from the neighboring kingdom. Mutsu warns this bipedal dragon has steel hard scales. Aim for the gaps, he asks the hero. Can you handle it? Hero demands the blade, sure he'll slice through the plan. Mucho and Almas are bait. Hero asks if they can outrun him. The boy says he's slower than a horse and blind at night. Once the others evacuate, they'll either fight or flee. The boys bait the monster. The dragon snaps and chases, falling right into their trap. The dragon looks just like a T-Rex. Muzio aims and fires a quick shot to test its reaction. Dragon roars, hero's horse rear. Almas hits the dirt, cursing his horse. Moiseos warns they can to outrun the dragon on one mount. They have to kill it here. Hero apologizes for the trouble. The boy shrugs it off, promising him a top-tier horse later. Hero attacks the beast with his blade. Mutsuya warns that charging an angry dragon head-on is suicide. He bolts to save the hero. He fires at the monster and the hero, stunned, howls a short bow piercing. Scales his sword couldn't even scratch. The wind matches the arrow. The hero yells for Muzio's support. He swings, demanding the beast finally fall. Dragon's down, hero leaps for the final blow. Victory. Muzio stunned. The hero soloed the enraged dragon with such monstrous power and hopes to uncover the secret behind it soon. They'll grab the body later. The hero hitches a ride. They regroup, and Yuria panics seeing the hero soaked in blood, but he claims it's just monster god. As the girl checks him, Enzo asks about the dragon. Almas claims the kill and offers to retrieve the body tomorrow morning. Exis locals finish the yurts. Mutsuyo offers to sleep with the hero but gets told to watch his phrasing. Mutsuyo preps the food while the hero pours the wine. Mateo asks about his monster strength. The hero agrees to talk, but only if Muzio explains his wind-controlled arrows. Almas catches his reaction and reveals his power, the wind spirit blessing, allowing him to command the wind. That makes 4 blessed ones. Mucho notes a normal man would have been dragon food, but the hero's reflexes are just insane. He calls it a hunter's blessing to hide his real trump card, but the strength boost is no lie. Hero wants an alliance with the Exist tribe and asks Mutsuyo for help. The boy was down for the hero's cavalry offer. They were broke and selling goats to survive, so they needed the cash, but his dad wanted a better deal. The hero promised mutual aid, and with the Lupus tribe closing in, Mucho had no choice but to agree. Rositz is a powerhouse ally, but is almost sure he says yes, holding the king's full authority. Mucho questions the king's health. Will the next ruler honor the deal? The future king backs the union, but his identity stays secret. Now, they just need to settle the payment and the team. Radical leader Mocho asks to lead, and if looting is allowed, making the hero realize that for this horseman, war is just an excuse to steal. The hero ignored everything but the war against King Damoar. Now it's all on Princess Yurio to cure her stepmother Mutsuo. Chief X has 3 wives, the first, second, and third queens. Mutsu is the second queen's son, Crown Prince Metal is the third's, and the first queen's son ranks third, meaning the youngest holds the highest position. Yuria treats the third queen, who asks if she can be cured. Yuria starts the secret ritual and orders everyone out. Before they leave, she reveals her weakness isn't actually the disease. The third queen asks again, and the girl reveals a complex curse that's slowly draining her life. Yuria asks the queen for suspects, but she's clueless. Yuria suggests an item from months ago is still hidden nearby, causing the illness. She's clueless, so Yuria asks about gifts from the queens. The woman hands over a New Year's pendant from the second queen. That wasn't all. She reveals the pillow from the first queen. You knew this was it and tore it apart. An insect's inside. Yuria identifies the GU poison and reflects the curse back to the mage to protect the first queen. Yuria clocks in. Finished, she tells the queen to dress and hands her a cleansing medicine to keep. The rest of the curse is now in the queen's hands. She spills the truth, and he realizes power struggles are constant. Even Rositsa is in trouble without an heir. Hiro asks why the first son isn't a target, but she explains it's because of tight security and the tribe's high-ranking women. Yuria's certain the hero wants Macho's take as Yuria recalls their night together. He promised a horse and alliance talks tomorrow. The hero agreed, but first, he had to handle the dragon's corpse. Then he headed out. She offered to share her bed. He calls me stupid, kisses me, and bails. Next day, Hiro asks Mucho for a 50-50 split. He agrees, but splitting the loot is impossible. Shinken is heart metal, and Hecaron is a single scale. Neither can be cut in half. Mutsuyo takes the Gekker for wedding decor, while the hero claims the Shinken to sell through Enzo or forge a new sword. Hiro asks for a horse, and Mutsuyo promises to find him the perfect ride instantly. Asked for his horse preference, the hero demands a brave, obedient red stallion. He'll check it out first. If it's not the one, he keeps searching. They arrive. The hero spotted a stable of prime steeds. Hero checks other stalls, but the guy warns him those mares aren't as good as the first one. A horse calls him pretentious, so he gets Mucho's permission to blast a loud noise. He hurled black powder firecrackers. Every horse panics, but one startled. Mucho asks if the hero's finally chosen. Hero picks the fearless horse, but Muzio warns its black mark summons evil spirits. Her mother died in labor. Her owner followed, and a fire killed everyone but her. The hero asks why they even kept her. Mitsuo says her elite bloodline and strength kept her for breeding, but since the hero is a Griffin's son, he's the perfect match. He tells the hero to try it and decide. Mounted up, the hero realized she wasn't resisting the saddle or stirrups. He was picking her name when wolves blocked their path. They're attacking in broad daylight, right next to the village. That's the price for riding a new horse. He tosses firecrackers and bolts with the horse, claiming it for himself. Excess tribe capital. Harry's girl Yuri Rossitz greets King Exus, honored to represent King Rossitz. The man beside her bows, introducing himself as Almost Ash, Uria's escort. Glad you are here, the man says, introducing himself as the Exus tribe chief. By their laws, the old man is the king of Exus. He turns to Princess Yuria, thanking her for their massive service. He offers his hand, and she takes it with a kind smile. Yuri's now King Rasidza's confidant, handling every detail of the negotiations. He knows King Exist gets it. Now, the deal is in his hand. The king tells Almas to cut to the chase. Their alliance offer is generous but flawed. The tribe is weak and starving, but the king want to risk their lives for a meal. This alliance turns the King-S tribe against Demorgar. Their rival Lupus tribe is already stealing territory after being conquered by the Ovens. The king warns a Dormorgar alliance makes them a massive threat. What's their take? Almas realizes the king's anti-union logic mirrors Muzio's. He confirms the king was right. They need an alliance now. The king's confused, so the guy explains the deal. If Domoargar or the Lupus tribe strike, the Exus will back them up. The king finds the deal interesting but too balanced. He'll only accept if the pros outweigh the con. Almas knows the king is right, An alliance must be worth it, he asks. Is Methyl officially the main successor? The king confirms it. So Almas asks, what if the king joins the union as an heir? What's his take? King Rositz backs Matil for the crown, but stays silent to avoid interfering with tribal succession. Almas names second Prince Muzio and third Prince Lidos, demanding they join the union. He says this only solidifies Methyl's claim to the throne. The king's plan is working, but one question remains. With the king of Rosettes failing, he asks how the successor will react to their union. Almas says not to worry. His heir backs the union, but the king's identity stays a secret. Bowing, the king demands his heir confirm the truth in person, not just through words, but he's certain Almas is the one. Those words stop him cold. The king saw he hit the bullseye. He'd already scouted their leaders to vet his allies, expecting a negotiator at the very least. The boys are stunned. The king saw they were hitting it off. He smirked, calling them easy to read. Exist claims the heir must stay hidden to avoid unwanted attention. Almas tries to start trouble, but the box cuts him off, promising his allies are safe. Yuria finally handled the third queen for him. The king guarantees he'll keep the secret too. Almas realizes the king is ordering them to bury the curse too. He offers his support, but wonders if he's overstepping. Is he too bold for a mere tribal leader? Almas bows in thanks, insisting he's not overstepping. As the promised heir, this alliance secures his throne and the king knows it. He proposes an alliance. The guy looks up and grins. They shake on it. Almas thanks the king for the powerful alliance. Alliance sealed. This win locks in his crown. He's engaged to Yuria. Screams of abuse echo from the Debel palace. The boy slams his head down, questioning why Almas is the future king. He barks at the mustache guy. Isn't this weird? Voice shaking with fear, the man begs Regard to calm down. He boots Gilbert's gut, barking at him to shut up. Mustache man's face twists in searing pain. Regard grabs the stick and smashes everything, screaming insults. He clutched his head, wondering what the hell to do with all this. He dropped cross-legged, clutching his head and begging Bernard for help. But this time, Bernard's vanished. Moments ago, Debel locals huddled in a small hut. One of Earl's men asks what this is. He reveals a detailed roster of Debel's house and their influence. The clerk questions his intel, but Earl's merchant past gave him connections in all the right places. Debel's house is simple, split between relatives and outsiders. Gilbert leads the first, Bernard the second. Earl says the Debels hoard the power while talented outsiders handle the real work. He calls the system broken. The real rulers and the figureheads have swapped places. The clerk asks why they submit to Debel instead of rebelling. Earl says it's all in the kingdom's history. With House Ash gone, power shifted. Now King Rossic is failing, and rumors say House Debal is ready to seize control. The kingdom's brightest flocked to Debela's family for their potential, but he was clueless and mistreated them. Bernard, the man who hired them, steps out to greet them. The girl asks if Bernard's their savior and if they owe him. Earl confirms it. If Bernard wins the power struggle, they win too. That's why outsiders serve the Dibel house. He'll use this chance to convince them to switch sides. They're elite but hate the system. Now they're ready to defect. Earl asks for help finding everyone on this list. The couple happily agrees to join his search. Stoked, he calls it a win and sets a meeting here for tomorrow. Next day, the clerk's got good news for Earl. He's narrowed it down to 3 people he trusts, or he'll just say he understands. He reveals the squad. Yosef leads 100 men, Dora masters the dogs, and America translates Cretan. The man asks if the Ash family should accept them, and Earl agrees it's a great idea. He'll vet them himself, posing as a traitor to test them. He tells the couple to keep working the list, and they happily agree. Earl will meet them first, then decide if he'll snatch them from the Debel faction. Grinning, he heads off to a small town. A guy nearby trains hard. Is this really Yosef, the 100-man commander who went toe-to-toe with King Fermat in the last war? Climbing the stairs, he knew he had to nail the greeting and leave a killer first impression. He shouts a greeting, and the worker spins around. The man shouts, demanding to know who this guy is and why he's here. Earl introduces himself as a vegetable vendor and asks for a moment of his time. Dropping his weapon, he mocks the stranger's power, asking if this unknown face is just a vegetable vendor. Earl gives an awkward smile, claiming he traveled far and wandered the house before returning. Asking about distant lands again, he tells the guy he doesn't belong and orders him to just leave. Earl notices the guy's caution and tells him to drop the tone. He pulled out a case of water and offered Joseph a drink. He eyes the case. He knows exactly what is inside. A Delamia was just made in the Ash house. Joseph asks where he got it. Earl says it's an ultra-rare item he only scored through his elite connections. He also returned for one reason to taste this wine. Earl offers a celebratory drink, catching Yosef off guard. They sat and cracked open the wine case. He tries it, grins wide, and shouts that it's amazing. Earl says any first drink shocks the system, but Yosef doesn't flinch. He reveals it's his second attempt, a massive shock, but Yosef's already asking for Harvest Festival leftovers. Earl apologized, stunned his rank earned him a taste of the festival wine, and asked the man to identify himself. Skipping the small talk, Yosef reveals he leads a 100-man unit. Earl's eyes widen, shouting he sat before a master of spear and sword. They got it. That explained his athletic build. Joseph smirks at the merchant's smooth talk. He doubts the man has anything useful, but tells him to show his wares anyway. Earl starts with turnips. Joseph's shocked the turnips look untouched. Earl grins, they're his finest crop. Upset, he apologized, admitting he's too broke for something this high-end. Earl was fuming, but Joseph shot back that his high rank didn't mean a fat paycheck. He calls restraint a virtue and prefers buying leftovers. Earl bows to Joseph, praising his world-famous 100-man troop for staying humble despite their legendary status. Joseph's shocked, do others really make more elsewhere? Earl confirms it and asks if the same applies to men. Shocked, he calls it nonsense. He's fine with wheat pay, but knows cash is king even if the exchange rate is garbage. Earl nods, telling the man to clear it with his boss. He claims the kingdom wouldn't mistreat Joseph. They'd never let a talent like him slip away. Joseph's lost in thought until someone nearby starts shouting for Dad. 3 kids rush to Joseph, screaming for their dad. He beams, overjoyed to see them. Earl asks if they're his kids, and they confirm it. Joseph admits kids are a struggle, but he'll make anything work for his own. Earl snaps back when the older kid asks about food. Joseph asks for patience for a guest, but the kid is starving. Losing his cool, he apologizes. He has to leave or ask the man to stay. He drops a bundle of veggies and begs him to accept the gift. Joseph double-checks, but the kid insists it's fine, even if the quality is worse than a turnip. He just hopes they'll get along. He offered more at a bargain, and the man was hyped to accept. The boy left Joseph's house, waving goodbye to him and his sons. He's got a new plan, and he is heading for the other 2. Dibble territory, the Earl's hidden hub. He clears the list and tells his friends it went perfect, but he's got a massive gut feeling about these 3. Joseph respects talent and works to feed his kids, making him reliable. Dora's wary of the man's offer, but her pride is absolute. If they use her work, they won't have to fear a betrayal. Amerigo just took a loan. His accounting skills make him way more valuable to Ash House than the others, and since he's broke, they'll use that debt to control him. Story finished, Earl asks about his friends. She warns they must stay sharp. These guys aren't as reliable as the first 3, but they can still find dozens of recruits. Earl got the point and split the list. The girl was hooked. He split the group into those in need and those fit for scouting. The clerk looked skeptical. Earl decides to scout personally, pushing the mission to tomorrow. He tells the guy to work hard and gets a solid yes. Sif's family was devastated. Their kid was dying, they were too broke for treatment, and all they could do was watch. Burning up and gasping, the boy's cold cloth is already turning warm. 2 kids shout, their brother is sick, and Joseph gets the hint. Head low, he calls himself pathetic for failing to afford his son's medicine. A knock at the door. He spins around. Who's there? Earl greets the man politely, and he's glad to see him. He delivers the promised veggies, and Joseph thanks him. Scratching his head, he tells the guy to apologize and leave. Earl's eyes snap open. He demands answers, and the man reveals his son is sick. He raised his brows sympathetically, calling it terrible. Earl abruptly asked to enter and examine the boy, hoping to help. Joseph bet on the kid and led him inside. Earl stood by the bed, checking their foreheads to gauge the fever. He slips out, careful not to wake the baby. Earl suspected the kid was starving, asking if the man had talked to the Bible family yet. Joseph agreed, but the Dable House shaman would never visit a stranger like him. He 10 steps back, admitting he was also mocked. After failing to fix the work conditions, he's powerless against the Dable House. He can't even save a Rural went silent, deep in thought. He invites him to the Ash House, leaving Joseph stunned. Earl guarantees a 100-man commander rank and 10 times the pay. Mansion and promotion for a win. He scratched his head. It was a sweet deal, but there was a catch. Realizing the promise, he went dead silent, jaw hanging wide open. Earl apologized for the secret he's been a house almost vassal all along. Joseph scowls, realizing he's been played. He confessed and asked for the man's answer. Joseph remembers he owes Bernard. Earl didn't buy it, snapping that he's the reason the man is now broke and buried in debt. Rhaegar's engagement is over. He's disinherited, and Bernard is being purged from power. He warns the man he'll end up just like him, powerless to help. Joseph went quiet, lost in thought. Earl's young, short-staffed, and has no family, meaning anyone can rise to the top. He had a future too. How long would the man keep clinging to DeBelle's house? He urges Joseph to rethink the offer for his kid. He sighed deep. He smirks, hand on head, admitting he was caught, and Earl's eyes ignite with hope. Joseph accepts the proposal, telling the boy to wait 3 days. She smiled and agreed to wait for him at the Ash property mansion. The boy waves to the man and heads out. Earl hoods up. Only 2 people left to convince. House Ash shields the trio, and word hits Rhaegar Dibella. Dibella's lair. Rhaegar shredded the papers. What was this nonsense? He held Joseph, Dola, and Amerigos' resignation and migration letters. He yelled about the papers in his hand, demanding to know why they were heading into the Ash territory. The man claims they'll serve House Ash, but Rhaegar yells it's never happening. Pay the tax, and it's legal. Refuse these commoners, and the 2 houses will brand Rhaegar's master a scoundrel. Rhaegar snapped, demanding an explanation as his subordinate quickly apologized for the disrespect. He orders the horses ready for Ash's house, leaving his subordinate wondering what he's plotting. Rhaegar's fed up, and he's going to deliver his complaints in person. He told the guy to stop, calling the whole thing pointless. Rhaegar snaps, demanding to know whose side Bernard is on. Bernard swears loyalty, but the boy just tells him to shut his mouth. Rhaegar sets off. Alburn watches silently. Suddenly confronted, he realizes he didn't stop the guy. He actually did the opposite. He asks about the transition, but the man cuts him off. It's obvious. Bernard saw the signs. The broken engagement killed his vassals. Trust, they have to move now. Next, 10 people entered the lands of El. Rhaegar fumed, certain the house planted spies among the newcomers. Gilbert smirks and turns to Rhaegar. He looks up, questioning the sudden attitude. He spills the truth. Rumors say Bernard cut a secret deal with the king of Rosette. Rhaegar's face twisted at the news. He screamed that there's no way Bernard did this. Gilbert admits he's the one who insisted on the holy battle. Bernard never rushes. He knows Almasash's power is insane. Rhaegar scowled. Was this on purpose? Gilbert bowed, confirming the truth. The guy was left in total shock. Rhaegar frantically bolts around the room. He realized Bernard's transfers were different. She warned him. Trust no one. Rhaegar barks at Gilbert. Watch the wealthiest vassals and nothing else. Got it. Gilbert bowed, claiming he understood. That was enough. The clerk tells Earl everything went perfectly. He grins, confirming 13 members are ready, more than enough to wreck DeBelle's house. Earl says the strategy's working. He calls it wonderful. Rumors are spreading, and their hard work is paying off. Earl had no choice. The survivors in the evil territory couldn't keep the house profitable. The trio went dead silent. She nervously asked what's next. Earl names the next target Bernard, the last of House DeBelle. He warns lure him away, or the plan fails. The couple fell silent. He asks if they're okay. The couple hesitates, questioning the plan. He's stunned. He hesitated, questioning if the plan was worth the risk. He doesn't get their logic. House DeBelle is collapsing. If they don't act now, they will be too weak to resist. Am I wrong? Earl scratches his head and denies it, especially regarding Bernard. If the rumors are true, Bernard is a man to fear. He revealed the moment the king handed Almas the throne. Rhaegar knew he couldn't win. House DeBelle was in deep trouble. Bernard suggests seizing the throne by force. They're too weak alone, so they strike a deal with the mighty Domargol. Wrapped around the king's neck, he's now Domargol's vassal. Earl recalls the Ferme battle, but Rhaegar sat it out in his own territory. He lacked the guts. Betraying them alone was too big a decision. Earl's ready to defect, but with zero support, he's staying put. He reveals Bernard's backing Rhaegar. Earl knew exactly why Bernard was their top priority. He knows the couple is exhausted by this endless hide-and-seek. One step left, Earl asks us to try together. They shared a sweet smile. He pumps his fist, naming Bernard their final target. She agrees they're taking him down. Silent city streets. Gilbert faces his master. Rhaegar snapped, rudely demanding answers. He bows low, hoping they finally believe he's serious. Gilbert reports a suspicious figure lurking near Bernard's mansion at night. Rhaegar lacked facts and demanded precision. He agreed, confirming he'd been watching the rich vassals exactly as his master ordered. He followed a silhouette through the dark, straight into the ashlands. Regard demanded more. Gilbert drops a bombshell. Bernard is working with the Almas. Stunned, he snaps his eyes open in pure rage. Regard refused to believe Bernard's betrayal, but he still sent spies to track his every move. He warned that without evidence in a week, he's off the hook. The boys are hyped, another win in the bag. She confirms the rumors reached the Regarziers, and now he's ramped up surveillance on Bernard. He yells, "It's a success," and asks to finish, but Earl stops him. It still needs the final touches. He rips the blanket off time for the last one. The couple froze in total shock. 3 days later, Bernard's mansion. Bernard puts brush to paper and sketches. He rolls the paper and ties it shut. He hands the servant a letter ordering its delivery to Domorgol. Bernard says this letter is House de Belle's only hope. His lackey asks what's wrong, and if this is really Ash's house. Bernard agreed, telling Gilbert to strike but warned him to stay sharp. A noise rattles the ceiling. "What's up there?" He snapped at the mage for answers. Her response, "The ambassadors are here." Bernard's eyes widened as he finally realized. He lunged at the girl, grabbed her shoulders, and demanded to know who the ambassadors were. She stammered, "They were from the House of Ash," and he snapped, "They really?" Shaking, she says the ambassadors know Bernard. That's why they're here. The men bark, demanding to know what they did. Bernard screams at the girl to send them back. "Now, Don, to let that man say hello." He hands it over, Earl already behind him with a polite smile. Bernard spins around, eyes widening in shock as he realizes who's there. Earl bowed, confirmed his name, and introduced himself as almost his ambassador. She explains that House de Belle and House Ash are currently feuding. He gets the hesitation, but they're here in person to clear the air. Bernard bowed and apologized, hoping to settle the feud between their houses. He looks up and asks if Rigar can witness their conversation. Earl smiled and brushed it off, demanding his gifts first. He turned to his friend. "Show me." The man grips 2 chests of gold. Bernard's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Earl smiles, thanks Olmus for the kind gesture, and accepts. Bernard's eyes widen. This is no friendly gesture. The man collapsed, refusing the favor and asking to just take it and leave. Earl was stunned and blurted out a loud apology to Bernard. He bows and apologizes, calling it a peace offering, before agreeing to leave without a fight. Aquia and Dark Knight strike the city. Bernard asks if they're gone. The servant confirms, but adds that the boy left his gifts behind, shocking Bernard. Shaking, he claims it's just a game. He orders it's sent back immediately, and his servant bows, ready to obey. Rustling behind Bernard put him on edge. He looked back, realizing it was already too late. Screams erupted in the streets. Is it true? Was the informant wrong? Gilbert threw up his hands in disbelief, certain that Bernard definitely took the ambassador's gifts. Riga shoves the man aside and demands the servants speak up. They bowed silently. Dodging the question, Gilbert realized everyone just wanted Bernard gone. He cheered no more traitors. He bid Bernard farewell. A polite voice catches Bernard's attention. Gilbert's mind is set. There's no talking him out of it, and the man knows he's a dead man. She apologizes, but Bernard brushes it off. Earl's the one playing dirty. If they'd refused, he would have just found another way to force them. He knows it's time to strike. He finally reached Rigar, demanding a toss. He glared at Bernard, asking what happened. The man says he's already too old. He bows, announcing he's retiring soon. Rigar's stunned as Bernard hands all his duties to Gilbert. He slams the table, demanding to know if the man thinks he can leave, but the guy just apologizes. Bernard pointed Jan out. Rigar screamed to stop him, but the man didn't even look back. Rigar screams his name to stop him, but it's no use. Morning hit. Bernard forced himself up, realizing his days of easy mornings were over. The girl beside him shields her eyes, screaming that his face is transforming. Lose the great king's blessing? Pay the price, he smirked. Bernard's hit his limit and needs to rest. The illness took over fast, and Bernard was dead. He died at 82, happy his clan avoided the civil war. Earl's plan worked, nearly securing an alliance with the Exist tribe. Month 6, and Domorgol finally invades the Ashlands. Final selection, he announced Dumorgoli's invasion, declaring Almas Ash would help them win, then called Almas forward. Wait, one more check, the boy steps up, vowing to crush Domorgol. They flash polite smiles while whispering behind his back. The girl sneaks up behind Almas and calls out. She can join him, but offers to walk him home. He thanks Yuri. She notes the double house skipped the ceremony, likely refusing the invite. He figures they bailed because of the new general. He smiles, asking her to protect the capital while he SOA. Urias grinned, telling him he could count on her. Someone barked at the general. I turned to Ron for answers. He asked for the enemy count. He says it's 25,000, leaving the man completely stunned. With 10,000 infantry and 3,000 exist tribe riders, the enemy's 13,000-man army is nearly double their size. Ron clutches his head, demanding more troops and questioning the rich clan's weak numbers. Almas had no choice. Rhaegar still leads House Diablo, so their numbers are low, but other clans are sending reinforcements. He could defect to Domergal mid-battle, but they have no room for useless soldiers. Almas tells Ron to relax. The U.S. is neutral. Things aren't that bad, and he needs to remember it. The soldier tells his general they're almost over the hill. They've reached Terrievely. Ron says everything's visible from here, especially that fortress. It's ancient, but clearly renovated. He praises Ismay's project. Adding outer walls for defense was a genius move. Ron snapped at his general to rest. He'd handle the recruits himself. He nearly apologized, promising to handle it and tell the guys to rest. He enters the room and meets Tetra. She demands the enemy count 25,000, he replies. Tetra asks if they can win. A normal fight won't work. He tells the team they need two things to win. To keep this army fed, they must secure a supply line through enemy territory. Demerugul's neighbors hate them. Exploit that rift to score new ally. Almas grinned. We'll handle it, then asked if she was worried. Tetra knew he'd never lose. Ron bursts in screaming before anyone can even ask what happened. Enemies spotted on the horizon. He urges the general to follow. He freezes mid-stand. The group bolts for the exit to see what's going down. They hit the streets, staring down the incoming army. The Marigalis army. Is it really 25,000? Tetra tells Almas to take command. Being a general isn't just a word. He nodded, promising he's got this. Almas and his army just launched the 7 Days War. Years ago, Demorgoth's army, he calls to Tonino, asking for their odds of winning. He admits they can to win, but promises to deliver victory anyway. He lazily leaves it all to him. Tonino smirks, certain of victory. He's the general of Domaraga Latino's army. Facing him sits the army commander. First Prince Carlo Dormorgal. He knows it's rude, but the guy next to him is just too mediocre, whining about being bored. Why respect him? He dumps his workload on subordinates and calls it honor while they do the dirty work. He knows he's being used, but for a general's rank, he'll play along. Tonino's certain they'll conquer all of Adelnia. The prince never questioned the generalist's laughter. He jolted awake, begging for forgiveness. He tells Carlo their new mission sees the lands of Ash. He promised peace, but the prince scowled. Why not just wipe out the Rosette Kingdom? Carlo asks why waste time on small fry when they can take it all. The general agrees, wait for neighboring wars to erupt, then strike just like Rhaegar. A soldier rushes in, shouting a report for Tonino and Carlo. The soldier reports Teria Fortress is in sight and they're hitting the battlefield soon. The prince smiles, leaving everything to the general. 7-day war, day 1 camp starts. Tony glares, demanding they look. He maps the plan. Teria has 3 zones, north and south gates, and 8,000 soldiers to hold the siege. All troops are at the north gate. He needs a siege force. Any questions? The prince ponders. The general fears for Carlo, and the boy demands answers. He asks a weird question. Why didn't he just skip the fortress? The men gaped at his boldness, but Tonino just smirked. Carlos warned 3 days of supplies left. Build a network fast, or the army has toast. The enemy's scattered, so he'll wear them down. He refuses to lose, but he's still securing a retreat path just in case. Carlos scratched his chin. He understood everything. The warriors relaxed. Smiling, the prince urged Tonino to ask for their next move. He says they're starting with a heavy scout. He's sending combat slaves. Teria Fortress, West Tower. A new wave of enemies is already here. Run notices the collars and lack of weapons. They're clearly slaves. He asks Graham what they're holding. He says they're hauling logs and branches to fill the ditch. He signals a sharp halt, demanding they stop the crowd now and ordering the archer to ready up. Graham orders them to dodge hits and target the load on their shoulders. The order rings out and the archers let fly. The slaves bolted, following their orders. A massive wave of arrows streaks toward the fleeing crowd. Arrows strike cargo, pierce flesh, or fly wide. Graham's stunned. They're unfazed, panicking. He screams that they're still closing in. Ron mocks his squad's skills, but Graham disagrees, claiming the cargo looks weak. Too bad it's actually indestructible. The burden wasn't just for crossing the ditch, it was a perfect shield. Without heavy cargo, They're moving way faster than usual. Ron questioned the unarmored shield run. Graham suddenly shifted tactics, ordering them to fire the moment anyone hit the ditch. The slaves bolted for the fortress. Archers rained down fire, their precision shots finding every mark. Ron knew they were easy targets if they didn't run. They dove into the ditch. Ron stunned. He asked Graham if they're really ditching the cargo and jumping in too. Got a death wish. Graham says no. He says their shields let them swim, but that's not all. They're stacking logs. He refuses to believe they're building a bridge. They build a ladder and rush to their comrades. Ron's shocked they'd prop a ladder on that shaky bridge. Graham snipes anyone scaling the wall. People tumble down the stairs. He saw they'd hit their limit. They've got 0 weapons. Now they are out of moves. Everyone turned and bolted back. Ron stared wide-eyed, confused by their retreat. The archer aims to fire, but Graham stops him. It's pointless. He hated the order, arguing for a retreat to get backup. But Graham shut him down, finish them now, because they won to get a second chance. He knew their fate was sealed. Domo Orgel Army, HQ. A soldier reports a slave escape, but Tunil already knows. He expected someone to scale the wall, but they couldn't handle the effort. He beckoned the soldier closer. He ordered the execution of every slave seeking their name and their entire families too. The soldier accepted the order. He briefed the archers, and they began picking off the slaves one by one. Tonino praised the nameless slaves for their bravery. Keeping his promise, he sent a hawk to order their families' freedom, and the soldier obeyed. Thanks to the people, the bridge is ready. He orders the siege to begin. Suddenly, a massive blast erupts ahead. Tonino and the soldiers are absolutely stunned. The soldier reports the bridge is destroyed, but the man snaps. He can see it himself. He realized they were using the same fire weapon. Carlo appeared with a smirk. Is that the end of the strategy? Prince spreads his arms. They were back at the start. What is your move? Tadino bowed, calling it a routine scout mission. The man reveals the enemy has a fire elixir. They've prepared, and the prince demands to know the next move. Tonino's attack triggers the siege. Turia's central tower, Boss sees the enemy slaves retreating. Almost turns to Tetra, asking for a report on the tower damage. She had no complaints, telling them they were doing a great job. Good start, but the real trouble's just beginning. The main army hasn't even arrived yet. Tetra agreed, sharply asking what she saw. They squinted ahead, trying to process the sight. He spotted the siege towers. They'd gone up fast. All squinted, realizing they were taking the fortress. Soldiers scrambled, grabbing supplies for the tower siege. They hit the moat, blocking it to reach the tower. They set up wooden fences, stunned, almost scanned the enemies. They drew guns and opened fire on the tower's peak. One by one, everyone in Ash's house is getting injured. The victims yelled to Almas, enemy infantry is firing. Tetra warns the distraction covers the siege towers, but the guy scoffs. They've underestimated his fireballs. He's arrived just in time. He shouts to stay calm, ignore the towers, and blast the light infantry. Soldiers haul siege towers to the fortress to launch the assault. Archers kept firing, picking everyone off one by one. Almost whipped his head toward another wounded soldier. Girls scream archers in the tower, and he orders everyone to hit the death. Enemy archers ramp up their fire to clear the defenders and seize the fort. She shields her head from the heavy fire, screaming for a plan, but he quickly points out something else. Almas shouts the siege towers are in catapult range. Girl asks about the weapon. The king aims and asks if it fires stones. Almas refused, warning their shells are even stronger. Catapult range is short, so he lures the enemy closer in. He suddenly ordered fire. His soldiers roared their approval. The catapult fired. He nears the tower. The shell slams the turret, dealing heavy damage. Tetra sees the shell hit and explode, asking if that's all the fire elixir. Almas confirmed those wooden towers will collapse in one blast. She saw the tower survive the hit, completely intact. Stunned, he stared at the tower. It was still standing. Something felt off. Was her fabric soaked? Almas scrapped the plan. The tower was still at risk. The enemy had a different move. The prince eyes his hand, doubting the mages really reinforced their towers. He confirms the trick. Wet skins over iron plates. Backed by magic, these towers are immune to fire elixir. The enemy relies too much on fire elixir, so he lets the siege towers close in. He realized their failure crushed the enemy's morale. A soldier bows, reporting the towers are in range. Tonino gives the green light. He eyed the prince and declared it's time for the next step. Fortress Turia, West Tower. Graham scowls. The fire elixir failed. They can stop the towers, So they reforce to pick off the enemy with arrows. Ron bellows the order, protect the archers with your lives. Graham realizes these aren't slaves, they're ordinary soldiers armored in iron. 70 of the archers have bronze arrows. They'll never pierce that armor. He spots the man in the center, the one calling the shot. He grabs his hands and points at the man, shouting that he's the commander. Graham looks down, realizing their teamwork is a mess. He silently scanned the survivor. He cursed their failure, knowing an army that size was bound to unite. Something catches his eye. He stared at the towers, now right on top of him. Ron shoves his friend aside, yelling to watch out, their finest hour has arrived. Soldiers roar, the siege towers are open. He falls, and soldiers swarm from the tower with bloodlust in their eyes. The enemy rush to seize the fortress. Ron grips his blade, fending off the enemy. Tearing through the ranks, he stands bold before his enemies. The soldier strikes, but he's too fast and dodges. He wounds the soldier and pushes past. Soldiers plummeted off the bridge. He shoulders his blade, glaring down at the defeated soldier. He raises his hand and barks an order. Keep the enemy off the wall. His men shout a warning, arrows incoming. They tell the commander to watch out. Enemies closed in, lunging for Ron. He smirks, archers in the front row really. He drops an enemy, shouting a warning to General Ron. Joseph appears right beside him, catching him off guard. Grinning, the man claims the captain owes him. Ron stares, telling him he's confusing duty with desire. Soldiers step between them, shocking the boy. Ron snaps at the man as hesitation and orders Joseph to move. Order received, he instantly lunges at the enemy. Graham watched from the sidelines, silent and tense. He glared at the photo in disappointment, just as expected from the enemy. Ron and Joseph were Ash House's top blades, matching their hair to fight in perfect sync. Ram hopes the tower stays quiet. Tetra Fortress East Town. Two rival kingdoms clash in a brutal war. A soldier yells, "What do you mean? Are they really surrendering the fort?" He sidestepped the soldier's strike. He counters, wounding his foe. He barks at his frozen squad to raise their shields, and they roar back in agreement. Both sides launch a fresh offensive. The veteran spots a narrow pass, the perfect spot for an archer ambush. They leveled their weapons and opened fire on command. Both sides clash in a brutal struggle for victory, but the enemy is finally forced to retreat. He shouts, they push the enemy back, but the team snaps back. They're in deep trouble. Boros spins, demanding answers. The enemy is rising from below. He hits the edge, scoping the scene. He watches the crowded boats build a bridge, giving their allies a path to the fortress. Poros roared about the spoons bridging the way for his comrades. He screamed and cursed, asking if they really expected to hold those ladders steady against the waves. The boy calls out for Bartolo, searching for his location. Standing nearby mid-drink, the guy suddenly turns to him. Furious, Woro yells that it's no time for booze, but the man just acts confused. Bartolo saw the enemy swarm the eastern tower. They'd figured out the main objective. He hurls his bottle at the enemy's head, dropping him and cheering. Bartolo Shukold called the commander worthless, ignoring the rookies in the west. He's targeting the east to face the real veterans. Boros spat with venom. If the man knew the stakes, why didn't he care? Lose and the mission fails, but the man just gave a cold nod. Soldiers report they re-ready, but he waves them off. Everything is fine. Boros doubts the man, but Bartola insists they have no other choice. He readied Almas's weapon and Boros froze a new weapon. Bartolo orders a full volley to strike maximum terror into the enemy. The weapon fired with massive pow. Boros reels back from the shot's impact. Every weapon fired at once, a deafening roar and a massive jolt. Smoke and gunfire blanketed the fortress. Enemy soldiers look up, hunting for the source of the noise. The shot leaves a massive cloud, blinding the soldiers to everything above. Bartolo ordered every weapon to target one spot. Teeth gritted, he orders the enemy's siege towers destroyed. The man ordered them to open fire. Gunfire forces the enemy to retreat again. Enemy towers ignite, planks peeling as the structures collapse. Boros smirked, asking if they'd won as the tower finally ignited from the slow-acting elixir. Bartolo knew even fire-resistant towers couldn't survive this new weapon. Boros is stunned. Did Isma really build this? Tetra appears behind him, thanking him for the praise. He spins around, shocked to see the girl he doubted belonged in the central tower. She reveals the central tower almost sent reinforcements, her included. Bartolo warned, it's too dangerous. She's a witch. Keep her off the front lines. She barks at him to bend over. Tetra strikes, blowing the soldier apart. The boy stared back at the girl in pure terror. Hands on hips, Tetra snaps that she's a sorceress, not a witch. He apologizes for the mistake, and she lets it slide. Boros demands to know what that weapon is. Tetra kept it simple, calling the weapon a flamethrower. They load oil and black powder, blast it with air magic, and ignite the muzzle with fire. She warns to cut the fire mid-process or the structure blows. This weapon is deadlier than anyone realized. Tetra warns the fuel drains instantly, making it a one-shot weapon. Bartolo warns this weapon is less versatile than the fire elixir and only works in massive war. Boros claims the weapon is lethal. A sigh of relief, they nearly lost the tower, but they held back the onslaught. Boros smirks, fists clenched. His troops are fresh and spirits high. He's sure they'll survive, day one unscathed, and Bartolo agreed. He orders them to listen. Sunset is closing in, they just have to hold on. Day one of the siege ends with 0 major clashes. Dumorgo siege camp night 1 of the 7-day war. Tonino demanded their loss count. The soldier bows silently. The man snaps, asking if he really has nothing to say. Tonino asked if that burnt tower really cost hundreds of lives. The soldier confirms it. Some escaped into the ditch, but they're too injured to join the battle. Surveying the room of wounded, the man notes their massive losses, and his soldier agrees. Tonino's livid that fire weapon is a nightmare. His ally warns that even the healthy troops are terrified, and their morale is completely shattered. The prince appears with a smirk, noting the brutal beating. A shocked Tonino greets Carlo. Asked for his next move, the general bows the plan stays the same. It looks one-sided, but Tonino shuts that idea down. The fortress is surrounded. No reinforcements or ammo are coming, and the enemy is officially running out of everything. Tonino says they have no time limit against powerful enemies. He grins, saying they'll just wear him down into total despair. Fortress Tetra, Central Tower. A soldier hands Almas the casualty list. Smiling, the boy thanks Boros and Bartolo. Scanning the list, he realizes their losses are surprisingly low despite the brutal battle. Alma grins. They've got the edge, and the enemy is taking way more casualties. He shares his thoughts to get his soldiers a drink. Oral agreed keeping his fighting spirit high was everything. Bartolo agreed with a head scratch he can to live without booze. Tetra asks why he is drinking. Bartolo says she did great today, and he's impressed by her skills. Almost boasting, he praised his troops and asked Graham and Ron if they should rest. Ron says it's possible, but stay sharp at night. Graham agreed if a night raid catches them unprepared, they want to be able to fight back. Almas orders the lightweight lottery losers onto guard duty while everyone else drinks. He wished everyone good night. Tetra was ready to crash, already half asleep. A soldier bursts in, shouting they under attack again. Tetris rubbed her tired eyes, shocked by the night raid but ready to fight back. Posting guards paid off. He demands an enemy count. The knight spots a small group heading their way. Alma scans for anyone, but the pitch black hides everything. Tetra lights the path to reveal the people ahead. She summoned glowing orbs, piercing the night. He realizes they are using the dark, sending warriors without torches. Alma warns they lack the numbers for a night raid. What's Bartolo's move? He thinks they're using the dark to hide their numbers and wipe us out. Bartolo suspected a feint, but knew night travel was a nightmare, especially for them. He says it won't be hard, and the guy knows he's right. Ambush, the knights hit the dirt, narrowly dodging a lethal rain of arrows. Bartolo's stunned. Where are those shots coming from? Shouts warn the fight is under the rubble, but Bartolo just scans for the enemy. Enemies burst from cover with wicked laughter. Tetra shouts they escaped while Bartolo yells to check for survivors. Almas agreed and asked the man what was happening. He demanded the meaning of the attack and their goal, but he didn't buy the answer. They whip around as a fresh wave of enemies closes in. They pounded drums and roared, screaming for destruction. Tetra covered her ears, sick of the enemy's noise. One look, and it all clicked. He asked Bartolo if they were just trying to wear them down. He agreed the enemy will use scare tactics all night. Slip up, and they strike chase, and they run. This cycle continues until dawn. Elmas realized the enemy wouldn't let them sleep, the perfect siege strategy. He warned us to act now, or the enemy scales the walls. Thomas sends a squad to handle them while the rest recover. He knew this was no easy task. Tonight was going to be a long night. The enemy horde swarms the fortress again. Dahmer Hall siege camp suns up, and the order is out, everyone up. Tonino grinned. His rested warriors were ready to attack the perfect morning. He holds his head high, declaring their enemies won't sleep a wink tonight. Carlo appears, calling the man terrifying. Teniano greets him. The prince grinned, asking how long to seize the fortress. He bows, certain they'll finish in a week or two at this pace. Tonino smirked. The neighbor kingdom is toast. Sieging without supplies is suicide, so forget waiting a week. He's forcing a surrender today. Tunino declares, Domergal will crush the rising star ash and orders the charge. Day 2 of the 7-day war begins. Siege Day 2, Fortress Tetra, West Tower. Ron yawns loudly, complaining he's exhausted. Graham snaps at him to chill, but he fires back that talk is useless. Ron says the noise kills their sleep, even while they're crushing every attack on the fort. Suddenly, an attacker strikes. He reacts fast, striking back at the soldier. He curses the annoying soldiers as one plummets from the tower. Archers aim, but they're dead tired. Graham sees the archers' accuracy tanking. If this keeps up, Ron's troops are finished. He ordered the weapon SUs an immediate prep. The soldiers snap to attention. Graham tells the guy to wave. Too late, the weapon fired, masking everything in a wall of flame. Ron cheers for the wrecked siege tower, but Graham curses, warning him he is celebrating too early. Look down. Ron looks up, stunned to see soldiers scaling the tower. He fights back, dropping enemies to stop their climb exactly as Graham predicted. He draws his bow, targeting the cannon's slow reload and wondering if they were actually prepared for what is next. He cursed the warriors, sick of them getting on his nerve. Ron lunges forward, screaming he'll show these weaklings his true power. Tetra Fortress, East Tower. Boris was suspicious. Yesterday they rushed the tower nonstop. But now, Bartolo calls gunpowder a lethal weapon and asks if Boros wants another round. Boros shuts him down. Definitely not. He glares down at the enemy boats. The enemy is acting strange. This isn't a full-scale attack, and with limited resources, they can just afford to waste a thing. Bartolo agrees and asks for the next move. Boros reveals Lady Tetra is at the Eastern Tower, and her wisdom will find a way. Bartolo agrees and asks for the plan. Tetra appears, telling him to leave it to her. She needs the siege tower's barrier down first and asks for cover. He promises backup, asking if she's sure she can handle it. Tetra's got this. Wizards are too rare to risk, but one card user replaces a dozen soldiers. Boros claims anyone can use these magic seals at any time to shift the balance of power in their favor. Tetra warns the tower's barrier is too strong for their small team. They'll need special seals to break through. She casts a spell and the barter vanishes. Without the barrier, she explains it's just a normal clock tower. She aims her gun, declaring the tower an easy target. A deadly magic blast surges forward. He charged the tower with a heavy strike. The tower collapsed instantly, leaving nothing but useless splinters. The warrior's eyes widen in shock. Boros and Bartolo are stunned. She cleared the tower so easily, wondering why they struggled so much yesterday. Tetra explains the enemies never reinforced the tower, convinced their barrier was unbreakable. Bartolo smirks, expecting nothing less from Tetra. He asks if she can handle the remaining towers, but she sighs. This method isn't ideal. Tetra says writing papers is fast, but warns that over-focusing will cost them their battle-ready wizards. She tried to speak, but screaming enemies ambushed her from behind. Recognizing the same witch, the warriors move in to wound her. She gripped the weapon and stepped forward. Bartolo's eyes widened. She snatched the sword and charged, leaving Boros' jaw dropped. Soldiers laughed, mocking her for playing warrior. Tetra agreed, asking if she looked cool. Bartolo and Boros yanked the girl back, screaming at her not to dare. Oro orders protect the girl and keep the enemies back. Tetra expected this. Charging the mage is a gamble because frontline magic nukes the caster and their own troop. Bartolo praised her genius, but can she actually swing a sword? Tetra says Alma's taught her stunned. The guy knows she can handle herself. Boros wants Tetra off the front lines, and Bartolos agrees they'll protect her with their lives. Tetra Fortress West Town. Graham fires his bow, fending off the attacker. He thinks they might be stop the enemy advance. He checked on Ron, who confirmed every enemy was down. He spins around and asks Graham about the flat vehicle, catching him completely off guard. The enemy was hauling something massive, the size of a house. Graham leaned in, clueless. It was tiny compared to a siege town. He spots the log and mistakes it for a battering ram. Something's off. They just used towers to scale the walls and skip the moat. Ron laughed, questioning his words. Those turtles won't even reach the tower wall. Ram agrees, but he's still clueless about the reason. They stack planks to bridge the moat. He realizes and snaps alert. The enemy hauled logs to the water. Soldiers crammed the ditch with logs, boards, and every scrap they could grab. Ron realized they were dumping the remains into the moat. Graham's stunned the tower ruins are enough to bridge the moat. He focused and shouted they had to take down that ram now. Ron played along just to get the gunpowder. He clutched the bundle and shouted that after those siege, smashing these wooden turtles is easy. He tosses the bundle, it detonates, and everything burns. He stares coldly at the aftermath. He's shocked the attack did nothing, and the enemy army is completely unharmed. Graham draws his bow, spotting metal plates and magic barriers on the rams. Ron shouts, "So they read just smaller tower bodies." He spots the bridge construction and yells to fire, but Graham's already taken the shot. Below, soldiers grab planks and assemble the bridge. Graham realizes it's not working. He decided they needed magicians. War erupts, enemies bridge the moat, while fortress soldiers fight to hold the line. The soldiers shout, "They've brought Mrs. Lulu." Graham apologizes for the interruption, but begs for her help. They need her now. Lulu smirked, taking over. She was sick of barriers anyway. She looked down, stunned by the massive scale of the problem. Lulu asked to smash them. Graham asks if she's ready. She confidently says yeah. She grabs the weapon, preps to drop the barriers, and tells Ron to wait for her signal. He asks if it's an exploding spear. She warns him, "It's packed with too much gunpowder. Be careful." Lulu orders cover, and her soldiers swear to hold the line. The groom shouts to hurry. The battering rams are already scaling the log. Lulu smirks, revealing her magic seals. She touches the ground and drops the barrier. She hurls a spear at Ron, and he throws one right back. He screams a curse and slams the spear down. A massive blast levels the area, kicking up dust. A laugh echoes from the smoke, revealing nothing but shattered logs. Ron grinned, stoked he took them down. He rushes to thank her, but she tells him to wait. She pointed, telling him to look. More battering rams roll in. Graham and Ron glared at the photo, fuming with rage and regret over their failure. Graham knew he needed a massive stockpile of exploding spears to clear the remaining logs. Ron snapped his head toward the guy, asking what is next. He reminds Ron he's the leader. Alma's picked him for a reason. He paused, then roared his agreement. Ron raised his sword, ordering no surrender. The battle's just beginning. Tetra Fortress, Central Tower. Almas looked up and cheered, praising the mailhawk as it arrived. He reads the letter, and it all clicked.